Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is distorted reality in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 20, The Crossroad Between Worlds, Part 1. Avatar Aang. I am picking up a strong sense of turmoil from the city. Do you mind if I come back with you? Aang had just jumped onto Appa's head and taken the reins to depart from Lake Laogai when Zai Bao approached. He'd delayed only a moment to partially unsheath his meteorite blade, contemplating Sokka's whereabouts, but snapped it shut and shrugged at the Sun Warrior. I don't mind, he said, after considering the question. Hop on. What kind of turmoil? I cannot say, Zai Bao responded. Something, or someone, has careened wildly out of balance. You can sense that? Aang asked, frowning. He wondered why he couldn't, though he didn't want to voice that concern to this stranger. He also thought it had something to do with him and his decision to stay for the time being. The spirit world has a loud voice, if you care to listen. Zai Bao climbed onto Appa's saddle, perfectly tranquil as the bison lifted into the night sky. Aang pondered his words and tried to listen for the spirit world's voice, but he didn't feel it as strongly as he did under the archway or in Puthik's meditation circle. Riding a sky bison is always as I have imagined, he said, closing his eyes. Dragon riding feels more perilous, though, in a thrilling way. Aang looked back at him. Even in this world, there were only 2 dragons left, and he didn't think Ran and Sha, the spirits of fire, allowed people to ride them. You've been on a dragon before? Zai Bao shook his head. Not physically. I've meditated into the spirit world and rode them there. A different sort of experience, to be sure, but just as dangerous, if for other reasons. Aang regarded the man for a moment before turning ahead again. You're part of the White Lotus, right? I am, said Zai Bao. His voice was deep and smooth, almost silky, but the way he spoke still conveyed warmth and friendliness. I was the one who told Kun Na and Piandao that you could not be trusted with our secrets yet. A cold feeling settled into Aang's chest. You were? Why? I think they adequately explained that to you, he said. But I came to Lake Laogai to stay with Bumi so I could meet you and judge your character for myself. Anyway, is it my turn to ask a question? Aang sighed as he thought back to how Kun Na and Piandao said he was too rash and impulsive to be trusted with their secrets. But 2 could play at that game and Aang could hold secrets of his own. Sure. You don't belong here, do you? Aang clenched the reins in his hands and Momo sensed his change in mood by switching to one of Appa's horns. Which one of them told you? None of them, Zai Bao said, and even without Topha's seismic sense Aang knew he spoke the truth. Do not be alarmed, your secret hasn't leaked. I just see a different form of energy around you, multiple destinies converged into one being. To me, it is as obvious as a humming wren in a hawk's nest. I do not know the details of your plight, but I do know that something about you just seems off. So just anyone can sense that about me now, huh? He scowled as acres of farmland passed by underneath them. An actual spiritual guru was one thing, but Zai Bao too? Are you going to tell me that I need to go home? That the turmoil you sense is my fault? On the contrary, I support the idea of you staying here, he said. Aang looked back at him and he wore that warm smile again, as welcoming as a cook fire after coming in from a blizzard. At Aang's questioning look, he continued. The barriers between our worlds and the spirit world are blurring. The world will change, perhaps even faster than it was meant to. He tried to grasp the implications of Zai Bao's words, but if he meant something deeper, something more specific, the meaning escaped Aang. What do you mean? Change, he said. Only that the world needs change. The walls to the lower ring came into view as they reached the end of the agrarian zone. As soon as Appa passed into the lower ring, Aang looked down when he heard the sounds of battle far below. Rocks made grinding noises as they slid across the earth or slammed into things. People screamed and shouted. A plume of smoke rose into the air from a building that had been set on fire. The flames traveled fast due to how so many of the homes had clustered together. Aang let out a gasp, angry and afraid at how things had careened so wildly off course while he was gone. What's going on? He was about to jump off of Appa's head to go help, but Zai Bao stopped him. Let me down, the Sun Warrior said. I will deal with the fires. You need to go find your friends and learn what has happened. Aang grit his teeth, thinking of the last time he left his friends behind in Ba Sing Se, and knew that Zabao was right and the most important thing was to gather them together, then they could take on whatever was thrown at them. Appa descended on the city, and as they got closer Aang saw figures in blue, water tribe warriors. It never hurt so much to be proven right. He almost joined Zabao in jumping off of Appa. Almost unleashed his rage on the water tribe warriors. But he reminded himself that if those warriors were here, then Katara and Sokka needed to be around somewhere as well. He would find his friends and then find both of them. He didn't know how Sokka and Katara infiltrated the city, but he'd put a stop to it whatever it took. Zabao siphoned heat from the burning buildings, forcing the flames to die down, and then attacked the approaching warriors with fists of blue and white flame together. Both types of fire simmered through the waterbender's defenses, the concussive force behind his blasts knocking them back and into another building. Blue fire being used by someone other than Azula chilled Aang, but seeing it used in conjunction with white flames was beautiful. What are you waiting for? Zabao asked, his gorget reflecting multicolored light. Go, now. Be careful, Aang said. Zabao nodded and Aang flew off toward the upper ring. Ba Sing Se would not fall tonight. Not again. If Jet doesn't get any help, he's going to die. Zuko tried his best to staunch Jet's wounds. He used his own vest to put pressure on the worst of the gashes in Jet's stomach and chest, but Zuko had no medical expertise, and if he didn't do something soon Jet would bleed out. The blood loss already had him unconscious. Katara had at least allowed them both down from the cavern wall after her little torture session on Jet, but Zuko finally had to tell her that Aang wasn't even in the city. He looked up at Katara, pleading. He could attack her, they both knew it, but it would accomplish nothing. She would overpower him, perhaps do worse to Zuko than she did to Jet, and if Zuko did that there'd be no saving either of them. He didn't like Jet, but that didn't mean he wanted the other boy to die. If you're not going to help him, why are you here? Zuko asked, turning his attention back to Jet. His breathing weakened. Zuko had blood all over him and he had no idea people could lose that much and still cling to life. Don't you have your invasion to plan? It has already begun, Katara said. She had her arms crossed and kept staring into space since she returned to the cavern where she kept Zuko and Jet. Her voice sounded detached, distracted. Something went wrong. Some giant monster appeared and it's attacking the city. Zuko narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what he could do or what that meant, but her distress made him feel even more on edge. But why are you here? I don't know, okay. She turned on him, yelling, and for a moment he feared she would attack him or Jet again. But she took a deep breath and calmed herself. Parts of the city completely collapsed, including the tunnels out of here. I can't find Sokka or my friends. I have nowhere else to go. Cowering down here with you is the last thing I want. I feel trapped and I hate this. Seeing her like that, he wanted to rage right back. She had gotten herself into this situation. Her cruelty did this to Jet and she just stood by as he slowly bled to death. How could Aang have loved her? He couldn't imagine a version of Katara in any world who could be as kind and caring as Aang had said. This Katara was cold and angry and bitter, a river's current that could change from calm to dangerous at a moment's notice. But he didn't expect it to feel so familiar, her yelling at him while he sat silently and took it. We've done this before, he said suddenly, staring up at her with shock. What? We've been here. In these catacombs, like this, he said. He stood and he didn't know if it was the confusion at his words that stopped her, but she didn't blood-bend him back down. It feels like, I don't know, déjà vu. A memory belonging to Prince Zuko? She scoffed. You sound ridiculous. He tried to grasp at the memory but it faded away from him. He clenched his hands still covered in Jet's dry blood, trying to think, connect to the scarred man somewhere inside of him. He could feel the anger and the blame and the shame. His face, the easy target for hatred, for everything that had happened. Pursuit and betrayal. Shared loss. Understanding. Could Katara feel all of this, too? My face. I see. Do you hate me? He asked her, not knowing why he said it. Is it what I did to your face? She glowered at him and the thin scar under her left eye became more pronounced. Do you think I'm that vain? You're nothing to me, just an obstacle to overcome. He shook his head. Not vain. Prideful. I took you by surprise and you hate it. Are you purposely trying to antagonize me? No, no. I guess what I'm saying is, I'm sorry for doing that to your face, for what it's worth. He didn't know why he apologized to the girl who imprisoned him and tortured Jet, the girl who had all the power over him, but in this moment he felt like her equal. He felt vulnerable saying it, not helped by the fact that he had removed his vest in his attempt to help Jet. He knelt back down at Jet's side and pressed the bloodied vest against Jet's wounds, but it had soaked through long before. Please. He doesn't have to die. Jet's head lolled to the side, but his blood rose into the air, swept off to the side by Katara, and she knelt on Jet's other side. Water coated her hands and glowed. Zuko watched, barely believing she actually did it. For a few minutes, the two of them stayed silent as the gentle ringing of her healing echoed through the cavern. Jet's occasional groans told Zuko that whatever she did was working. Katara pulled back, though, sooner than he expected. He'll live, she said, and with a flick of her wrist the wet blood drained from Jet and Zuko's clothes and off Zuko's arms. But he still lost a lot of blood. I did the bare minimum. She stood and slipped away from the pair again and got that distant look on her face, the same one as when she told Zuko of the attack up above. Thank you, he said. Maybe Aang was right and there was good inside of her. I didn't do it for you, she snapped. Or for him. Zuko stared down at Jet, who breathed slowly but still didn't wake. You did it because there's a little voice inside of you telling you what's right, isn't there? He asked. A source of good inside you. Not like a conscience, but something else. The same sort of being that had somehow been buried inside of him. His whole body jerked and for a moment he thought the ground moved, but it was just him. The world spun and he pinned himself to the wall again, facing Katara who had her fingers splayed out with control over him. Tell me what you know about it. Her order came out like a snarl. You remember something like this, too, he said, grunting as his limbs twisted and strained. The two of us down here. Like another life. The cavern felt like a freezer when she spoke. What do you mean? Talk or I'll do the same thing to you that I did to him. And I won't heal anyone this time. It's part of you, he said through clenched teeth. I understand you, Katara. She twisted her wrist and he slid up the cavern wall. Who do you think you are, talking to me like that? You don't know me. You're a fighter, he choked out. You feel like you need to be twice as good to get noticed. She lessened her blood-bending grip on his neck. You made yourself get stronger out of spite. To prove everyone wrong. That voice inside of me is the same way. She dropped him. He fell to his knees and massaged his neck and she crouched down to look at him more closely. You think you understand, but you're not a girl in the water tribes. You'd never understand that. What it's like to have a father that doesn't want anything to do with you. Who prioritizes a sibling for something entirely out of both of your control. Zuko shook his head. No, he said. Our circumstances are different, but fathers like that are something we have in common. The palace descended into panic. After Wu and the Dai Li agents' arrests, reports flooded in on an underground assault on the city. From what Azula and Toph had been able to gather, waterbenders were rumored to be the culprit this time. Most of the soldiers were stationed at the outer wall or beyond the city, leaving defense of the citizens to the Dai Li and handfuls of guard stations. Since the Council of Five had just thrown the leader of the Dai Li in prison, Azula expected the generals to go out there and fight back against the water tribes themselves. But they stayed behind the palace walls leaving orders for their soldiers. They recalled a certain amount of soldiers back from the outer wall but still left many at their posts in case this was a simple diversion from another attack. Toph stomped her way out of the palace offering angry exclamations to Azula, who struggled to keep her pace. They're all idiots. Cowards, too. I can't believe they'd just hide behind their walls again while there's an attack in the city. What'll happen when the waterbenders get to the palace? Are they gonna hide in their bathrooms next? What else are they supposed to do? Azula asked her as they passed the ochre walls leading to the palace's entrance pavilion. Soldiers and guards marched in defensive positions around the outside of the palace, building hasty fortifications and clambering up on the walls to prepare their trebuchets. They have to lead. Going out to the battlefield on their own to recklessly endanger themselves is a foolish move. For all we know, the water tribes are indeed planning an attack from outside the walls. Whose side are you on? The logical one. She looked up at the night sky and tried to think of a plan. If Sokka and Katara were indeed behind this, as Aang predicted, logic dictated Azula would have to search them out first. Let's go find Aang, Toph said. And we never found Zuko yet, either. No, Azula said at once, but backpedaled when she realized how sharp her voice came out. We don't need to find Aang. He might never come back. They had to do this on their own. But Zuzu. Yes, I think he's been gone long enough. Almost long enough for his little sister to begin worrying. Toph widened her stance, her feet sliding across the ground. Hang on. Someone's sneaking around. She pressed her heel into the earth and Azula heard rocks move and a male grunt, so both girls followed the sound to the other side of the wall where she found a man encased in stone. It took Azula a moment to realize his head was not wrapped in bandages, but cloth to protect from the heat of the sun. As soon as he saw them, he burst from his earthen cage with his own earth bending and clung to the palace wall, but Azula flung a handful of orange flame at him to block his path and send him scurrying the other way. Who might you be? She asked, trying to place his unfamiliar clothing. Someone who doesn't belong at the palace, I suspect, especially during an enemy attack. He twisted his hand into the wall and a hail of red sand burst from it, obscuring Azula's vision in a cloud of ochre dust and sending her into a coughing fit. She heard Toph stomp her foot and he launched from the wall and landed in a heap behind the two. Azula turned around, trying to cover her eyes from the sand and pin him down at the same time, but the red sand around them whirled and pushed at them both, eerily like blood in the darkness, only to be blocked by Toph, who snapped her arm downward and buried the man up to his neck. You're a sandbender, Azula pointed out once the dust had settled. She cleared her throat to dislodge the rest of the irritants in it. She examined the man, or boy, since he seemed about Zuko's age, and put two and two together. You must be that Dai Li agent's brother. The one who got arrested. His eyes widened, the only part of his face that she could see. You know Nagi? She was arrested? Why? Toph spit to the side, likely to remove the bit of sand that got into her own mouth. Why should we tell you? What are you sneaking around here for? No, it's okay, Azula said, waving her down. They could use him to their advantage. She was arrested on account of collaborating with you to raid the palace banquet a few nights ago. We had nothing. We know who was behind it, Azula continued, speaking over him. But what I am more interested in is the water tribe male you associated with. Was his name, by chance, Sokka? His eyes widened again, barely perceptible. Now, Azula said, drawing closer. That was all the confirmation she needed. You can tell me where he is, and where his sister is, or you can keep the information from us and we'll alert the guards who will arrest the confirmed traitor who was caught sneaking into the palace again so they can take you away to never see the light of day for the rest of your miserable, pathetic life. I don't know where he is, the sandbender said, looking away. But I know where Katara is. Azula tried not to let her eagerness show. Where? I won't tell you, he said. Not until you help me get my sister out of here. I've had enough of this city and I plan to leave with her, especially now that she's been arrested. Even though you could ride on the glory of your waterbender friend's attack. Azula asked him with narrowed, accusing eyes. Betray your own people to help them take this city. It's so far beyond that right now, he said. A mythical being from the legends of my people has appeared in the city. He destroyed so much of it already, Wan Shitong, he who knows 10,000 things. I just want to find Nagi and get us both out of here alive. The phantom soared, barely perceptible with his black feathers against the night sky. His white face, haunting and all-seeing, was the only indication that he was still there. His white face, his horrid face, imperceptible, unfathomable. The ground still shook occasionally as the web of underground catacombs collapsed and took whole city blocks with them. City guards defied the orders of their superiors and worked to rescue townspeople from the wreckage instead of fighting the waterbenders, but no one could evacuate because there was nowhere to go. The same walls that protected the city and provided order also trapped everyone within. The water tribe seemed to come to the same conclusion. They feared the spirit above just as much as everyone else. They'd been trapped and Maya wondered if many of their own had been buried in the tunnels below when the tower appeared. They fought with desperation, cutting down everyone in their way, so Maya and her companions fought back. The Roku warriors wouldn't let fear win, they were professionals. Typical humans. The voice echoed from above. Warring and destroying each other even as you face calamity. A pity. I will have to free you all from the suffering you inflict upon yourselves. Maya didn't know how or why, but foxes soon appeared as well, emerging as if from underground. Docile at first, the creatures hid from the humans until the owl spirit above made a ghastly sound, like hooting, which made the foxes triple in size and grow 2 extra tails. Their eyes glowed red and they became aggressive, bounding across the city with more agility than Maya or her warriors ever could. They snapped their jaws and unleashed cries that pierced the eardrums of anyone in the vicinity. Maya tried to give them a wide berth but they hunted with startling efficiency and soon she realized Aang would be their only hope of survival, much less victory. Screaming and crying. Shouts of pain and anguish. Dust that never seemed to settle. The sickening sounds of bludgeons and slashing weapons impacting with flesh. Maya smelled blood, smoke, and sweat everywhere she turned. But she could not falter. A man wielding a heavy blue club attacked her friend Xiao from behind and Maya intervened before he could strike, nailing him with darts. Lu Mao's voice shouted above the din. "Captain, look out!" A water tribe invention Maya vaguely recognized as a sludge grenade, roughly the size of a kuai ball, rolled to a stop at her feet and she had just enough time to dive out of the way. A blast of force impacted her in the back as she tried to duck behind a pile of rubble, but the fishy-smelling substance struck her and she hit her head on a stone and knew no more. "That sounds ridiculous," Azula said, but even so they ran through the palace halls with the sandbender, Gashiun, toward where Toph said they kept the prisoners in metal cells. Dignitaries and other nobles watched the trio pass, unheeding or uncaring of the chaos outside. Behind the palace walls they thought the war wouldn't reach them, its opulence preserved in ceremony and pomp. Their feet padded on a lush rug with exquisite patterning of a white tiger beast pursuing prey through a bamboo forest. Toph made an abrupt turn down a hallway and Azula briefly admired the tail feathers of a brilliant firebird under her feet down this corridor, its rainbow plumage streaking across the sky. She shook her head and brought her attention back to the real world. "Why would some bird spirit attack the city? You're just lying to get us to help you." "I'm not lying," Gashiun said. "And how should I know why?" "He's not lying," Toph confirmed. "Then he's ignorant enough to believe his own lies," Azula shot back. "Well, regardless, his Dai Li agent sister helped to smuggle Katara and Sokka into the city." "No," said Gashiun. "Nagi had nothing to do with that." "So it's just you who's a traitor, then?" "Shut up, I'm concentrating," Toph said, stopping to put her hand to the floor. "These stupid carpets are making it difficult to sense where to go." "We could just force Katara's whereabouts out of him," Azula suggested. Toph stood straight and continued running. "We should get Wu out. Something about this whole situation doesn't seem right to me. I knew I didn't trust those generals." "Well, duh," said Azula. "They're making a power grab. Framing sandbenders as their enemies behind these walls so they have a scapegoat that allows them to consolidate power from those they view as weak or a bothersome obstacle. It was all very well done. They did miss one thing, though, the Dai Li. Whoever controls the Dai Li controls this city, and right now no one seems to control them. Whose side are you on?" Toph asked her again, though it was more of a mutter this time and Azula smirked. There was no denying that Toph knew she was right, perhaps even impressed. "You two are companions of the Avatar, aren't you?" Gashiun asked as they edged around a corner. Toph signaled that they neared the stairs descending to the high-profile prisoner level. Azula peeked ahead. 3 guards in custom uniforms stood at the top of the stairs where they needed to go. "What of it?" Gashiun said nothing. Toph approached the guards without bothering to hide, but one of the men stepped forward and took an earthbending stance. Stand down, he said. No one approaches without clearance from the Council of Five themselves. Toph cracked her knuckles. I don't think so, buddy. We're here to break out Wu cause you're all corrupt and stuff. Azula rolled her eyes. Heroic. Inspirational. Intimidating. We're the Terra team, the best earthbenders Ba Sing Se has to offer, said the guard. This is the last warning for you to stand down. Toph scowled. And you're on Cushy Palace prison duty instead of guarding the walls. She flicked her wrists and pillars jutted out from the ground underneath them. One was too slow to react, but the other two struck at Toph with a combined attack. She blocked it with a shower of stones. Well, I've got news for you, buddy. I'm the best earthbender in the world. Gashiun moved forward as if to help, but Azula shook her head and he stopped. The ground shifted under one of the soldiers and Toph jabbed her elbow to strike him into unconsciousness. The last one tried to rush her with a wave of gravel, but she lifted herself up above it and slammed down on a slab of earth to throw him into the wall, where he slumped down, motionless. She said with a shrug. You guys aren't that special. They rushed down to the lower levels where they saw a corridor of metal doors. Gashiun pushed his way forward. Nagi, where are you? A face appeared in one of the windows set into the tops of the cell doors, the same young woman who had been arrested earlier. Gashiun. What are you doing here? He went up to her door and tugged on the metal handle to no avail. How do I get you out? Wu's face appeared at another cell door. What's happening? She asked. We've come to bust you out, said Toph. She knocked on the metal. But, what's your brilliant idea to open these up, Azula? She sighed and jangled the keyring that she pilfered from one of the Terra team guards. Ever hear of keys? Gashiun lunged forward as if to grasp them from her, but she pulled her hand back. First, tell us where Katara is. In the catacombs beneath the upper ring, he said. You can reach it by digging not far from your house, near the canals. And? He averted his eyes for just a moment. She has 2 of your friends there. Azula blinked. 2 of them. Their names are Zuko and Jet, he said. Azula felt fire flare to life in her palms and almost gripped him by the throat, but Toph stopped her. Come in, she urged. We can't waste any time. When the water tribes attacked, the freedom fighters rallied to action. What was once a dozen kids more than doubled in size after coming to Ba Sing Se. The lower ring was full of orphans who cried for a cause, and Jet had answered, and now they fought to defend their new home. Smeller B used her curved knife to great effect, but her main concern was ensuring that the freedom fighters coordinated their attacks and none got left behind. With Jet missing and Bandit leaving them, she'd found herself the de facto leader of the bunch, a responsibility from which she didn't back down. She had Fleetfoot run to send a message to their contact in the Creeping Crystal, but while they waited for support they were on their own. She hated relying on adults, but even she wasn't stubborn enough to think they could fight off all of the Water Tribe warriors by themselves. Longshot supported them from above while Pipsqueak and the Duke barreled over any enemies who approached the area they'd designated as their defense point, which even a bunch of refugees and their families hid behind. She watched Sneers take down warriors twice his size and rattletrap and snare a trio of them. Bugsy and Gogglecogs built up their defensive wall from planks of wood while Big Red comforted a bunch of the younger kids who cried with every loud noise. And there were lots of loud, sometimes strange, noises. Smeller B swore she even heard an owl hooting somewhere in the distance. Shortly after that, strange giant fox creatures with 3 tails began appearing and devastated everyone in sight. She'd thought it to be Water Tribe trickery at first until the beasts began attacking the invading warriors too. She fought until she realized she'd started crying, and even with Longshot putting a comforting grip on her shoulder she couldn't help but remember when the Water Tribes raided her village and destroyed everything she had ever loved. Every war cry brought her back to that night, that terrible night, the fury in the waterbenders' attacks and the sudden snow, and she still hated the sight of snow, oppressive silent snow, and somehow she found herself curled up in a fetal position and she was a child again. She missed Jet and she wished for Bandit, but most of all, she wanted her parents there, the dim memory of her parents that faded more and more with every passing year. Smeller B thought she had closed her eyes, but the sight of an old woman kneeling down in front of her jolted her out of her state of limbo between present and past. Come now, child, said the old woman, extending a hand. "You've fought bravely." Smellerbee didn't think that was true, but then she saw even Longshot wiping at his eyes, and then she wasn't so sure anymore. An older man who wielded a sword better than anyone she had ever seen fought off scores of waterbenders down the street. She took the old woman's hand and rose to her feet. "You're with the Creeping Crystal, aren't you?" the old woman asked. Her pale blue eyes looked sad. "So am I. And we're working to evacuate the townspeople to the outer ring. We got them to open the wall." But she looked to the northeast, toward the wall to the middle ring which hadn't opened, and she furrowed her brow. "I don't know what's happening there, but I fear it is something horrible." Words tumbled out of Smellerbee's mouth. "It's horrible here, too." "Indeed," said the woman, and she gave Smellerbee and Longshot a smile despite the situation. "Will you help me?" She flipped her knife in a reverse grip and gave the order for the freedom fighters to move out. "Yeah," she said. "We're not gonna give up. You've been working with the Water Tribe all this time, haven't you?" Nagi's words came out like venom, stopping Gashiun in his tracks while they fled from the palace. They'd tried to stay hidden, to make their way to the tunnels that led beyond the walls. Gashiun couldn't face her. "It was all so I could find you and bring you home." "So you worked with the enemy? Allowed all this to happen?" Each of her words felt like physical strikes. "Gashiun, do you realize how many people are going to die today because of what you've done? How many are already dying, as we speak? Is it much worse than you living here in the Viper's Nest for these past 2 years?" He turned to face her with a scowl. "Working for those who never cared for our people, who searched for any excuse to imprison you and blame us for their troubles. If it wasn't for the Water Tribes knocking at their walls, the Council of Five would have waged war on Siwang City by now." She turned her head away so that he couldn't see her face because of her cowl. Without the conical Daily hat, she looked more like his sister again. "That's different. Don't you dare try to compare what we've done." She put a hand to her chest. "I'm trying to change things from the inside. But you. I saw the way you look at that boy. You're falling for him." "I am not," he exclaimed, and from the volume of his voice he knew it wasn't convincing. He tried to change the subject, to bury it along with his feelings, because he knew Sokka would never notice anyway, just like he never noticed the attention of Suki and you. "Anyway, I never expected the arrival of Wan Shi Tong. It wasn't supposed to be like this." "Then we can't just run away," Nagi insisted, turning toward him fully again. She had a pleading look in her dark eyes as she grabbed his hand in both of hers. "We have to do what we can to help. Wan Shi Tong came from below, right? In the catacombs." "The waterbenders' reports said a tower even appeared in the middle ring," he said. "I think his spirit library has somehow manifested in our world." Nagi's eyes widened, and for a brief moment he saw the look of wonder she got whenever her passion for history came out. "Amazing," she breathed, but she gathered her wits as if reminding herself of the severity of the situation. "Then let's go. We may be able to find something down there, a way to reverse it. We can aid the Avatar's friends in this." "Oh, Gashiun, they must be so wise and knowledgeable." As she spoke, Gashiun thought of Sokka under the light of a purple lantern. How foolish it was to ignore his instincts that said to run away. Even if he disagreed with his sister, he knew they would never be enemies. But he didn't want to admit to her that the real reason he wanted to run away was that he wasn't sure what he'd do if faced with Sokka and Katara again. Gashiun and Nagi reversed course and used their earthbending to make their way to the tunnels beneath the upper ring. He just hoped his sister wouldn't hate him for whatever events transpired below. Trust the spirits to make everything go horribly wrong. Sokka had managed to escape the tunnel collapse, but he didn't know how many men they'd lost or how many had made it into the city. He didn't know if they'd be able to escape or evacuate. An icy feeling gripped his lungs and his heart when he thought of all the devastation throughout the city, all the lives extinguished, and wondered if Gran had even survived. He turned to Suki and Yu, waiting with him under the night sky in a section of the middle ring that hadn't yet seen much of the fighting. Yu looked frightened, but Suki had her face set in determination, ready for action. "Any ideas, Sokka?" Suki asked. "We'll call off the attack," he said. "There may be no escaping the city now, either. We've failed. Monumentally. My dad will be furious. He couldn't help but chuckle at the idea of his father learning of the defeat and capture of both of his children and his ward and Arnuk's daughter, despite everything. There'd be no coming back from this weakness that reflected upon both of their families. He wouldn't be surprised if Hakata ended up disowning them. Why are you laughing, Sokka? You asked, lip quivering. This is serious. To the water tribes, family and community were everything. But what could he do when his family had been broken for years? I am serious, he said. In fact, I've never been more serious about anything in my life. Come on, we have to find Katara. Aang found Wu on the palace grounds rushing to her living quarters alone in the night. He had decided to head for the palace first to see if his friends were there, if they warned the city's leaders in time for the attack. His flight over the city from the lower ring to the palace was fraught with concern for everyone below. He felt guilty, terribly guilty, for flying over the battle, but he couldn't waste time. He had to find his friends, had to make sure the city didn't face a coup by Katara and Sokka. Battling the soldiers below would scarcely do anything to help, especially if it was only a distraction. The city was huge, too huge for one person to make a difference, even if he was the Avatar. He had to rely on the hope that Zabao and the White Lotus could help. That Kunna and Piandao fought. That Bumi and the Creeping Crystal would arrive in time. Despite all of his allies, he still had the feeling that something had gone wrong, that the veil between worlds wavered. Appa landed in the pavilion right in front of Wu's pagoda, startling the Grand Secretariat so much that she gasped and nearly dropped the books and scrolls in her arms. Avatar! She exclaimed. Oh, you've returned. Thank goodness. Where are you going? He asked, narrowing his eyes. Are you trying to run away? Her face reddened for a moment, but she frowned. Well, yes. The Council of Five arrested me. What choice do I have but to flee this city? Aang scowled as he jumped down from Appa and wondered if Sokka and Katara took control of the council instead of the Dai Li like Princess Azula did, and wanted to hit himself for overlooking that possibility. Tell me everything. She launched into a tirade about the Council of Five, the fall of Jiduan, and her arrest during the subsequent meeting. She told him about the Water Tribe attack and something worse, something he overlooked, something he normally felt he should have been able to sense, but with the world so out of balance he missed, and he cursed the city for being so large that even flying over it Aang missed Wan Shi Tong and the devastation he had wrought. He realized then that the knowledge seeker he saw beneath Lake Laogai was simply a harbinger of the disaster to come. Finally, Wu told him that Azula and Toph had descended into the catacombs to rescue Zuko from Katara, and that was all he needed to hear. Wu, Aang said. His voice came out strong and steady, older and more focused than a 12-year-old's. I need you to stay. Re-establish order. Whoever controls the Dai Li controls this city, and right now I need that person to be you. Protect the people of this city until I come back. Wu seemed taken aback, but gathered herself together and nodded. But where are you going? Aang saw Sabi glide toward them and land on Appa. She chattered something to Momo, who responded in turn, and Aang couldn't help but smile. I'm gonna go find my friends, he said, including Sokka among them. Maybe even Katara. And then we're all dealing with Wan Shi Tong. Don't let anything happen to Appa and the lemurs, okay? Wu blinked and looked up at the enormous bison, who grumbled at her. Okay, she said, in quite an undignified way. Well aware of the irony of leaving Appa in the care of a Grand Secretariat, he opened up a way into the tunnels and went underground. I wasn't always a bender, Zuko admitted, staring down at his hands. It's a pretty recent thing. But my sister has always been one, the star of the village, trusted to protect us all when my father and his soldiers left to fight in the war. She was always my father's favorite. Katara scowled at him. Bet that hurt you, didn't it? Having a girl be the one trusted to protect your teeny little village. He shook his head. No, it's not like that, he said. But she was the only firebender. He always showed her off. He sailed all around the southern archipelago to find her a master, and only gave up because my uncle convinced him that he was needed to lead the village. My sword fighting was never good enough. After Mom died, he only got worse. Always just telling me to repair that watchtower, or clean up around the temple so that the spirits don't get angry and weaken your sister's bending. Seriously? I don't know a whole lot about spirits or bending, but I don't think it works that way. My uncle has always been more of a father figure to me. Katara actually chuckled at that. She sat on the ground a few feet away from him and the whole thing almost felt casual. Wanna trade fathers? Mine barely knows I exist just because I'm a girl he can just marry off for a stronger connection to the other clans. I'm the far better bender of the two of us, but my dad was probably willing to sacrifice me to spirits at one point. Ouch, said Zuko, and despite it all he couldn't help but offer her a smile. But then he looked at Jet and the horrible things Katara was capable of came flooding back to him. We need to do something, he said. We can't just sit down here and wait for that spirit to destroy the city. And Jet still needed a proper healing session. Katara had made it clear that she would do no more for him. She stood up abruptly. You can do that, she said. But I've figured out what I'm going to do, kill the Avatar. That'll stop all this spirit nonsense, won't it? He's bound to show up soon to heroically save the city or something. She said it so offhandedly that Zuko sputtered and stood up in shock. What do you mean? Why can't you help us? You can't seriously expect me to turn traitor and help the Avatar, can you? She asked, striding away. Thanks for improving my mood. And if you follow me, I'll just kill you too, and then your friend Jet will be left behind all by himself, probably also to die. She disappeared down the tunnel without looking back and Zuko kicked at a rock. Jet's not my friend, he muttered. Now, he just felt trapped and angry at himself for falling for Katara's charming facade. For several minutes, he wondered at the logistics of carrying Jet on his back and giving Katara a bit of a head start so he could lag behind her and turn down a different tunnel to avoid her. If he were Azula, she'd be able to figure out a plan even if she wasn't a fire-bending master. While he tried to heft Jet onto his back without making his wounds worse, the cavern started rumbling until a different tunnel opened up and Toph and Azula appeared. Oh, Zuzu, there you are, Azula said as if they'd only lost each other in a city crowd. Zuko rolled his eyes. Thanks for the concern. What happened to Jet? Toph asked, rushing over to Zuko's side. Jet barely stirred. Katara, Zuko said, hoping that would be enough explanation. He needs a healer. I don't know how much time he has, but she messed him up good. Azula stepped toward the tunnel Katara disappeared into, staring into the shadows. Where did she go? Zuko frowned, wondering if his sister was getting any ideas. Down there. But don't think about it. We need to get Jet to safety and then find out what to do about the warriors attacking the city. And that giant spirit thing. No, Azula said. You two need to do all those things. I need to defeat Katara once and for all. Zuko threw his hands up. Are you crazy? You can't take her alone. He pinched the bridge of his nose. I'll come with you. Wherever she's going, she wants to go back out into the city and find Aang to take him down herself. Azula put her hand on her hip and glowered at him. No. You'll only get in my way, you're not a master firebender yet, Zuzu. Then take Toph with you. Toph looked torn, standing between Zuko with Jet hanging over his shoulders and Azula, facing neither of them. As much as I want to punch Katara's face in. Jet needs my help. Despite everything, he's still my friend. And I can get him somewhere safe faster than you can, Zuko. I'll be fine, Azula said before Zuko could protest further, lighting a blue fire in her palm as she walked down the tunnel. Her eyes, cast in ghostly light, faced forward in single-minded determination to defeat Katara. Katara's machinations would end today, Azula decided. The Water Tribe princess caused Aang no small amount of pain. He'd always love her and he would never be able to see the evil she was capable of, and one day, Azula knew, it would eventually kill him. She'd just have to stop Katara before that day came. She knew what needed to be done, and if Aang hated her for it, so be it. She followed the tunnel until it opened up into an enormous cavern, bigger than any she had seen before. Emerald crystals shaped like fire emitted light from the corners and around the massive stone pillars that reached from floor to ceiling. Canals flowed with clean water from a waterfall that led to the world above, Katara's apparent destination, but Azula saw her running along the canal toward it and lobbed a fire blast in her direction. Katara heard it coming and pulled water from the canal to absorb the blow, turning to face her opponent. She smirked. "I wondered when I'd run into you," she said. She sprung into action, running along the canal and gathering water to heave at Azula, which Azula deflected with a blast of flame, so Katara circled it back and around to slam her with the full force of the wave. Azula summoned a wall of azure flames to evaporate the attack into steam, her hands spread wide. Azula said nothing and launched into an offensive, emerging out of the steam cover with fists of fire, but Katara diverted all her blows with a watery shield and made the canal swell and overflow with a flick of her wrist. Water rushed over Azula's ankles and snaked around her legs, grasping at her until she blasted it with more fire. She kept moving, knowing that if she stopped for too long Katara would sweep her up. Instead, she pressed Katara's defenses, trying to overwhelm her from all sides. The tactic seemed to be working. Katara was slower, her feet rooted to one place. Azula made her way closer, blazing through attacks and counters of water and ice both. Azula aimed at her feet and Katara smothered the fire, and soon they were close enough for physical attacks, but Katara cocooned herself in water and whirlpooled away, shoving Azula back along with icy daggers that she had to dive away from. In response, Azula sent a concentrated burst of fire which broke through Katara's icy whirlpool, and the concussive blast knocked her back to land painfully on the ground. Azula pressed her advantage. She leapt at Katara with fire at her fingertips, but Katara slapped her away with streams that tangled in her hands and froze them, giving her the opportunity to press her own offensive. Water carried her to her feet again, and she windmilled her hands to fire razor-sharp arcs that came faster than Azula expected, which she just managed to dodge with a surprised grunt. Pure white flames erupted between them, and suddenly Aang was there. The three of them faced each other, Katara looking between them as if deciding which was the bigger threat. Without a word exchanged between either of them, Azula continued the attack, intent on overwhelming Katara before she got the chance to use blood-bending on them. Finishing her off would be more complicated now with Aang here, but it needed to be done. Even so, she felt a rush of emotions from seeing him again. First came the joy at seeing him fight at her side. Then the relief that he had returned at all instead of going back to his world. After that the dread settled in, heavy and nauseating, the thought of his reaction to her finishing off Katara, something she had not wanted him to see. Aang dashed in a circle and swept up a current of air that carried him far above them, raining down crimson fireballs on Katara. She rode a current out of his range, but Azula blocked her way, sweeping out her foot to trip her up at her base. It knocked her down, but Katara pulled herself up, panting with exertion, and Aang latched himself to one of the pillars, keeping his distance. Azula couldn't read his expression. Katara held up her tensed hands, and for a moment Azula felt her limbs seize. "This isn't a fair matchup anymore, is it?" Katara asked. Before she could make Azula do anything, Aang's pillar wobbled and collapsed, bringing him down with it. Katara released Azula from her hold as they all looked around for the earthbender, but he rode in on an earthen wave and Azula recognized him as the sandbender from earlier, Gashiun. He circled his arms and called up a torrent of sand that spun toward Aang, only for Aang to disperse it with wind, but it converged again behind him and drilled into his back. "Didn't expect you to show up," Katara said, holding her stance. "Thanks, though." "Who are you?" Aang asked. Then his eyes widened in recognition and cycled through something like confusion before narrowing in surprising hatred. Azula had no idea if they'd met before in this world or his other one. Aang widened his stance and punched both fists forward, pulling them back so his elbows lined up. The ground shook and the earth erupted underneath Gashiun, but he rode a platform out of the way and retaliated with streams of sand that moved like water. Katara punished Azula for her distraction, covering her with water and freezing it over, trapping Azula in place. Before Katara could do anything, Aang stepped between them, pressing his palms together in an attempt to clamp Katara between earthen jaws, giving Azula the opportunity to free herself. She turned to face Gashiun, fists clenched. "Why are you even helping them?" she asked, scowling. "You're a traitor to your people." "It's none of your business," he said. "You know nothing about me." She blasted blue flames at him, which he blocked with a wall of stone, but when she continued the stream he had to use sand instead, which hardened into glass half-dome in just moments. The glass shattered and the force of the attack blasted Gashiun backward, and Angela continued her assault with fury and madness in her eyes. Ain had never expected to meet Appa's kidnapper again, much less here in the catacombs fighting alongside Katara, a face he'd never forget. But he had no time to question it. There were more important things. He and Katara exchanged a series of blows with fire and water whips, respectively, clashing and sizzling against each other. She swept her hand out and more water rushed from the canal, coiling around his arm and yanking him toward the water. He cleaved the tentacle with a fiery chop and spun around with a sweeping kick in an attempt to knock Katara off her feet. She froze her legs to the floor before the gale reached her and launched a flurry of icicles at him. "What is it, Avatar?" she asked him. No words this time. No tearful begging for me to stop attacking. "No," he said. "I'm going to keep fighting until you give in." She grinned and jumped into the canal. "That's what I wanted to hear." He leapt high above her again, swirling the winds around his leg into an axe kick that he dropped on her with enough force to blast away her shields. It sent her face down into the water, but she swirled it around her and rose up to his level on a water spout, sending wave after wave at him with every gesture once he fell to the ground. He covered himself with an earthen shield and punched forward to destroy the section of the canal, disrupting her water spout but making the flow of water spill over. She landed on the ground, hard, but rose up on the crest of another wave that surged like a tide over Aang and Azula, who had knocked Gashiun away and turned to face Katara alongside Aang. The wave bowled both of them over, but Aang pushed himself to his feet first and stomped so pillars of earth rose in a line toward Katara. It lifted her up and dropped her to the ground, and for a moment Aang thought she fell unconscious, but when she dragged herself to her feet again on shaky legs she took a familiar stance, her arms spread and fingers splayed out. "Aang," Azula hissed. "Do something." But Aang and Azula both went stiff, their arms clamped at their sides. Zuko and Toph ran with Jet still unconscious on a slab of earth, the grinding sound of stone against stone rumbling through the tunnels. Toph led the way up the same tunnel she used to get down to the catacombs, but it occasionally intersected with others on the way down. Movement felt painstakingly slow. Every second they spent below the city was worse for Jet as his breathing felt weaker and weaker. Neither of them said it, but both Zuko and Toph desperately hoped they'd be able to bring him to the palace medic, if they could even find one. In one of the intersecting tunnels, they found Suki and Yu. Both girls fell into an attacking stance until Toph waved a hand and sealed off the tunnel, so they continued. Suki shouted something but Zuko didn't hear it before Toph cut her off. By the time they surfaced, they found themselves in an eerily quiet upper ring. Nobles shut themselves in their homes or evacuated to the palace grounds. Glass shattered somewhere in the distance and someone shouted something unintelligible. Somewhere else, an animal that sounded like a fox cried. Once he breathed in the cool night air, he turned to Toph. "Where's Mai?" She gripped the stone slab that carried Jet with both hands and pushed. "I don't know. She went off to Sanctuary Gate and we haven't seen her since." Worry clutched at his chest, but before he could say anything else a flash of gold fell on him from above. He rolled out of the way, drawing his broadswords to face his opponent. "Suki." Toph slid her foot to ram Yu with rock spikes, but she danced out of the way. "Oh, come on. We don't have time for this." Zuko scowled. "Don't you two know what's going on?" Suki slashed her fans toward Zuko, who batted her away with his swords. "Yeah, but the way we see it, you guys are the cause of all this and we have to get revenge for what happened to our men." "I'm past the point of wanting to fight you," Zuko said. "Just leave us alone." "Suki, look out!" Yu exclaimed, swinging her blade to cut a stone bullet out of the air. Zuko looked around. That didn't come from Toph. "It's that Dai lady," Toph grumbled. Suki scowled. Nagi. A young woman who couldn't have been more than a year older than Zuko appeared from around the corner, stone cuffs raised. "I know what you two are," she said, glowering. "Water Tribe. You're under arrest." Toph held her fighting stance and shoved a stone pillar at Suki, who leapt off of it. "What happened to your weirdo brother?" "I had hoped he'd be with you," said Nagi. Zuko's head spun and he wondered why they worked with a Dai agent now. "He slipped away from me while we made our way here." "Great," said Toph. Now you can handle these two bozos while we go get help for Jet. Zuko nodded, ready to fight alongside Nagi if he had to, but the ground rumbled underneath them and Toph groaned. Ugh, now what? Yu swayed on her feet and put a hand to her forehead. Something powerful comes, she said, her voice low and afraid. Something dark. This isn't supposed to be here. What on earth is happening to the spirit world? Zuko felt sick to his stomach when he looked down at the tunnel they had emerged from. Something lurked in the shadows and he had the strong desire to get far, far away from there. Toph raised an eyebrow, her face twisted in concentration. It's got a ton of legs. This sounds crazy but it feels like a giant centipede. She turned toward the hole and clapped her hands together to seal it, but the rumbling continued and something burst from the tunnel. It was indeed a giant centipede, so huge that it rose at least 10 feet in the air and seemed at least the same width as the tunnel, enormous and terrifying even though most of its body stayed concealed underground. Its legs flexed like claws when it stretched under the moonlight, languid and euphoric. It looked straight at the sky and Zuko could hear it draw in a deep breath. Whatever it was, Zuko knew at his core that he did not want to look at its face. It spoke. Its voice came out deep and smooth and slow, like inky black tar. It has been so long since I walked upon the human world. I cannot let Wan Shi Tong be the only one to roam free under your sky tonight. Yu held her hands over her mouth, her eyes wide, but she looked away. Everyone, keep your faces as blank as you can. This is KOH the Face Stealer. Everyone ran. All of them, Zuko realized, except for Toph. She stood her ground in front of Jet's motionless body, as Toph always did, and pulled up rock spikes on both sides of KOH to pin him in place. She jumped forward and jabbed her hands, calling up a third spike to pierce through his abdomen. He wailed in pain but then his voice fell several octaves deeper and Zuko forced himself to look back. He wished he didn't. KOH's face was demonic, a fearsome entity with bloodshot eyes, skin mottled by scabs, and a gaping maw filled with rows of pointed teeth. He didn't know if what you said was true and he had to keep a blank face, but he wasn't sure if he even could when he saw that. It didn't matter, anyway, the spirit focused its ire on Toph. Not so tough, are ya? Toph said. Zuko could practically hear the smirk in her voice. Quick as lightning, a claw swiped out toward her face, and blood pounded in Zuko's ears as he shouted louder than he ever did before. Chapter 21, The Crossroad Between Worlds, Part 2. Aang watched Azula spin on her toes, her arms spread in opposite directions while she bent at the hip. Katara forced Aang to stay completely still and watch as she took joy in humiliating Azula, flexing her control over both of them. This is fun, isn't it? Katara asked, grinning. Gashiun looked on with a sickened look on his face. It's like dancing. Am I the only one having fun here? Didn't anyone teach you not to play with your food before you eat it? Azula snapped at her. Quit fooling around and finish us. Katara dropped one hand to her side and scowled. Well, then. How about I just have you two kill each other, then? Azula swayed over to Aang, her arms limp and flailing with each movement, only to reach for his belt and pull his meteorite sword from its scabbard. She came close enough for him to see the sweat on her brow and the terror in her eyes, and that, more than anything, made Aang want to do something. Anything to make that expression go away. Aang, I can't stop, she said, her voice high. Can't you go Avatar state or something? He couldn't look away from her eyes. I'm sorry, he said. He strained against the invisible force holding him as Katara separated the two by a dozen paces. Reasoning with her would be impossible, just as pointless as fighting her bloodbending. I can't. Not anymore. Azula pulled back and gripped the blade with two hands, point aimed at his chest. Tears threatened to fall but she blinked them away. I'm sorry, too, she said, and at that moment a million things he wanted to say flashed through his mind but they didn't make their way to his lips in time. Azula's words, however, didn't linger in hers, and she whispered a reminder and a promise. I love you. He jerked forward and propelled toward her and she toward him, but right at the moment when the sword had been about to pierce his chest, Katara let out a grunt and Azula diverted the sword just in time and it stabbed the ground. Aang crashed into Azula but they both stayed upright, his arms on hers to brace her, and together they looked at Katara, whose limbs twitched as she grimaced at them. Someone else had used blood bending on her. What did you do? Katara asked through grit teeth. She drew in a deep breath and her body loosened, so she turned to look at something to her left, and Aang realized she had addressed someone else. Sokka. Are all four of you really that dense? Sokka snapped at them, appearing from the waterfall. A complete disaster is happening up there, with whole sections of the city being destroyed while a bunch of crazy spirits rampage, and you're all down here just fighting with each other. Katara glared daggers at him while Aang, Azula, and Gashiun stayed silent. Why'd you stop me? How did you stop me? You're not even a good bloodbender, you can only do it on a full moon. He gave her an exaggerated shrug. Oh, I don't know, I figured since there's some spirit nonsense happening, the Avatar might be our best bet to keep from getting completely wiped out. We already lost, Katara. He flipped his club in his hand as he approached them. And you said it yourself, full moon's only a few days away. Close enough, right? Azula separated from Aang and shot Sokka with her own glare. So you're just turning against her out of a sense of self-preservation? Like we'd want to work with someone like that. We don't need your help. I'm not turning against anybody, he shot back. He looked back at his sister and his features softened. Katara, have some sense. We'll figure this out together. Aang looked to Katara, almost in disbelief that this possibility could come to pass. Could they all truly work alongside each other? Sokka's offer of a truce was welcome, despite what Azula had said. Aang's stomach fluttered. She stepped back from all three of them and held out her hands, cleanly dashing Aang's hopes. I don't think so. Aang, Sokka, and Azula all went limp, heads hanging as they rose just enough for their toes to brush against the ground. She pushed them toward the waterfall. Sokka, I'm hurt. Sokka closed his eye and strained, but nothing happened. Katara, don't do this. Her face turned red with anger. Don't talk to MMF. A glob of wet sand hit her on the back of her head and covered her face, courtesy of Gashiun, and Azula took the opportunity to grab the sword and run right up to Katara with it before Katara could retaliate. For one horrible moment Aang thought Azula planned to run her through, but she smacked Katara through Gashiun's sand with the hilt of the sword, making her crumple to the ground, unconscious. Sokka knelt at Katara's side, stunned. Gashiun, why'd you do that? His question didn't come out angry, just surprised and confused. I agreed with you, he said, and for the barest moment Aang thought he saw a blush rise to the sandbender's cheeks before he turned away. Come. We have to go. Azula tossed the sword back to Aang and he caught it and sheathed it. Thanks for that, he said. She smirked and he turned to Sokka. Sokka. Thank you, too. I don't want or need your thanks, he responded without even looking up at Aang. I still invaded the city with her in the first place, remember? Azula composed herself remarkably quickly and folded her arms. And you'll get your comeuppance for that, so don't worry. Aang approached Katara and clenched his fists, enclosing her hands and feet in stone cuffs, but Sokka was the one who lifted her over his shoulder and headed to the waterfall. Aang frowned. Despite everything, it felt wrong to shackle Katara. Appa should still be right above us, he said. We'll bring her to him and we'll all head into the city to help. Gashiun used his earthbending to make handholds on the slippery rock around the waterfall leading back up to the surface. I will not be joining you, he said. Aang almost said that, as Appa's kidnapper, he wasn't invited on Appa out of principle, but held his tongue. I have no desire to face Wan Shi Tong. I'm going to find my sister again and get out of here. Azula climbed up after Aang made handholds for her, slower than them all despite her best efforts. Do you know that spirit, Aang? I do, he answered, and he almost lost his balance on the rock face as he thought of the menacing owl. Things are even more complicated with him here. Wan Shi Tong kind of hates me. You grabbed Zuko by the shoulders and stared at him in the eyes. Look at me, she said, her voice firm. Relax. I know she was your friend, but you need to remove all emotion before the face stealer gets you, too. Not one expression, not for 1 second. He didn't know how he could, especially after seeing Toph's body fall limp. No, she's just Toph, he thought. Not her body. No, not her body. The others did it. Suki's face remained expressionless behind her makeup. The Daily agent, too. But they didn't know Toph. He turned away, unable to look, and grasped at his face as if to pull away any emotion. But how could he, when he wanted to rage? To cry and exact vengeance? Even fear burned strong, especially with his back turned to that monster. He still remembered its horrid face with all those teeth and its eyes. "Koh the face stealer," said Yu, her voice in a deliberate monotone. "What are you doing in our world?" Zuko wondered if she was trying to distract Koh from his storm of emotions. That voice like tar slithered behind him and Zuko felt chills up and down his spine. "The Avatar is indeed the bridge between this world and the spirit world," he said. "It took no effort at all for a spirit of my caliber to pass through the veil, as thin as it is." "Even so," said Yu, "you do not belong here." Zuko tried. He tried to push the pain away into the same corner of his mind where the loss of his mother only felt like a dull ache, but that felt like running his tongue over an exposed nerve from a lost tooth, and the pain came back all at once and the tears fell. Toph was his friend and he failed her, and here he was, unable to even look at the monster, unable to get revenge for what had happened. He wondered if Koh could smell the emotion on him, if he knew that Zuko felt so much and so strongly even though he'd turned away from the spirit. His tears fell, but he dared not make a sound or move his face an inch. "No," said Koh. "I do think I belong right here to punish the Avatar for his hubris." His many feet scuttled on the stone pathway and the sound made Zuko so uncomfortable that he forced himself to look. Koh had changed his face, though the new one was no less horrifying, like a white mask with red lips and grey markings around his eyes. He coiled around Yu, who did not move a muscle. "You see, the Avatar thinks he can change things at a whim. Things that were supposed to happen. A few months ago, a girl was supposed to die, but he saved her." It took a moment for Zuko to realize who Koh might have been talking about. "Ty Lee?" The Daily agent stepped forward. "If you are here to punish the Avatar, then leave us alone, foul spirit," she said. "He isn't among us." Koh's face changed in a blink and he screamed at Nagi right in her face with a new visage of a blue demon with sharp teeth. "Do not speak to me, interloper." Zuko didn't know how, but Nagi managed to keep a straight face. In another breath, he turned back to Yu, his face changing to that of a kind woman with black hair. "You've been touched by a different spirit," he said. "So I would not be able to take your face away." "The stories describe you as a sort of trickster," said Yu. "I have been touched by a spirit, but I will not fall for that. Speak plainly." Koh continued coiling around Yu, swaying back and forth. "To balance a life gained, another must be taken," he said. Zuko tried to speak, but he didn't think he would have been able to while keeping a straight face. Didn't he already take Toph? What more did he want? "But I think, with how much the Avatar is meddling, I may need to take away more than just one so the balance is maintained," Koh continued. "Starting with you, the girl who died in another world. And then maybe the interloper, and the boastful earthbender for good measure. That boy has already been spared his destined death, so he will not do." Zuko glanced at Jet, the last one to which Koh referred, but Jet still hadn't moved from unconsciousness. He stopped coiling and looked directly at Yu, his face changing to that of a serpent-faced demon. "No!" Suki exclaimed. Koh rounded on her at once, but Zuko couldn't see Suki's face around his enormous bulk. He let out a breath of relief when he heard Suki's voice, clear of any inflection. "You died in another world. What do you mean?" In one smooth movement, Yu unsheathed her blade and cut off several of Koh's legs in a single stroke. The spirit let out a blood-curdling screech that echoed through the night, and Zuko couldn't help but close his eyes and cover his ears and screw up his face in pain, and he braced himself for the worst, for the claw to come and do the same to him that Koh did to Toph. But nothing happened. He opened his eyes and only saw Suki looking around just as confused as Zuko. Koh, Yu, Nagi, and Toph had all vanished. Upon his slab of stone, Jet stirred. He pushed himself to a sitting position, holding his head and wincing with every movement. "Bandit!" Climbing the waterfall brought them to a tunnel that ran alongside the canals going through the upper ring. Aang followed this path instead of surfacing, judging it to be the safest route for them all to traverse. It brought them to the tunnel Aang had made in the palace grounds, where they emerged and found Appa and the lemurs with a Dai Li agent who showed a copious amount of gratitude to be relieved of bison guard duty. Appa roared at the hapless agent as he departed. Gashiun left them there, heading off into the upper ring to search for his sister. With no other option for dealing with Katara, Sokka hefted her up onto Appa's saddle, but only after Azula insisted on tying her with rope. Once that had been settled, Aang set off for the middle ring with Sokka and Azula at his side. Despite Katara being bound and unconscious and still very much an enemy, Aang felt light enough to soar among the clouds, his energy renewed, ready to take on Wan Shi Tong. Sokka and Azula sat on opposite sides of the saddle and glared at each other without saying a word, Katara between them. Wan Shi Tong is an all-knowing spirit that knows how to counter all the bending styles, Aang warned them. So be on your guard for anything. Sokka scoffed. Okay, so what's your plan for killing him? Aang twisted around to glance back at him. Well, you can't really kill a spirit. Not unless it has a mortal form. Which he doesn't, as far as I know. But I figured we could talk him down and convince him to go back to the spirit world. Azula rolled her eyes and groaned. Ugh, Aang, really? You don't have a plan. Not this time, no, he said with a frown. I say sneak attack to the head, Sokka said. Make it quick. No, said Azula. Attack from above and force him to fly in a specific direction within range of one of the walls and the earthbender troops on top of them. My warriors reported a giant tower that came up from underground, Sokka continued, ignoring Azula. Let's make him angry by blowing it up. And while he's trapped between us and the wall we'll take him down in a pincer attack, Azula went on, talking over him. So when he's distracted by that we'll nail him with a sludge grenade and take him down to the ground. Guys! Aang shouted over them both. Listen, you're both two of the smartest people I know, but it would really work a lot better if you figured something out together. Katara chuckled and all three of them focused on her as she stirred awake. She wiggled to an upright position with her arms tied behind her and leaned against the back of the saddle, a nasty bruise forming on her temple. Go ahead, Sokka. Bump heads with the firebender savage. But figure it out quick because you don't have time. Her words came out like a taunt. This'll be fun to watch. Sokka glared at her, tense in case she tried anything. If this bison goes down you'll die, too. Whatever, she said. I don't care what happens to you. You're a kin traitor just like Dad. Sokka recoiled as if stung by her words. You have no idea what you're talking about, do you? Guys, now is not the time, Aang said, for the middle ring sprawled out below them. The part Aang had flown over before was nothing like this, his heart went out for all the people affected by the devastation. Wan Shi Tong had crossed a line, but no matter how Aang rationalized it he knew he was also partially to blame. If he went home like Puthik wanted, this might not have happened. The spirit world would have stabilized. Was this better than dooming them to see Ryu's moon? The library's central tower reached into the sky, just like Sokka had said, though not yet as high as the wall to the upper ring. And just ahead, he spotted a shadow flapping, its outline visible against the sky beginning to lighten beyond it. Appa flew a fair distance alongside the spirit, but close enough for Aang to shout and be heard. Wan Shi Tong! He called. Stop this senseless killing. Why should I? He responded, his voice echoing with an ethereal quality. You know as well as I, Avatar, that humanity has a proclivity toward needless violence and bloodshed. People lie and they cheat and they steal, all things you yourself have done to me, even as I gave you my trust. Well, that answered one question, as a spirit, this Wan Shi Tong was the same one from his world. Then face me, Aang said. And only me. These innocent people don't deserve to die. Innocent? Truly? He asked. The owl went into a glide and Appa followed his descent. None among humanity are innocent. None can be trusted with the knowledge I keep. Time and time again, you descend into a state of war where every side commits atrocities, every side seeks an advantage over the other. And when one atrocity is committed, vengeance is sought, only for another to seek vengeance for that act. It is a vicious cycle, one I have seen committed and repeated for thousands of years. Avatar, do you not seek revenge for what happened to your people? For all you have lost. Aang closed his eyes. Once, he did wish for that. But no longer. I could take revenge for what you did to Ba Sing Se. But I'm trying to reason with you. What I did. He flapped again, the beats of his wings sending a gust over them. You are mistaken. I was forced out of the spirit world due to the worlds merging together. I was content to stay where no people could find me or my knowledge. But now that I am here, humanity cannot be trusted to live in peace alongside the spirits, with my library so easily accessible to them. I've decided to simply accelerate what humans are doing to themselves. Azula shouted over the wind. You have no right to judge humanity. Your library is made up of human knowledge, isn't it? Who are you to be its steward? I am he who knows 10,000 things, said Wan Shi Tong. Which is infinitely more than you, little girl. He went into a dive, talons splayed out and ready to hunt, and when he spoke next his voice boomed. And I say humanity's time on this earth is coming to an end. He's going after those people on that roof. Sokka yelled, pointing down below. Aang leapt off of Appa's head, staff first, and followed behind Wan Shi Tong, who indeed headed for a group of people clustered together in safety on a rooftop. Before the owl could reach them, Aang swung his staff and struck him with a burst of wind that knocked him off course. He unfurled his glider and swooped back up to Appa. The spirit gained in altitude as well, regaining his bearings and flying up to face them. Then his neck elongated like that of a serpent and he screeched. My library will never fall into human hands. The world was going to change after this day. Kun Na knew it in her bones, knew it in the water and the sky and the earth. Spirits had never acted this way before, to her knowledge, and she wondered what it meant for the spirit world. She searched through the lower ring alongside Piandao for any survivors she could, using her waterbending without a care in the world if it meant saving lives. By this point even most of the water tribe warriors directed their attention to the angry spirits. Piandao called for her attention and a fox spirit appeared in front of her and snarled at her, hackles raised, but before she did anything Zabao appeared next to her. Golden fire hovered in front of Zabao's hands, a sensory ability she had seen him use once before to aid in her healing. Kun Na, he said. Their yin and yang are out of balance. Wan Shi Tong's doing. I suspected as much, she said, and raised her arms so that tendrils of water rose on either side of the fox spirit and glowed with golden power. The spirit growled and tried to resist, but she reconstructed its normal flow of chi and restored balance to it. The knowledge spirit shrunk to its normal size and shape, timidly approached Kun Na to lick her hand, and departed. Let us continue. There is much work to be done. Gashiun cursed himself for running, for abandoning his sister after all he went through to find her. He knew that, for a time, they fought on different sides if Nagi meant to aid the Avatar, but his loyalty had been to Katara, or so he thought. But seeing her turn on Sokka so easily, to use her blood bending on her own brother, filled Gashiun with so much shame that he couldn't imagine ever coming to blows with Nagi. Protecting Sokka was an easy decision. Thinking back, his crush had started before he had even met Sokka. Hearing Katara's stories of the brilliant and funny warrior, inventor, and strategist had captivated him. At first, he had been so disappointed to meet Sokka and learn that he was bitter, traditional, and arrogant, but over time he came to see the young man that Katara had initially described to him. But that wasn't enough to stay. He had to find Nagi and get out of Ba Sing Se before something even more terrible happened. He traced his steps back to where he had shaken her off in the upper ring and he followed the carefully paved streets until he heard sounds of battle coming from a park. He trailed the sound to its source to find Suki in battle with one of the fox spirits, rolling through the carefully maintained grass to avoid its blow while cutting up at its exposed midsection with her blade. The fox yowled and Suki yelled right back, her voice pained and so unlike her that it startled Gashiun for a moment. He dug his fingers into the earth and split the ground to call up the dirt and soil buried beneath and whirled it around both combatants to blind them. He ducked into the dirt cloud, hooked his arm in Suki's, and pulled her out and away from the fox spirit. Hey! Let go of me! Suki, it's me! I know, I said let go. He did just that as soon as he pulled her back to the street and around a corner, hidden from view of the spirit. "I'm trying to help you." His eyes fell on her tear-streaked makeup and the rips in her uniform. "What happened? Have you seen Nagi?" Suki's voice broke. "They're gone. You and Nagi both. Taken by a spirit." Gashiun felt as if the world had been taken out from under him. Wan Shitong launched at them with his beak like a spear, but Aang swung his staff and smacked him away with a burst of air and fire. Azula followed up his attack with a stream of blue fire, but the owl dove and came up on Appa's other side, and Sokka deflected him with a wall of water. Wan Shitong's maneuverability gave him an advantage, Aang quickly discovered, so he jumped back to Appa's head and grabbed the reins to spur the bison into movement. The owl spirit chased them. Azula and Sokka in tandem kept him at bay, but even so, Wan Shitong was faster than Appa, and he swooped around them with talons slashing, so Aang steered Appa into evasive maneuvers, rising and falling. "Everyone, hang on!" Aang called. Appa echoed him with a call of his own. Katara flattened herself against the saddle, about as useful as a worm with her hands still bound in rock cuffs and all the rope. "With what?" Sokka hurled his boomerang, which missed, and the owl retaliated with a flurry of wings and talons. Azula flashed blue flames and the smell of singed feathers assaulted their noses. "I remember you, buffoon," said Wan Shitong, glaring at Sokka with his beady black eyes. Sokka attacked him with a rain of needles that the owl dodged. "To me, you are nothing but a rat. Your water-bending changes nothing. Remember me? We've never even met." Sokka's boomerang returned and struck Wan Shitong in the back of the head, and Sokka grinned in triumph, but the owl opened his mouth and let out a low ringing sound, like hooting. The cry battered against their eardrums and made Aang dizzy, and a moment later he realized it did something to Appa too, and he started falling from the sky. Aang tried to cover his ears, but Sokka shouted something and Aang saw that Katara had fallen from the saddle. Aang didn't hesitate, he leapt off of Appa toward Katara and clutched the rope tied around her midsection. Sokka and Azula gripped him by the ankles and pulled them both back to the saddle. They had only a moment to collect themselves before all four of them were flattened against the saddle because Appa regained control again. Then Wan Shitong himself was in the saddle, his serpentine neck coiling around all four of them, snapping and screeching. Azula sliced at the owl's neck with flames, but it did nothing. "Aang, Mr. Bridge Between Worlds, get him out of here. By force, if you please." She had meant the saddle, but it gave Aang an idea. Face to face with Wan Shitong, he held out his palm as light flashed between them, bright as a beacon in the sky. "My!" groaned. Her ears rang as she pushed herself up, but she met resistance and she felt too weak to force through it, so she flattened to the ground again. But the sludge grenade that struck her earlier and hardened to bind her also smelled like rotten fish, so she wiggled enough to twist around and grab a knife to cut herself free. Before she stood up straight, the exertion and the dizziness combined with the smell and the pain lancing through her head made her retch, and she thought she had a concussion. She had also been covered in rubble and a layer of dust and debris. Swaying to her feet, she tried to differentiate the painful ringing in her head from the distant sounds of battle, of people sobbing, and stumbled out onto the street. There, she found Lu Mao skewered on a water tribe spear and Xiao in a puddle of her own blood, and Mai knew without checking their pulses that they were long gone. They'd given their lives to protect their captain as she lay unresponsive. She wanted to cry. She wanted to rage and scream at the fact that other humans did this, that they were unable to put aside their conflict long enough to face the rampaging spirits. She wanted revenge, to make the water tribe pay for what they had done, even if she had to do it herself. But she couldn't move, her face stayed impassive as she stared at their bodies, and anyone looking would think she regarded them with her usual stoic demeanor. Down the street, the wall to the lower ring not touching the collapsed neighborhoods shuddered and opened with the sound of grinding stone, and evacuees rejoiced at the escape route opened to them. Even as the citizens used the opening to escape, others rushed in, and Mai realized them to be the creeping crystal coming to the rescue when she saw a man mounted on an enormous bear with the Mad King beside him. She wanted to feel relief at their coming, but they were too late. Mai calmly lowered to her knees, ready to keep vigil over her companions like they did for her. Aang opened his eyes and found himself in a glittering void. A road made of starlight stretched out before him, and he knew he had been here before, at this intersection of his inner self and all the cosmic energy in the universe. He saw the world far below him, so small and distant, and the darkness beyond that felt comforting rather than unsettling or scary. Ahead loomed his enormous double, his astral self, everything he was and everything he ever would be. His realization and salvation. His enlightenment and attachment. Behind and below that, he saw another planet and Aang knew it to be his home world, the one ravaged by Sozin's comet. He could go to his astral self. He could go and choose to return to only one world and gain perfect control of the avatar state. But Aang had already made his decision. Now was not the time. This crossroad only showed him the possibilities available. As he walked down the road of light he came upon a monk meditating off to the side, in the void beyond the starlight. An air nomad. A child he recognized as himself from no more than 3 years ago, bald and unscarred by war. Aang stopped. "I'm sorry for taking your destiny," he said. "For what it's worth." The boy opened his eyes and smiled, a joyous expression free of any blame or malice. "It's okay." Aang looked at the worlds below them. "I want to give your life back to you." "I know you do," said the child. "You are me, after all. You probably would have done better, though. Better than I did in my world. You never ran away from your duties." The boy's smile faltered for a moment. "I tried to. You just succeeded in running. But it didn't change anything at all, I still got stuck in that volcano for 100 years just like you in the iceberg." They both watched the giant representation of their astral energy for a moment and Aang contemplated what could have been before he turned to look back at his younger self. "You've been here the whole time? I wondered if you were, alive." The child smiled again. "Of course. I've been with you. So what do you want to do, then?" Aang asked, and for a moment he allowed himself the fantasy of letting someone else decide for him. "Do you want to take control of your own destiny again?" "I don't know if I could," he said. "It's like Guru Puthak said. If you leave, for all we know I might not wake up. But, if you want to take that chance, I'll support you. I'll take over from where you left off." "I could do it." Aang shook his head, and despite the other's enthusiasm and confidence he knew it could never be and that it was fruitless to ask in the first place. "Winter's coming. You haven't mastered fire or earth yet. There's not enough time for you to start your journey this late." And as he looked at the boy with his innocent smile, he thought that his younger self would never be strong enough in other ways, too. The boy stretched. "Ah, I guess you're right, when you put it that way." Far away, Aang saw shooting stars and he wasn't sure how time passed here but he remembered why he came in the first place. "How do I get rid of Wan Shi Tong? I'm pretty sure he's past the point of reason." An old man's voice came from behind him and Aang turned to see Roku. "We'll banish him," he said. "Back to the spirit world. And we'll do it together." Kyoshi and Kuruk and Yang Chen all materialized. The void filled with all his past lives and Aang smiled in wonder at hundreds of people from all the nations. "Wan Shi Tong is an ancient spirit," said Yang Chen. "One in a lot of pain. He used to love humanity and respect us, maintaining all of our compiled knowledge through the ages and protecting it with pride. He treasured it and many considered him the champion of human accomplishments." Her face fell. "But, things changed." "Human greed," said Kyoshi. "Over the years, it got to be too much." Aang looked to Roku. "You made banishing him sound so easy," he said. "How do we do it?" Another man answered for him. Aang knew without asking that this man was Avatar Wan. The first. Right now, with all the worlds so close together, the Avatar has become something like a literal bridge between the worlds. Wan Shi Tong and the other spirits are in the physical world because you are. You enabled them to cross over because the spirit world is reaching to take you back." Aang frowned. "Thanks for that reminder. So what do we do?" Wan smiled. "Burn the bridge." "What?" "Before the time of the elements, way before even my time when people really started to learn true control over them, people would bend the energy within themselves and all around them," said Wan. "So, we'll bend that energy to burn the bridge between the two worlds." Aang gestured to his astral self and the starlit road between his world and this one. "But that's the Avatar's duty." You must forgive us our mistake in sending you here, said Kyoshi. But it's the only way now, especially since you chose to save both worlds. And besides, it's only one of the Avatar's duties. The other is to maintain balance between the worlds. It's only temporary, Roku continued. Until you go home. By severing our connection to you, we will hold off the encroachment of the spirit world to give you time to end the war. When you return home, the connection will mend itself. But we can't do it forever, and it may still bleed through the veil. We'll slow the rate at which the worlds are merging. Right now, all we can give you is time, said Kuruk. And I'm sorry that the other version of me in this world let the war begin. He was reckless. I was reckless. Aang felt a sense of panic rising in his chest, but he tried to force it down. But what if I need your wisdom? I can't do this alone. The boy, Aang's younger self, chimed in and stood at Aang's side. But you won't be alone. You'll still have me. Wan closed his eyes and smiled again. And you'll still have Rava, he said, but Aang had no idea who that was. He tried running after them, but the gap between him and all his past lives widened. The void yawned and they felt further and further away. Good luck, Aang. When Aang opened his eyes again, he found himself in the spirit library. He jolted awake and leapt to his feet on a current of wind, looking around at his surroundings. The library felt like a cavern, enormous and empty and quiet. A tomb would have been a more proper description, not even the knowledge seekers scampered around its halls. I was right. Azula's voice echoed far above him, the central tower that he and his friends used to enter the library for the first time all those years ago. Appa's head poked through the minaret window and he squeezed through, grumbling. He drifted through the air like an autumn leaf spiraling downward, and Aang moved aside so he could land. Aang. You're okay. You did it. She and Zuko jumped off of Appa's back before he even landed properly, and both of them surrounded him in a hug. He closed his eyes and leaned into it, savoring the feeling and the warmth. Wan Shi-tong is gone? Aang asked. He looked around. The library didn't go anywhere. Would it stay beneath Ba Sing Se forever? Azula nodded and separated from him. And you've been gone, too. For most of the morning. But I saw a light leading back here just now and I knew it was you. He looked past them to see Kun Na, Bumi, Zabao, and Sokka in the saddle, all of whom dismounted as well. His heart fell when he didn't see Toph and he tried to catch Zuko or Azula's eyes, but they both looked away. Guys. He said, his voice hesitant. What happened? A lot of things, said Kun Na, her eyes soft. I'll begin with the good news. All the spirits throughout the city are gone. Grand Secretariat Wu mobilized the Dai Li enough to save many of the survivors and round up the invaders. Rescue operations have already commenced. They're still searching and hundreds, if not thousands, are still missing, but we have hope that the damage isn't as bad as it seems. Aang would carry the weight of all the lives lost with him forever, he knew. Just like all the lives lost in his world. And Wu is officially under my protection, said Bumi, giving them a toothy grin. And so is your friend, the little waterbender girl. But her protection is more like lock and key and shackles in a big metal cell. Aang looked to all of their faces and frowned. What else? What's the bad news? Zuko's shoulders went slack. Mai and Jet are hurt and they're getting medical attention. But Aang, Toph is gone. His heart pumped in his ears and he felt like he had gotten punched in the gut. What? A spirit took her, he said, his voice low and raspy. He took her face and then he took her away. Aang was shocked he managed to speak through the lump in his throat. Her face? Was it Koh the face stealer? His legs shook and he imagined her yelling at him for having a weak stance. But Toph, losing Toph felt impossible. She was unstoppable. Get it together, Twinkletoes. You know him? Sokka asked, scowling. Zuko said he took you, too. You. Was it some sort of punishment? He couldn't keep her alive in this world, either? No. It's not going to be like this, Aang said. I can't lose them. Azula frowned. What are you going to do? She asked. Her lower lip quivered just a little. Aang, I'm sorry. I'm sad and hurt and angry too, but you can't save everyone. He remembered, dimly, Avatar Kurak's story about fighting to save the girl he loved from KOH, and how he had failed and still hunted for her after all these years. Kurak had chased the Face Stealer to the spirit world, but that option wasn't available to Aang anymore. Aang told his friends as much, about his conversation with his past lives where he made the decision to temporarily sever the connection. He was careful not to reveal anything about multiple worlds with Sokka present. Zabao looked at Aang, and Aang had the sneaking suspicion the Sun Warrior could tell what thoughts passed through his mind. I knew I couldn't feel the spirit world anymore. But there may be a way, he said. There are spirit portals in the North and South Poles. Ancient places where our world crosses over with the spirit world. They've been closed for thousands of years, but... Sokka stepped forward with a clenched fist. We have to try it. Aang nodded, thankful for the path forward. We have to go to the south, anyway, he said. To the Water Emperor, so we can end this war. He looked to his friend, to the Water Tribe warrior who became his brother in another world. Sokka, are you with us? He shrugged. Well, Dad won't be happy, but... yeah, I guess so. There's so much more at stake, isn't there? From everything Aang knew of Sokka, he knew that this sort of affirmation was all he needed. Aang unbuckled the sword sheath from his belt and walked over to Sokka. This sword is for you, he said. He glanced at Kunna as he said it and saw her eyes twinkling with approval. I want you to have it. Sokka looked at him with confusion. This thing's a work of art. Are you sure? Call it an avatar's intuition, Aang said. It just feels right. And with that, he pressed the meteorite sword into Sokka's hands. Somewhere far away, Toph Beifong felt her consciousness return all at once. She had the sensation of flying and weightlessness before something happened and it threw her off course. Now she felt cold. She floated and the horror set in when she realized she was underwater, drowning, but she had no eyes to feel the sting of salt, no nose to breathe, and no mouth to scream. Interlude, Sorrows of the Moonlit Mother. 8 years ago. The capital of the Southern Water Nation, Aniaktu. The old woman rubbed the length of Musarampelt between her fingers and tooted to herself over both the quality and quantity of it. Pa, said Kunna. This is all the hunters could bring home. She glanced over at Kia out of the corner of her eye, a much younger woman, who absent-mindedly wove a basket from tussock grass, but even from across the room Kunna could tell she did such a bad job of it that it would never hold any water. Kia stared out the frosted window, her forehead creased just slightly, barely paying any attention to the sorry excuse for a basket coming together in her hands. This wool is far too fine, Kunna continued. Almost brittle. We can't do anything with this. What do they expect us to weave from this? Silk. I suppose so, said Kia, who kept staring. Kunna frowned. The wool from our own livestock is not enough to last us through the winter. I'd hoped that they would find more out on the tundra. I fear for those who live in tents. Kia turned her focus back to her work. We are lucky to live in a palace of wood, ice, and stone. There is nothing we can do for taboo breakers, Kunna said, her voice low. She examined Kia's basket more closely and realized it was not meant to be a basket at all. It had grass, but also discarded yarn from other projects dyed blue. Spirit beads had been woven into it in a way that signified the piece as a protective amulet when laid flat, though quite a larger one than normal. Is that for them? It is, said Kia, speaking quickly. I know it is forbidden to give them food or clothing or anything to directly help them through the long winter, but this is just an amulet. Made from things we don't need. One that will also provide insulation in their tents, Kunna observed. Protective amulets were not forbidden to give to taboo breakers. If anything, it was encouraged to help them see the folly of disrespecting the spirits, who could be merciful. You're very kind. And clever. Kia breathed a sigh of relief and returned to staring out the window, across Frost Mirror Lake into the scattering of tents on the opposite shore, outside the safety of the city walls. I have faith in the spirits to protect them, even despite what they did. And don't worry, I know not to get too close to them, lest the spirits confuse me for one and label me taboo breaker as well. Kunna chuckled. Now you sound like my worthless husband. Kia turned to her with an abrupt gasp and looked around nervously, but the room was only big enough for the two of them, the loom, and baskets of weaving implements. Mother! You can't let anyone hear of you disrespecting the Emperor that way. Oh, I won't tell anyone if you won't. Kia laughed and they returned to their textiles. Kun-na stood from her simple bench to rifle through the baskets filled with bolts of cloth, wool from the animals in the South Pole, silks from the Fire Nation, cashmere, and cotton from the Earth Kingdom. She'd hoped to save the wool for a nice quilt, but Sokka grew quickly and he needed a new parka. But there wouldn't be enough time for that tonight. The whale oil lamp burned low, and with it their only source of light. This room was too small for a hearth flame, so the two women kept warm with layers of clothing, blankets, and fur-lined hats. She stretched and wiggled her fingers for warmth and circulation and was about to suggest heading to sleep when a servant announced herself from behind the draping of animal skins that served as their door. "Come in," said Kun-na. The young woman prostrated herself on the cold granite floor. "Venerable Queen," she said, for the wife of the Emperor was never Empress. "Lady Kia. Prince Hakata has returned from his campaign on Kyoshi Island." Campaign. That was one word for it. Kun-na would have called it a massacre. She nodded to Kia and her daughter-in-law stood, that meant they couldn't end their night quite yet. The Emperor's palace and surrounding grounds covered a wide area, nearly a quarter the size of the surrounding city and elevated above it. The parts of the palace composed primarily of wood and stone occupied only the ground level, surrounded by concentric square walls with the warmest and most secure part in the center. The central chamber, known as the whale's belly, felt positively humid compared to the rest of the palace, with a blazing fire taking up the center of the room tended to at all hours of the day by royal servants. A pleasant ashy smell permeated the chamber. The imperial family took their meals in the whale's belly, which also had corridors leading off to their separate bedchambers. Stretched animal skins depicting historical battle scenes lined the walls and provided another level of insulation. A whale's ribcage hung from the ceiling, giving the room its name, and polar bear pelts covered the floor. The most striking part of the whale's belly, however, was the grand staircase made of ice leading to the palace's upper level, a pair of three-tiered stone fountains flanking the sides of it. Kun-na and Kia walked up these stairs carefully as they were slick with melt. The upper level of the palace, dubbed Winter's Heaven, was carved entirely from ice. From the outside, onlookers would see it surrounded on all sides by smoke from the palace's numerous chimneys. Before the wood smoke could stain the ice black, waterbenders climbed onto the palace roof daily to maintain the pristine, otherworldly quality of the ice palace that looked as if it floated in the sky. Winter's Heaven was made up of only a few chambers aside from the throne room, mostly for ice sculptures and rooms for the royal family to practice waterbending or meditation. A few chambers had been devoted entirely to spirit worship. Kun-na did not spend much time up here anymore if she could avoid it. Every chamber had a constant chill due to a lack of any fires, for obvious reasons, and it made her old bones ache. The throne room was the biggest chamber in Winter's Heaven by far. Ice pillars ornately carved with fish and seals lined the room all the way up to the raised platform upon which the throne sat, with waterfalls instead of walls all around the room. In the depths of winter, only a few weeks from now, even the waterfalls froze. A pair of bonfires in raised plinths sat on either side of the Emperor, an old man who sat on a wide chair draped with fur-lined animal skins. Kun-na took a seat on a far less grand teak bench to the side and slightly behind her husband while Kia sat on a longer two-tiered ice bench meant for the rest of the royal family behind even Kun-na. Right now, she sat on it alone. Emperor Kvichak said nothing to his queen consort or daughter-in-law as they arrived. His skin was wrinkled and leathery and hung from his jowls, making him look sickly. Kun-na had always been reminded of a pelican gull when she looked at him, not helped by his hair turning as white as snow when he aged, currently in braids piled on top of his head. Normally, he would signal to his guard to allow the advisors and royal court to filter inside, but due to the hour it would only be Hakata. The true battle debrief would take place in the morning. Hakata strode into the throne room still dressed for battle with his wolf helm, the symbol of the royal clan, on his head. A little girl trailed at his heels wrapped in layers of thick blankets, no more than 7 years old. Roughly the same age as Kun-na's oldest grandson, Sokka. She shivered with either fear or cold but probably both, especially since she wore only a simple blue robe tied with a darker cloth belt and a pair of shoes. Her hair was a dark shade of auburn, which meant this girl was not water tribe. Kun Na exchanged a quick glance with Kia, who wore concern for the child all over her face. The prince fell to one knee before his emperor and removed his helm. The little girl looked up at them with wide eyes before remembering her manners and fell into a deep bow, her forehead pressed against the ice. "Welcome home, my son," said Kvichak. "News of your success has already reached me. The spirits smile upon you." "Yes, father," said Hakata. He was a strong man with a proud warrior's wolf tail and loose hair on the sides, with beaded braids hanging near his left ear. His neatly trimmed beard and prominent cheekbones gave him a distinguished air. "The rebellion on Kyoshi has been crushed, its leaders and their homes put to the torch so that they will not rise again. The spirits did, indeed, smile upon me." Facing downward, they could not see the scorn in his eyes when he said his last sentence, but Kun Na heard it in her son's voice. Kvichak nodded his head to the girl and spoke in a clipped tone. "Who is the child?" "A daughter of Kyoshi," said Hakata. "And a gift for my wife." He fell back on his knees and looked up at Kia, gesturing to the girl. "Her name is Suki, and she's a descendant of the island's women warriors. I have adopted her as a ward. Now you have another daughter." "Women warriors," Kvichak grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. "Pa." Hakata's eyes twinkled with amusement. "They weren't very good, obviously, which is why we crushed them all so easily." Kia gave the girl her most encouraging smile and stepped down from the royal platform to put her arms around the child, who accepted the gesture as if in a daze. If anyone else had been present in the throne room, Kia's action would have been considered improper. "You will be safe here, sweetie, don't you worry." "Oh, you're so cold." Kun Na pitied the girl. She was safe, but only as long as the people of Kyoshi Island continued to behave. Nothing more than a hostage. Kvichak leaned back in his chair. "The palace already has one of their dancers in our employ, don't we? We don't need another." "Mizuka has gotten quite old, father," Hakata reminded him. "She is the same representative of Kyoshi Island that we've had since the island was conquered in the first place nearly 80 years ago." Kun Na decided now was the best time to speak up. "Mizuka is the last survivor and practitioner of their native art now that the rebellion has been crushed, correct?" At Hakata's nod, she continued. "Then perhaps it would be prudent for the girl to learn the dances of her people. It would be a shame if all traces of their culture were lost, and I've always liked Mizuka's dances." Kvichak peered at the girl with his icy eyes who had already fallen asleep in Kia's arms, her exhaustion winning out over fear. "Very well. The girl can take dance lessons." "Thank you, my husband," Kun Na said, nodding toward him. "Tomorrow, we will celebrate my son's triumph," said Kvichak. "A feast for the spirits who have enabled his victory over the rebels." This time, Kun Na did not miss the derision in her son's eyes. 1 year later. "Katara, put that down." "But Dad. How come Sokka can play with it?" Kia dropped to her knees in front of her daughter. "Come on, sweetie. Hand it over, that toy isn't for you." "It's not a toy." Sokka sputtered, dropping his boomerang. "That is a brutal water tribe killing implement. It's my favorite club." Hakata glared down at them all and Kun Na felt the chill of the emperor he would one day become. Even with the fire blazing in the hearth of the family's private quarters, the skin on her arms and neck prickled. "Katara, you know little girls are forbidden from using those." Her face fell and she dropped the club on Sokka's foot, which had the boy squealing in pain and hopping on one leg. "Sokka, be a man and suck it up. If you used those weapons better you wouldn't have to worry about your little sister taking them from you." Sufficiently cowed, both children bowed their heads. "Yes, father." The prince shot a look at Kia and departed through the curtain of caribou panther pelts, leaving Kun Na and Kia to prepare the children for breakfast with the emperor. The family quarters, emulating the look of a roundhouse used by the people in town but with more rooms branching from it, were a mess of weapons and polar dog skins draped over various objects that Sokka used to play pretend hunting games. Kun Na clapped her hands together. "Sokka, put back all of your father's weapons," she said. "On the racks, in their proper places." Sullen, the boy picked up armfuls of spears and mumbled something to himself. "Katara, go find Suki." She should be at her dancing lesson. With a pout, Katara jerked her thumb toward the blubber lamp and alcove with the children's sleeping furs. A shelled swordfish hung on the wall over the alcove, as if for protection. She's right there. She never went. Suki's head popped out from the pile of furs and she sheepishly clambered down from the raised platform. Sorry, she said. Even a year later, the girl from Kyoshi still made herself scarce whenever Hakuto was in the room and had not yet warmed up to the rest of the family, at least when the adults were around. Why does she get those lessons if she's not even gonna go? Katara asked. She stood underneath a pair of antlers hanging on the wall. I wanna take them instead. Because you're not from her island, dear, said Kia, fixing a beaded circlet in her hair. Katara kicked at a loose piece of ice. So what? Breakfast, as always, was a sullen affair, and taken in the whale's belly. Kvichak sat at the head of the table while Kunna sat at his left and Hakuto on his right. This morning, they ate poached petrel eggs and tubers with akutuk made with cloudberries prepared by the servants rather than Kunna or Kia. Hakuto began trying to discuss his latest invention, a whale ship, a low boat with a curved tail above water while the majority of the ship's bulk stayed submerged, perfect for offshore raids. The prince argued that his ships would effectively obfuscate the size of their invading force, but Kvichak silenced him, preferring the traditional tribal ships they'd used to great effect already all through the war. This is all right, said Hakuto, after he finished chewing. But I wish you had made breakfast this morning, mother. Kunna smiled. Kia and I are planning a wonderful supper tonight. Seaweed stew made with sculpin and char. And I may throw in some of your favorite, sea prunes. See, kids? This is why I say to always treasure a mother's wisdom. He tipped his tea toward her and grinned back. You know what sounds good with that? Chicken pig over a bed of spiced rice, shipped from the territories. If that is what you desire, my son, then we will see what we can get. No. All heads turned to the emperor when he spoke and Hakuto frowned at him. Why not, father? Isn't the whole point of this war to partake in the rest of the world's bounty so we don't have to settle with the scarcity of our resources in the poles? To punish them for their greed. The fruits of the sea are plentiful enough, Kvichak said with a scowl. We must be grateful for all the spirits have given us. You are a fool to not understand that. Hakuto had been about to retort when Sokka let out a loud yelp, his arms flailing. Ack! Ith fosen to my foth. His cup of tea hung from his upper lip, its contents turned to ice that stuck to his mouth. Kunna's eyes immediately went to Katara, who covered her mouth to keep from laughing together with Suki. Hakuto stood and waved his hand to melt the ice, causing the teacup to fall to the floor and shatter, spilling its contents. Katara! What did you do? The girl's eyes widened and she crossed her arms, petulant. It wasn't me. Sokka's just a bad waterbender. Control your daughter. Kvichak seethed, slamming his fists against the table. He turned on Kia. You are the first woman married into the Wolf clan to bear more than one child since before my grandfather's generation. And you give us that unruly, misbehaving girl. Begone from my sight. Kia stood and bowed deep, grabbing Katara by the hand and pulling her out of the room. Kunna followed after her and Kvichak said nothing. From the fierce look on Hakuto's face, she suspected Sokka would be due for a reprimand as well. Poor Suki shrunk into her chair so that her wide eyes could barely be seen over the table. Kunna, Kia, and Katara retreated down the corridor back to the family chamber, where Katara promptly ripped her hand out of her mother's grip and turned on both of them. Why does grandfather need to overreact so much? You're not supposed to use your waterbending for things like that, said Kia, her voice stern. You know that, Katara. Why not? I'm a better bender than Sokka is. It's not fair. Kia let out a deep sigh and knelt down to the same level as her daughter. Your brother will be emperor one day, she said. And you have to use your power to support him and your future husband however you can. There's no shame in the duties we are expected to carry out for our tribe and our family. But I don't want to do that, Katara said. I want to fight. Kunna folded her hands in front of her. Katara, she said. Your mother is right, there is no shame in healing or cooking or building a home. Katara had been about to raise her voice to protest but Kunna held up a hand to stop her. But I do think that every woman deserves the choice of whether to follow those traditions or not, even if our people do not believe that. I planned to wait until you were older, but now I offer this choice to you. If you like, I can teach you how to use your waterbending to fight. To defend yourself. Katara's eyes shone and she joined her hands together in front of her face. Yes. Yes, Gran, please, please, please. Be warned, my granddaughter, she continued, her voice low. It will not be easy and you must keep it a secret from anyone except us. And thus Katara's tutelage under her grandmother began, late at night and after her healing lessons. She took to it well, and Katara kept her word about keeping it a secret, though Kunna was unsure of what she would do when Katara got older and stronger. With formal training, she would do better than Kunna and Hama ever did in their youths, who had trained and taught each other based on what they observed from the men. She still hadn't told Hama that she had begun training Katara, either. Another evening found Kunna and Kia alone together in the weaving room again. This year the hunters brought back even less and now they worked with the previous year's scraps. The worry that this winter would be more brutal than the last lingered at the backs of their minds. With fears like that came desperation on the part of the other clans. As usual, Kia sat at her chair near the window overlooking Frost Mirror Lake, gazing across the city with an occasional sigh. You worry for the children, Kunna said, sewing a patch onto Sokka's trousers. Of course I do, she admitted. I fear for them and for what the other chiefs may try to do. We don't know if the other chiefs are behind the attacks, said Kunna, her voice soft. She reached over and patted Kia's knee. You cannot let the fear get to you. Hakuda had also been targeted by rival clans when he was young and his grandfather rooted out his enemies. Kvichak will do the same. Kunna did not know if that last part was true, but she had to lie for Kia's sake. My children have been targeted more than Hakuda ever was, said Kia, locking her eyes with Kunna's and speaking in a harsh whisper. You said it yourself. The other clans have never been so brazen. They think our emperor to be weak. He spurs on his enemies and alienates his friends. I have not been to my home at the Penguin Clan Hall in 3 years. Hakuda will protect the children, Kunna said, neglecting to mention that it had been nearly 50 years since Kunna had been to her home among the Tiger Seal clan in the north. Kidnapping attempts while the clans volleyed for power among each other were a fact of life among the water tribes, especially under Kvichak's rule. Past emperors maintained a hold over rival clans like Iron. Have faith in your husband, at least. Even I will do what I must to keep them safe. As will I, said Kia, her gaze resolute. Even if I may be powerless. Kunna sighed and fished for a topic that might distract Kia and put her in a better mood, rubbing her hands together for warmth and smiling when she thought of one. Have I ever told you the legend of Seiryu? Kia pursed her lips. The first emperor? No, that was never his true name, Kunna said, waving away the thought. Emperor Aniak took the name Seiryu out of a grand desire to be seen as an all-powerful spirit. Think of it as a little family secret. The real Seiryu is a water dragon, the serpent of the cold moon. The cold moon, Kia repeated. The one that Emperor Aniak used to begin this war. Indeed, said Kunna. It was said that, in ancient times, Seiryu wed Sedna, the ice spirit who lived in the far north, during a time when there were always 2 moons in the sky. Their love was so strong that Seiryu soared with her all around the world, bringing ice and snow to the highest of mountains. In the winter, when Sedna was at her strongest, they would descend from the mountains and the skies and blanket the whole world in snow. Kia chuckled. This sounds like a child's story. How old do you think I am, mother? Never too old for a good story, said Kunna, and she lowered her voice because she loved telling stories as dramatically as possible. Anyway, their love was passionate like fire, and though it was strong, passion with no understanding brought frequent fights. Every time they separated, they would split as far away from each other as possible, which is why the North and South Poles are covered in rime and snow. Eventually, Sedna had enough of all the fighting and left him for good, and in his anger and sadness Seiryu retreated to his cold moon, visiting his former love every 100 years to see if she would take him back. And she never does she? Only for 3 days at a time, Kunna said with a chuckle. And then she gets tired of him again and kicks him back up to the sky. Tui and Law, the ocean, and the moon, always take the side of Sedna. Kia shared her laugh. I wonder what they fought about. It depends on who tells the story, Kunna said. One version goes as far as to say Siriu cut off her fingers to keep her from escaping him in her canoe. In others she doesn't even have fingers, but the flippers of a sea lion. But she always leaves him in every version of the tale, and so she has inspired many women to walk away from marriages they don't want. Kunna herself sometimes wished she could be that brave, but now she was old and settled with her lot in life, and more things were expected of her than other women. Kia wrung her fingers together as if worried someone would come cut them off right then and there. That sounds horrible. Incidentally, Emperor Aniak did have a wife named Sedna, you know, Kunna continued. She died in childbirth after having Kvichak's father. But before that, many believed her to be the ice spirit herself taking human form because Aniak's waterbending power so impressed her, which further supported his lofty idea of conquering the world under the name of the spirit Siriu. Well, I don't know about you, but I've never been impressed by a man's waterbending. Kia put a hand over her mouth as soon as the words escaped it, but both women erupted into laughter anyway. I've seen seal jerky that's softer than your skin. Did you hear, Kunna? Some airbender nuns called and they want their robes back. No, Hama, they got confused because they saw you and thought one of their own stood up and started walking again. Are you losing your wits, you old bat? You used that same insult 3 minutes ago. Ha. As if. But I did say your hair looks like a pile of eel snakes sitting atop your head, in case you were too deaf to hear me. The two old women fell into step with each other as they climbed the icy staircase from the whale's belly to winter's heaven, hiking up their skirts and hobbling from the arthritis in their bones from the cold. Once they reached the top, Hama hooked her arm in Kunna's and beamed at her. Do you think that Firebender Man is going to be there today? She asked Kunna, adjusting her shawl. Purely decorative, it was so thin and made out of a sheer material that it resembled a veil of frost. The one who never wears a shirt, even in this cold. I think his name is Zabao, said Kunna, considering the question. He is rather new to the court. Kvichak prefers not to keep foreigners around for congregations involving only tribal matters. I thought he preferred not to keep the foreigners from the territories around at all, Hama said. Your son must be getting to him. Kunna smiled, swelling with pride. He is taking charge more often, yes. Pfeh. Better than my half-wit sons. Hama waved her free hand dismissively but then gave Kunna a smirk. Oh, well. If the firebenders there at least we'll have something nice to ogle. Kunna tried to stifle her cackle to no avail. You naughty girl. You're thinking the same, don't deny it. Both women sobered as they entered the throne room and Kunna took her customary seat on her bench behind the throne while Hama took her place on the floor with the chiefs, as matriarch of the Crab Spider clan. Kunna caught Kia's eye on the elevated ice platform next to Hakata. As more clan chiefs and advisors took their seats on the rug emblazoned with the Water Tribe insignia, a herald beat a drum to signify the beginning of the meeting. Everyone kept their parkas on. It had gotten so cold that the waterfalls around the room had frozen into an icy cascade and everyone's breaths fogged in front of their faces. Zabao did attend, it turned out. And, as usual, the only thing he wore on his upper body was a bronze gorget. Hama looked pleased. Kvichak stood and spread his arms wide. On this night of the full moon we call upon the spirits to bear witness to the proceedings today. In prayer, may they grant us their wisdom to make it through the perilous winter. Kunna saw more than a few people scoff and roll their eyes when the emperor bowed his head to pray. When the emperor opened his eyes again, a gruff voice spoke up from the back of the crowd. Will prayer make the herds of buffalo yak return? Will prayer send more fish into our nets and meat to our bellies? The man stood and Kunna recognized him as the grizzled chief of the buffalo yak clan, Kuskok. His son, Bato, stood with him. The spirits have done nothing to help us. We face one of the worst winters in recent memory and there are plenty of resources within our grasp but you do nothing as our people starve and freeze to death. For what reason do we fight this war if not to seize the lands of the other nations for our benefit? Your father and his father before him did not display such foolishness. You dare speak such sacrilege? Kvichak's voice boomed, his jowls quivering as spittle flew from his mouth. This war is our mission to carry out their divine will, to spread the beliefs of our people. The spirits gave us the impetus to begin this war and they will give us the strength to end it. What strength? Cuskok continued, arms spread wide as he looked around. I see an old man who hides away in his palace, his glory days far behind him. What happened to the man I fought alongside at the Battle of Korong? In our victory we showered in wine and Earth Kingdom gold. Now, as recently as a year ago, you have even the weaklings of Kyoshi thinking they can claim back their land from your rule. Hakuda stood and pointed a finger at him. You speak out of line. Kunna wondered if her son ever knew that Cuskok was once sworn brother to Kvichak, before he was even born. Any friendship and camaraderie the two men shared had long since faded away. It was a shame. Kunna had always thought Hakuda and Bato would have made good friends, since they were of age. Cuskok slammed the butt of his spear on the floor. Do I? Or do we have a weak emperor who cannot even maintain the safety of his own progeny? You have not sacrificed nearly as much as the rest of us in order to survive. A rumble of mutterings resounded through the room and several men even jeered. The admission and the challenge were both clear. Cuskok's clan was behind the attempted kidnappings and he expected Kvichak to declare Sedna a duel of canoes, for the disrespect. But all present knew that Kvichak would lose. If he simply had Cuskok killed or imprisoned it would only validate the chief's claims. If Kvichak faced him and lost, his leadership would be called into question even more and he would be overthrown if Cuskok didn't just kill him right there. Kvichak tugged on the ermine tails hanging from his collar. You disrespect my manhood and my family, he said, his voice low and cold. All fell silent when he spoke. For your words and your actions you will be trampled under a herd of buffalo yaks. The throne room erupted into shouts as men protested his declaration and Cuskok spit in defiance. Coward! He bellowed. Kunna bit the inside of her cheek. If the congregation of chiefs all decided to overthrow Kvichak, she did not know what that meant for the rest of the family. She might be spared from their rancor along with Kia and Katara, but Hakuda and Sokka could potentially share the fate of the emperor unless Hakuda defeated Cuskok in turn. Zaibao the firebender stayed calm while everyone else rose and he stared directly at Kunna. Something about his expression unnerved her and she looked away. Furthermore, Kvichak continued, speaking over the din. Let it be said that I also do my part to sacrifice just as much as the people of our great tribes. To the spirits, I extend an offering of my own blood. To the spirits, I offer my granddaughter, Katara. May they accept my personal sacrifice and reward us with mercy through the winter. At tomorrow's Glacier Spirits Festival when we meet with our brothers and sisters from the north, Chief Cuskok and the girl will both meet their fates. Kunna and Kia both shot to their feet and stared at each other in shock and horror, completely unnoticed by Kvichak as he preened under the roars of his chiefs. With that declaration, Kvichak had simultaneously removed a rival and showed his strength through personal sacrifice, deftly handling Cuskok's accusations. She hoped Hakuda would say something, anything, to defy his father, but he looked away with his jaw clenched. Only Kia had the strength to say something, tears streaming down her face. No. I cannot accept this. Be quiet, Kvichak ordered her. Spare us your hysterics. Kia veered back to her husband. Hakuda. How can you allow this? Hakuda's voice came out low and heavy. I cannot deny the will of my father. Our emperor. Later that night, Hakuda departed from the palace. Kunna did all she could to comfort Kia, told her she would speak to Kvichak and urge him to reconsider. Kia did not cry after her initial outburst and instead departed to her chambers with quiet grace and Kunna resolved to do the same. In the privacy of their own chambers, Kunna would make her husband see reason. Kvichak climbed onto the sleeping furs with a low groan while Kunna sat in front of her mirror, unclasping her betrothal necklace and placing it on her desk. He had made it for her, many years ago now before they had even met, when their fathers arranged for them to be married and she still lived in the north and loved another man. A dutiful man, Kvichak never loved her. Not like Pakku did. Ceremonial spears taken from defeated enemies crossed on their frozen walls. On the opposite side hung a blade that once belonged to a general at Ba Sing Se, its ornate scabbard now long since blackened by the soot of their hearth fire. A woven tapestry made by Kvichak's own mother years and years ago. An altar to the spirit Seiryu bearing the vibrant blue scale of a great serpent. Many things covered the walls of the bedchamber shared by Kunna and Kvichak, but none of it reflected anything from the life they had together. If not for the stuffed tiger seal, representing Kunna's clan before she had married him, one would never know she lived here at all. After she had changed into her bedclothes and let her hair fall loose, she joined him in the sleeping furs, but sat up instead of resting at his side. "Kvichak," she said. She glanced at her distorted shadow as it danced on the rounded wall, cast by the flickering hearth fire in the center of the room. "Isn't there another way?" He did not even bother to open his eyes, to look at her as he condemned their granddaughter. "Of course not. Go to sleep. You can sleep peacefully after making such a declaration. My heart is not as soft as yours. Clearly. Your heart is not soft at all. There is ice where a heart would be." He opened his eyes and looked at her with something like disbelief. The two of them scarcely ever spoke to each other in private, and never like this. A leader is destined to have a heart of ice to make difficult decisions. She scowled at him. "What do you know of destiny? You, who had it laid out for you since the day you were born, free to do with it as you like, to be strong and just and kind. But instead you've been weak and you dragged everyone down with you in order to make yourself seem strong." She felt the weight she always carried on her back lessen as she spoke, the years of pent-up feelings pouring out. "Difficult decisions? The idea to sacrifice Katara came easy to you." He propped himself up on his elbows, his face ruddy with anger. "Kunna. What makes you think you?" She cut him off with a single gesture, flattening him against the furs again. Kvichak sputtered. "What is the meaning of this? You can blood bend. And you could never figure it out," she said, flexing her fingers. Now, her voice came out low and steady and dangerous. She had never expected using blood bending on him would feel so good. After all the years of training with Hama, this was the first time she had ever used it on another person. "Even with all the power of a full moon in your veins. And it took me until tonight to realize I have always been stronger than you." He strained against her hold to no avail, the color draining from his face. "You will unhand me, woman." Kunna could have forced his jaw shut to prevent him from screaming or shouting for help. But she knew his pride would keep him from doing that anyway, knew that he would never suffer to be seen at a woman's mercy. "I made a promise to protect my grandchildren," she said. "You never bore any love for anyone in this family. And I will not let you lead our entire tribe to ruin." "I love my tribe," he choked out. "I love the spirits." "Well, both of those have forsaken you." His eyes flicked back and forth as he groaned through grit teeth, his whole body quivering. She held her hand over him and slowly clenched it into a fist, and he whimpered and his eyes looked ready to pop out of his skull. She felt nothing as she made him squirm. No satisfaction or triumph, just the certainty in her task. For an absurd moment, she felt a sense of gratitude toward the spirit Sedna before that too drained away. Blood pumped through his body, furious and desperate, its movement in and out of his heart as known to her as any current. His heart convulsed in her grip, and when her fist tightened his whole body spasmed once more and he let out a breath. The last of his life escaped with it. Kunna's hand dropped to her side as she stared at his unseeing eyes reflecting the firelight. Disconnected from the power she had wielded over him, the gravity of what she had done started to settle in. Even with clarity, free of the tantalizing influence of blood bending, the seduction of it, she knew she did not regret killing him. She did not know if she sat on the pile of furs and stared at Kvichak's body for minutes or for hours, but at one point in the night Hakata entered her chambers, tense and armored and ready to spring into action. She knew the consequences of her actions would come, but not that they would be this swift. For a woman committing murder, punishment was severe. Particularly for the death of kin. Clan chiefs faced each other in Sedna all the time, and those ended in death more often than not, but the victor claiming chiefdom over another clan was considered the honorable way to resolve a dispute. Such laws did not apply to an emperor. None could declare Sedna on an emperor, only the other way around. "Father, mother," he said, announcing his presence quickly. "Kia and the children are gone." At his words she gasped and clutched a hand to her breast. "Any sign of a struggle?" "No, he said, and they both knew she had taken them and fled at Kvichak's proclamation without having to say it. Heikuda's eyes fell on his father and narrowed and then looked to Kun Na in an unspoken question. A heart attack, she said, genuinely somber. Let me come with you to help find them. He did not move from the shadow of the doorway, and from there she could not detect a shred of emotion on his face. You stay here, he said. Terse and unemotional, without a hint of surprise, as if he knew what she had done and why she did it. He probably did know. She wondered if her crime was plain on her face. I'll find them. You deal with this. He swept a hand over the room. Over his father. But after he left, she put on her parka, mitts, and boots and departed for the city. She had an idea of where Kia might have gone. Falling snow obscured any footprints fleeing from the palace, but Kun Na did not need those to guide her way. Ahead she saw the light of torches as a search party descended into the city, but the old woman decided to circumvent Aniakta proper and constructed an ice ramp leading from the palace grounds down to the surrounding walls, and then used the same water to slide around the city's perimeter. In this weather, none would see her, even if they did happen to be looking in her direction. Snow pansies grew on the palace's mountainside, but Kun Na buried them in her haste. A blizzard churned and the full moon beckoned to her, unseen but felt. In conditions like these a waterbender was at her strongest. She knew Kia was not foolish enough to go out to the tundra beyond the city walls, into the hazy darkness and certain death. Instead, Kun Na made her way to Frost Mirror Lake at the southern border of the city. Frozen over and with a blanket of snow covering it, anyone unfamiliar with South Pole terrain would think it an alluring gap in the city's defensive wall, an open field just asking to be traversed. But snow concealed treachery. She gave the lake a wide berth and made her way to the exposed cluster of tents and lean-tos and tiny igloos, a village of its own. Home of the taboo breakers and common recipients of Kia's kindness. From here, across the lake, she could see most of the city alight with the dull glow of search lamps. The search party would make their way here soon, but Kun Na had to find Kia before they did. Kun Na had been about to check the first tent when she heard a distant cry carried to her on the wind. She followed the sound around an igloo and found Kia, Sokka, and Katara facing a man in a buffalo yak helm, and she hurried to their side. I'm trying to save you kids. The man shouted over the wind. With a start, Kun Na recognized him as Bato and wondered what he was doing as part of the search, unless he planned to kidnap the children for himself, as his clan had tried before. Sokka hurled his boomerang to no avail. Leave our mom alone. You're a bad man. Katara yelled, hurling a wave of snow at him. Sokka copied her move and his snow barely came up to Bato's knees. The warrior swept their attacks out of the way with a gesture and moved to grab Kia, but Kun Na slid toward him and blocked his way. Leave us, she said, glaring up at him. I can handle things from here. Not willing to disobey a direct order from the queen, Bato scoffed, rolled his eyes, and turned away. I'm going to go find Heikuda, he said, departing. Gran. Katara exclaimed, beaming. Kun Na smiled at them all but did not fail to notice the children shivering, their noses pink. We need to get you home, Kun Na said, looking to Kia. All of you. Kia shook her head. Mother, we can't. It's not safe for them. I have a friend who lives here, Nini. You and the children cannot be seen in the home of a taboo breaker, said Kun Na, frowning. It alarmed her that Kia considered one of the taboo breakers her friend, that she knew and used the woman's name. Taboo breakers were not spoken of as individuals, they were like ghosts, unmentionable and never addressed directly. Even looking upon them was a risk. The ban on their existence lifted only if they survived through the subsequent winter. If they died, they would simply be forgotten. You know that. Besides, you don't have to worry anymore. I don't care about any taboos. Kia's voice came out hard and anguished, cutting through the roaring winds. I just want to keep my children safe. We need to get them out of the cold. Katara swayed on her feet and stumbled, but Kia caught her. Mom. With a glare at Kun Na that hurt more than she could describe, Kia lifted her daughter and bowed into the nearby igloo. Sighing, and wanting nothing more than to get them out of the blizzard, Kun Na ushered Sokka inside. Her concern for all of their safety won out over her fear for superstitions. Rather than a massive hearth, This igloo had a tiny campfire being tended to by a mousy woman in a patchwork parka Kunna assumed to be Nini. With the igloo bare of any decoration and only the simplest tools that the taboo breaker had to have made herself, Kia removed Katara's wet parka and then her own to hold her close and warm her with her body heat. Sokka sat himself in front of the fire and fell asleep in minutes while Kunna looked over both of the children, frostbite and hypothermia chief among her concerns. The taboo breaker's home had only one thin fur blanket that Kunna draped around Kia and Katara, no medicine, and a cairn holding a pathetic supply of dried meat. Nini offered all that she had to Kia and the children, and Kunna found herself wondering what the woman had done to live this kind of life, doomed to perish to obscurity in the winter. I plan to petition the aid of the northern clans tomorrow, when they arrive, Kia said, absently stroking Katara's cheek. They will help their princess. Kunna had just judged the children to be okay, simply exhausted from the journey, and almost told Kia about Kvichak when they heard shouting outside and Hakata himself entered the tiny igloo. Bato clambered in right behind him and then it felt crowded. Both men avoided looking at Nini. Bato, bring the children back to the palace. Safely, he said. Kia rose in protest but he spoke over her. Leave us. Kunna knew that order was for the taboo breaker even though he did not look at her. He lowered to his knees since the igloo was too low for any of them to stand straight. Nini scampered out of her own igloo but Kia blocked Bato's way with her body. No. Move out of the way, Hakata said, his voice colder than anything the blizzard could throw at them. The children will be safe there. She narrowed her eyes at him. How can we be sure? Kunna averted her gaze and said nothing. Kvichak is dead, Hakata said. Kia lowered the arm she used to cover Sokka, stunned, and Bato scooped the sleeping boy into his arms and passed him off to another soldier outside. Sokka stirred and mumbled something, tried to reach for Kia, but exhaustion claimed him. She didn't fight back when he took Katara and left the igloo, either. The night's events catching up to her all at once put her in a sort of stupor. When only the three of them were left in the igloo, Kia stared at Hakata with tears of anger swimming in her eyes. Bato was here, she said. You've been in league with the Buffalo Yak clan all along, haven't you? The kidnappings were your doing. Realization dawned on Kunna and she gasped. You meant for them to get found out, she said to Hakata. So that your father would challenge Kuskok to Sednae and lose, and then you could become ruler. Kia's voice came out low and shaking with the effort of holding back tears. But when he declared Katara would be sacrificed you killed him. Why didn't you tell me? Because Hakata didn't kill him, Kunna said, staring at the dwindling campfire. I did. I should have realized you might do something. I am so sorry. So you kidnapped my heir and brought him to the taboo breakers, Hakata said, his voice cold and heavy. The moonlit mother is too much of a respected figure to ever be accused of murder. It took Kunna a moment to realize he spoke of her. It could only be her title once Hakata had become emperor, which she supposed he had. And if it becomes known that my dear old mother paved the way for my ascension it would cast doubts on my own strength as a ruler, more so than even my father's. But if I openly take the blame I will simply be labeled a kin traitor. Kunna put her hands over her mouth and gasped while Kia's face remained hard, a tear falling. All three of them had committed treason that night but Hakata meant for only one to take the blame. There'll be rumors, Kia said. Rumors that you simply made a grab for power, even if you don't openly confirm them. Hakata crossed his arms. Let them be just that, rumors. I have the support of most of the chiefs regardless. Tomorrow, when the Northmen arrive, High Chief Arnuk will recognize me as emperor. But as for you, your love of the taboo breakers is known and they love you in turn. And soon the chiefs will know that you fled to their aid in your attempt to kidnap my son after poisoning the emperor. His words stunned Kunna into silence. She wanted to shout at her son, wanted to take the blame that was rightfully hers, wanted to curse and decry the tribe's traditions that led them here. But years of putting her head down and bearing it, years of inaction punctuated by small rebellions of strengthening her waterbending in a single moment where she felt free, had taken their toll, and so she said nothing. Did nothing. I declare you taboo breaker, he said to Kia. And furthermore, I banish you to the wilderness, never to return to your children. Hakata pushed himself to his feet and gestured for Kunna to follow. Come, mother. Hecate did not look back. After all, Kia no longer existed, the secrets she carried dying with her even if she were to shout them in their ears. After they emerged from the igloo, Kunna looked back at Kia one last time, knowing she shouldn't but not caring. Kia followed them out and departed for the tundra, a spirit in the blizzard passing over a ring of snow pansies. She left without looking back at Kunna, at her betrayal and her mistakes. Kunna bowed her head against the wind, her tears hot against her face. All through the Glacier Spirits Festival to its end at the winter solstice, Hecate made only one mention of the taboo breaker who poisoned the emperor in her cowardice and dishonor. Sokka and Katara asked for their mother for days afterward until Hecate forbade them from speaking about her ever again. Even the other chiefs eventually seemed to forget Kia had ever existed. The new emperor had a different outlook on the other nations, and soon enough he brought in a slew of advisors and dignitaries and merchants from the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation. One cold morning when she sat alone in winter's heaven, long after a spice merchant from Gapan had departed, she found herself in the company of Zabao the firebender when he sat at her side. "I always wondered why you chose to live here in Aniaktu," she said to him. She did not care about being polite. "Why you turned against your own people? You seem like a prideful man." "I have my pride," he said. "But I do not see it as turning against my people. I believe in a world without borders. A world with no nations. And I believe in your country's mission to make the other nations share their resources. It is a step toward my own beliefs." Her response came out gruff. "No one's sharing." "I like to think they might, one day," he conceded. He held out his hand and flipped around, wooden tile between his fingers, a white lotus piece, she realized. "We played a game of Pai Sho together once, do you remember? Might you humor me with another game? I'd hoped to show you a new gambit." Book 3, Water. Chapter 1, Oze. True to his word, Gyatso did come visit Aang at the Western Air Temple. The nuns allowed Aang to take a break from his training to enjoy the day with his old mentor. Gyatso had wanted to show Aang a flower field he particularly enjoyed this time of year in the Fire Nation, and even though they originally planned to spend the day with just each other and their bison, Aang had insisted on bringing Sang Mu along. He was certain his new friend and old mentor would get along great. Gyatso, of course, was delighted for the extra company. The three airbenders on three separate bison departed for the Fire Nation in high spirits, racing whenever the wind blew harder and slowing to a lazy drift through the sky when it shifted to a gentle breeze. Gyatso caught Aang staring at Sang Mu on more than one occasion and ribbed him mercilessly for it. When they landed among a field of fire lilies around a mountain, Sang Mu had leapt off of her bison Minmin and spun in circles among them, laughing. Aang sighed dreamily as he dismounted, and Gyatso took a moment to nudge the boy forward with his elbow. "Go say something, Aang. Compliment her." Aang pushed his forefingers together. "What should I say?" "Well, what do you feel? Her hair is like, I dunno, an inky black paintbrush. And her eyes, well, her eyes are really nice." He smiled as she knelt among the fire lilies and picked one to put it in her hair. There were no girls at the Southern Air Temple, so he didn't really know how to go about this. Gyatso put a hand to his head and sighed. "A paintbrush? Oh, dear. You're good at a lot of things, but I am sad to say poetry is not one of them." Sang Mu ran over to them with arms spread wide as if she were still riding the wind. "What a wonderful island. Thank you for showing us this, Brother Gyatso." "I am glad you're enjoying yourself," Gyatso said, composed and smiling. He smoothed out his robes. "Now, I must admit my real reason for wanting to come here today. There's rumored to be a wild herd of dragon moose on this island." Aang pumped a fist into the air. "Let's go find them." "Make sure you don't ride them over the flower field," Sang Mu said, her voice stern. "I don't want to see these lilies get trampled." The ground rumbled and the bison groaned. Aang saw shapes moving at the treeline, the sounds of pounding hoofbeats coming toward them. "I think I found the herd," he exclaimed, his voice high. Gyatso swept his arm and pointed to the bison, sensing danger where Aang saw fun. "Quickly, to the skies." The children did as they were told just in time for the herd of dragon moose to rampage over the fields. From their altitude, they could see black smoke coming from the village in the distance. "Gyatso, what's happening?" Aang asked, chest pounding. That herd got a little too close for his liking. His gaze darkened and his voice took on a grave tone that Aang had never heard from his mentor before, and it chilled him. The local warlords are fighting over their territories. One of them has been driven to the south, into Sozin's lands. He averted his gaze from the village to regard Aang and sang Mua. He has gotten quite old and they must think him weak. We must go back to the temple. Neither of them questioned his orders, but as they flew back to the west, Aang could only think he had himself to blame. As the Avatar, he had to put a stop to this and accept his duty once and for all. Aang and Mai spent the following 3 weeks in Ba Sing Se to help with the recovery effort. It was tiring, back-breaking work, made all the worse for their lack of any real progress or meaningful rescues. Earthbenders restructured and repaired and rebuilt the homes and streets that they could, but the groundwork had been disrupted and made unstable by the arrival of the Spirit Library. Anything immediately above and around the library had been sectioned off, which included the whole southwest sector of the Middle Ring and even parts of the Lower Ring. There had been so many wounded and so many dead, Earth Kingdom troops and Water Tribe warriors alike. Aside from Mai, all of the Roku warriors who fought in the city had fallen in battle. Aang had paid his respects to each of them in person, stood with Mai in silence to honor them. He understood Mai's pain. Compartmentalized it. Buried it, like she did. They'd been given a traditional Fire Nation funeral pyre, a ceremony to remember their names and their sacrifices. Aang hated himself for not bothering to learn their names earlier. But for the most part, they didn't find any bodies. Anyone who had been buried in the collapse seemed gone forever, swallowed up in the void of underground tunnels now taken up by the library. Gone, like Toph and Yu. Guilt pushed him forward. He didn't know what could have happened to Toph. He thought of her every time he dug his fingers into the ground, with every piece of rubble he lifted. He didn't know if she could even be saved or if she was even still alive without her face. But he had to do something, had to try. Working for 3 weeks straight numbed his mind enough to let him focus on his immediate objectives instead of weighing himself down with every mistake he made, with everything that had gone out of control. His decision to stay in this world doomed so many people, but he kept telling himself it would be better for them all in the long run. Before he left the city, he had to do his part to help. Appear to the masses. Comfort himself with the thought that he worked to save lives and rebuild. He worked with Wu and the Creeping Crystal to stabilize as much as possible, and though Ki publicly revealed himself, he did not yet take back his throne. When the Council of Five once again tried to arrest Wu, Aang heard that Bumi had soundly humiliated them, and that was that. They never tried again, and Aang never learned the details of what happened. At Aang's request, Bumi had also taken Sokka and Katara under his protection at Lake Laogai. Aang knew that they'd both need to answer for what they'd done, and the people of Ba Sing Se would not suffer to see Sokka up and about and helping with the relief effort. So they'd been hidden away, Katara under careful watch and in handcuffs, and eventually taken out of the city altogether. Aang also knew that it was wrong, that his selfish desire to keep them from facing true punishment was out of his previous friendship to them. But he couldn't bring himself to leave them to their fate and rationalized it by telling himself that he needed Sokka to be his waterbending master and Katara was too dangerous to leave behind alone. Zuko and Azula brought them to Chameleon Bay a week earlier to help their father's troops hold the area, so Aang and Mai planned to rendezvous with them there. He would finally have to face Oze in this world. Eventually, Aang had to continue on his journey. Leaving the city in Bumi and Ki's capable hands, he departed for Chameleon Bay with Mai and Appa. The Fire Nation encampment had been arranged in neat, orderly rows of cloth tents enclosed in a ring of torches with a blazing bonfire in the center. Bolts of black and red and gold lined the tent openings like streamers, their martial grandeur giving a sense of permanence that other war camps lacked. Guards stood at the perimeter of the encampment wearing early versions of Fire Nation plated armor Aang knew from his world, an elongated gorget with pointed shoulders with layered leather and iron scales covering the rest of their bodies. They bowed in reverence to Aang as soon as they recognized his arrows and his bison, and Aang only nodded back, his eyes focused on the largest tent in the center of the encampment. The administration tent, he assumed, for war meetings. Oze would be inside. He hesitated in front of the tent flap, sweat beading on his brow despite the sea breeze coming in from the bay. Mai put a hand on his shoulder and he looked up at her, questioning. Go on, she said. Zuko and Azula are likely in there, too. Maybe even your friend Sokka. And I'm with you. It was the most she had said to him in days. He gave her a grim smile and, feeling heartened, he took a deep breath and prepared to open the tent flap when arms clamped onto him from behind and a shrill exclamation pierced his ears. Aang! Momo shrieked, just as alarmed as he was. Aang almost attacked the person as a reflex, but he grasped her arms when he recognized the voice. Ty Lee! She let go of him and he turned around to face her, gaping. She looked the same as ever, all pink and braid and smiles. You finally made it. I'm so glad to see you. He beamed right back at her. She was a symbol of something he had done right, representing that he could change things this time around. He didn't think he'd be so happy to see her and then felt a pang in his heart when he remembered that you had vanished along with Toph. What are you doing here? He asked as Momo skittered to the top of the tent. Well, after making sure the Golden City was back on its feet, I decided to make my way to the Earth Kingdom and help out with the war here. I don't wanna be a princess who just sits around, you know? I mean, like, nothing wrong with that, obviously, but it's not really my thing. But we snuck around the Water Navy blockade and got here a couple weeks ago. And Oze turned out to be Zuko and Azula's dad and then they showed up. Unbelievable, right? Aang was about to get a word in but she continued. But then we got here and we found out that Jiduan had fallen, she said, pulling her braid over her shoulder and tugging on it while she bit her lip. So in a couple of days we're preparing to head back and fight there. But I'm glad I got to see you. She grabbed his hands and smiled again and he couldn't help but smile back. Me too, he said. Really? Mai put a hand on her hip and raised an eyebrow. So you're Ty Lee? It was a statement that suddenly made Aang both very nervous and intrigued to see how the first meeting between the two of them would go, especially in light of what Mai knew about their friendship in his world. Ty Lee took a step away from Aang and put her hands behind her back as if intimidated. Hi. Gee, your aura's really, really grey. Actually, Aang, yours is too now, come to think of it. Ty Lee, this is Mai, Aang said, cutting her off before she could go on that tangent. It felt strange to introduce them to each other. The acrobat's eyes lit up. Oh. You're Zuko's new girlfriend. Mai's response came out dry. Is that how he described me? Ty Lee made a show of examining her closely from all sides to Mai's growing agitation. Okay, you pass. Pass what? Zuko, Azula, and Sokka came up behind Ty Lee after she passed her judgment on Mai. All three looked distinctly annoyed but Aang felt air rush into his lungs when he saw them together, united even if at Ty Lee's expense. There you are, Ty Lee, said Azula, scowling. You insulted one of my father's lieutenants. She's looking for you. She whirled around to face them. I did? How? You said her headpiece was cute. Well, it was. It had this little swirly fire design that looked like a face. Go apologize. Ty Lee groaned. Ugh. Okay, see you later, Aang and Mai. Zuko, I approve of your new girlfriend. She's really something special. She trudged back toward the other tents after waving goodbye, taking her order as if Azula was the princess instead. Zuko scratched the back of his head, blushing. Yeah, thanks. Hey, guys. Momo jumped from the tent to Zuko's head, where Sabi had coiled around his neck to sleep and woke up at the other lemur's arrival, blinking blearily. Glad to see things are going well here, Aang said. It felt almost strange to see them again. It had only been 3 weeks but felt like so much longer, and part of him wanted to hug them but thought better of it since Sokka was there. As well as they can be, said Azula, putting a hand on her hip. She scrutinized him as if looking for something wrong that he had done during their time apart, but her face softened. Are you all right? Huh? Of course, he said, unable to glance at Oze's tent. They still stood in front of it. He's not in there, Zuko said, reading his discomfort. He went out on a patrol. He'll be back later. Aang sighed with relief. Well, said Sokka, drawing out the word and turning around. I'm gonna go check on Katara in the prisoner tent before your reunion gets too sappy. I'll catch you guys later. Aang watched him go, frowning. How's he, doing? The soldiers don't particularly like him or Katara, said Azula, crossing her arms. But he's made himself useful and keeps himself respectful around my father. They tolerate him. Jet and his lackeys are here somewhere, too, and I'm honestly surprised they haven't taken him out in the middle of the night yet. Zuko held out his arm for Momo to perch on it and scratched him under the chin. He mostly keeps to himself, though. We've done some sword training together, but aside from that he's been pretty quiet. He's only helping us because he sees the bigger picture here. I don't think he really likes us, or anything. He shrugged. Aang opened his mouth but Azula cut him off. And before you ask, Katara's been fine. Tried to escape once. Her hands and feet are both shackled now. You're being foolish for keeping her here. She should have stayed in Lake Laogai. I know, Aang said. That's why I'm thinking of letting her just go. Zuko frowned and Azula scoffed at him but Mai put her hands in her sleeves and spoke. I know you're concerned about leaving her in Ba Sing Se, even with Bumi. But if you let her go, the water tribes will know that Sokka turned against them. And we lose our opportunity to use his new allegiance to our surprise advantage. Aang's shoulders slumped. I know. But we can't just leave her here or bring her along to the South Pole, either. She'd hold us back or outright get in the way. If we let her go, I'm not worried that she'd be a direct threat to us or anything. She'd be on her own. Suki and that sandbender Gashiun are still missing so she'd probably just go home. Before you guys left the city, Sokka said they'd be disgraced for their failure to take Ba Sing Se. Katara especially. The Water Emperor might just keep her at home. Azula rolled her eyes. Relying on Water Tribe sexism, are you? It's not right, obviously. But my main concern right now is rescuing Toph. The other three fell silent at Toph's name, so he continued. This isn't like when I took Sokka against his will. She tried to attack Ba Sing Se, failed, and now she's stuck with us. What would you guys do? And the leader finally deigns to ask his troops for their opinion, Azula said, sighing with only a tinge of melodrama. I say lock her up in Lake Laogai. You care about her well-being. I get it. But that is the best option available to us. And if you even think about asking Sokka for his opinion I'll hit you. He just joined the group, he doesn't deserve to be in the decision-making circle yet. Zuko crossed his arms when Momo flew off of him. You'll just hit him? That's a pretty basic threat, coming from you. Well, someone's got to be the boorish one since Toph isn't here. Let's just kill her. All three of them looked at Mai when she made her deadpan proclamation, Aang with horror. She put her hands up. Ugh, that was a joke. I say go with the original plan and bring her along. Aang looked to Zuko next, who just shrugged. If we let her go Katara wouldn't just give up and go home. She's a fighter. Maybe we could leave her here with my father. Aang groaned. Sokka stood at the rear of the prisoner tent, staring at the crimson folds and layers of fabric separating him from his sister and the golden pennant above. It would be easy for a waterbender to cut through it to freedom. There were only 2 guards stationed at the front of the tent with occasional rounds from other soldiers through the encampment. He could let her go, but that would require facing her first. He'd told the Avatar and his friends that he wanted to go check on Katara, but in truth he couldn't do it ever since he turned against her in Ba Sing Se. As much as he'd tried to twist it otherwise, he had betrayed her and his nation, even if it was for the greater good. If he didn't do something to help the Avatar, spirits would continue to ravage the world. Even if preventing that was normally some kind of Avatar business, he had to do his part to rescue you. Even his Gran had acted with the bigger picture in mind. Facing his sister would require revealing that truth to her. In light of everything that happened, he couldn't predict how she would react. What are you doing lurking around here, waterbender? Sokka inclined his head toward the source of the voice but didn't face Jet. You ask me that every time you run into me, he said, sighing and shrugging. It's not always a lurk. Sometimes I stroll, amble, or loiter. And I've been at this encampment for over a week now. I'm helping. Jet gripped him by the shoulder and spun Sokka around, a wolf-like snarl on his face. I don't believe you for a second. Don't think I forgot how you were behind the attack on the city. It's your fault all those people are dead. If you weren't unconscious the whole time you'd know that it was actually because of a giant spirit owl that all those people are dead, Sokka shot back. I narrowed. Smellerbee and Longshot stood with him. Too afraid to confront me on your own, are you? Unconscious because of your sister? Whatever, said Sokka, putting his hands up in a motion of surrender. But I'm on your guys' side now, so leave me alone. Aang might buy that for whatever reason, Jet said. He stomped on a seashell, perhaps to enunciate his point. But I don't. I'm not gonna stop watching you. Sokka scoffed. Oh, I'm quaking in my boots. Hope you enjoy the view. He pushed past them to walk toward the surf, tired of dancing that dance with Jet time and time again. He wasn't going to give them the satisfaction of rising to his bait and fighting back. Even so, he walked with his hand on the hilt of the meteorite sword that the Avatar had given him, which he strapped to his back with his other weapons. He didn't think he would ever be able to forget the sight of the monstrous owl. He saw the ghostly white face in his dreams and in the night sky. He used to pride himself on being someone that was unafraid of spirits and superstitions, but he wasn't stupid enough to deny the evidence right in front of his face. Wan Shi Tong was a very real threat, and if the Avatar was to be believed, more were on their way. Since they came to no solid conclusion about what to do with Katara, Aang isolated himself atop a rocky precipice overlooking Chameleon Bay to meditate on it. He'd gotten used to the silence over the past few weeks with only occasional company from Mai or Bumi, so it felt more comforting to think on his next course of action on his own, for now. Part of him considered the idea of leaving them all behind with Oze's troops while he went ahead to the South Pole alone. He almost leapt from the precipice when Azula called out to him, so lost in thought that he didn't hear her coming. She came up the ridge and sat alongside him without him prompting her. Oh, there you are. Jumpy today, aren't we? He relaxed back into his lotus position and let out an exhale. She wore her hair in a partial topknot, letting it fall in loose curls to the center of her back. The volume in her hair made him think Ty Lee might have had something to do with it. I guess so. She scoffed. Don't tell me you're becoming all broody again. Can you blame me? He asked, frowning. I was enjoying my brooding in peace. He didn't mean it to come out that harsh and felt his chest tighten as soon as he saw the hurt flash across her face before her expression changed and she rolled her eyes at him and moved to stand. He held out his hand. Wait, I'm sorry. Stay, please. She dropped back to his side, staring out over the bay. You were thinking about going to the South Pole alone, weren't you? He blinked in surprise. How did you know? Aang, don't insult me. His shoulders relaxed and he gave her a soft smile. For a moment, he thought he smelled some plum blossoms. You're right. Nothing can get by you. And don't you forget it. She smirked at him and Aang knew with complete certainty that she would remain at his side even through an inhospitable icy tundra whether he liked it or not. She didn't need to ask him about his feelings or talk about what was on his mind to make him feel better, but whatever she did, it worked. He looked over the bay again and down at the soldiers below, marching in formation and going through their drills as a figure, likely Zhao from the size of his mutton chops, oversaw them. Anxiety gripped his stomach as he wondered when Oze would return from his patrol. Forcing both Zhao and Oze out of his mind, he pulled at a shrub that poked obstinately through the cracks in the rocky precipice. Instead, his mind wandered to Azula surrounded by fireflies, and her two confessions to him. Azula, we need to talk. Her voice cut through the air with all the precision of a swallow in flight. Absolutely not, she said. There's nothing that needs to be said. But. I said no, she said, her voice curt. She stood and that told Aang her stubbornness would win out, there was no use in trying. Come on, I want you to meet my cousin. Your cousin? You forgot? Well, I wouldn't expect you to remember. I never had a reason to mention him much. She inspected her nails. He's my uncle Iroha's son. That rang some bells. Aang first learned of Iroha's son some time ago and was mostly just surprised to learn that Iroha had a son to begin with. He nodded to her and she led him back down to the encampment on the beach. By the time they came down the overgrown slopes, the soldiers had finished their weaponry drills and fire-bending forms. They approached a figure wielding a pair of recognizable dual broadswords as he removed his helmet and shook the sweat from his hair. Zuko had donned the soldier's armor even though the elongated shoulder pads seemed a little too big for him. "Ugh, Zuko," said Mai, who'd been sitting at the edge of the barracks tent in the shade and watching. "Gross." He gave her a sheepish grin. "Sorry. Zuko," Azula said, her voice snappish. "Where has our cousin gone?" "Your favorite cousin is right here," said a voice Aang didn't recognize. A young man emerged from the barracks tent wearing an easygoing smile, a helmet tucked under one arm and a blade sheathed at his belt and a guandao on his back. He wore a prim and proper topknot, with a neatly trimmed chin beard and a round face that Aang compared to Iroha's. His eyes were the same shade of gold as Zuko and Azula's, but full of mirth that was more like his father and made him look handsome. "What can I do for you, Toadiatail?" "I thought I would introduce you to the Avatar," she said, but she scowled at him. "But then you called me that and now I'd rather bury your head in the sand. I outgrew that ridiculous nickname ages ago." "Nah," he said, beaming. "You'll always be Toadiatail to me." Aang snickered. "What's Toadiatail from?" He could have sworn that Azula simmered in response, smoke coming out of her ears from either embarrassment or anger. "It's nothing important." Zuko bit his lip to keep from laughing and had the good sense not to say anything, but their cousin had no such restraint. A few years back little Azula wandered out into the jungle alone and stumbled into a salamander toad nest. "They're harmless, but kind of gross," Zuko explained for Aang and Mai's benefit. Azula pinched him in the arm. "You shut your mouth." "I went out to find her," their cousin continued, an animated grin lighting his features. Azula tried in vain to silence him but he pushed her away. "It was pretty easy, with all the screaming. So anyway, by the time I find her, she's in the middle of this tangle of tree roots and there's Solomon toads all over her. And just as I got there, one of them jumped right into her open mouth. Nothing but its wiggly tail was sticking out. You should have seen her face." Azula dragged a hand down her face, scowling as Aang tried to hold back his laughter. Her face was such a deep shade of red that Aang thought she'd breathe fire. "And to think I was going to say nice things about you." "Ah, Toadiatail, it's all in good fun," their cousin responded, nudging her with his elbow. "But you were gonna say nice things? Like what?" "Something about how you are the best but probably most annoying swordsman in the village, perhaps even in the whole archipelago," she said, pushing him away. "But I take it back. You're unbearable, Lu Ten." "Wow, that's really nice of you," said Lu Ten, holding his arms wide. "I wonder what I did to deserve that praise." He brushed a fist against Zuko's shoulder. "But I dunno, Zuko might be giving me a run for my money now. Traveling with the Avatar? How cool is that?" Zuko shrugged but couldn't help but smile back. "I guess so. This is him right here." Azula crossed her arms and tried her best to regain her composure. "If you'd stop acting like a buffoon, I'd introduce you. Lu Ten, this is Aang. Aang, this is our cousin Lu Ten." Aang had never seen Azula get so flustered like this and he decided that he liked Lu Ten. "Nice to meet you," Aang said, grinning. Lu Ten gave him a formal Fire Nation bow, fist under palm, gathering up all his professionalism. It was as if he had turned into a completely different person and he smiled at Aang. "Likewise, Avatar. It is an honor and a privilege." Behind Lu Ten, Aang saw Zhao approach with his characteristic saunter, briefly bowing once he reached them. His armor had a bright sheen in the sunlight from the lacquer used to cover the scales, and aside from that he stood out from the rest of his soldiers thanks to the crimson cape draped over his left side. "If you kids are done fooling around, I thought I would let you know that Lord Ozai has returned from his patrol of the bay and his boat will be docking shortly. I am sure he'd be expecting to meet the Avatar." "I don't know if we have time for that," said Aang, turning to Zuko, Azula, and Mai. He ignored the fact that Zhao had foregone a proper greeting. "We should get going. We've got to get to the South Pole." Mai averted her eyes and Aang thought she had been about to say something but Azula spoke instead. "I suppose you're right." Zhao frowned. "Are you not going to see Lord Ozai first, Avatar?" You'd disrespect him by not showing yourself to him in his own camp. We've already been slighted by the creeping crystal only sending children to us when we petitioned for aid. The freedom fighters have been a great help around here, Zuko said with a furrowed brow. You should probably show them some more respect. Even now, Aang felt a measure of disgust just from speaking with Zhao. Some things just didn't change. We really need to get going, he said. He tried to tell himself that his haste had nothing to do with the prospect of meeting Ozai. Mai set her lips into a thin line. And did you decide what to do about Katara? Aang twisted the toe of his shoes in the sand. Sort of. Agilis coughed and fixed him with a narrow-eyed glare. Despite asking for our opinions, you're just going to go with your idea, aren't you? Aang just lowered his eyes and rubbed the back of his head. Can you guys get Appa ready for me, please? And find Sokka. He turned to go to the prisoner tent before they could respond, knowing that they'd never truly understand his reasons. Katara may be a foe in this world, but he couldn't just continue to keep her in chains. It made things more difficult for everyone involved. Even if he did ship her back to Lake Laogai under Bumi's careful watch, he couldn't be sure of how her jailers would treat her, the princess of the enemy nation. But she could be dangerous even in chains, and might threaten the life of even Bumi himself if they weren't careful. And that kind of care involved limiting her access to water, binding any kind of movement. Treating her like a wild animal. He knew it was stupid. But he also knew he would never have the heart to do that to any person, let alone Katara. It made him think of the bloodbender Hama, of all people, who spent years of her life rotting in a cage. And probably the end of it, too. A pair of guards stood sentinel in front of the prisoner tent, who passed when Aang said he wanted to see Katara. Wait, Aang. He turned back to see Zuko jogging up to him and Aang hesitated from going into the tent. What is it? Aang asked. Zuko gestured to the side of the tent, away from the guards where they could speak in relative privacy, so Aang followed him there. You're avoiding some things, aren't you? He asked. Like, speaking to my father. But you're a tough kid. You can do it. It almost felt patronizing, but Aang couldn't blame Zuko for it. You don't understand. Well, talk to me, then, he said. He shuffled his feet and averted his eyes. Listen, it was hard for me to face my father, too. I don't think my relationship with him is anything like the other Zukos, but it's still difficult. Still distant. When Azula and I met him again for the first time in years, we didn't hug or have a big, happy reunion or anything. We just bowed to each other. Caught up over a short drink of tea. I had the chance to tell him I'm a firebender now, that maybe he could have the same high expectations of me that he does for Azula, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. You want him to have high expectations for you? Aang asked, scratching his head in confusion. Zuko chuckled, but rather than humorous it seemed disbelieving. Crazy, right? But it's better than none at all. And then I wondered if there was even a point in telling him. Because I don't know if I could handle it if he learned I was a firebender and it didn't end up changing anything at all. He doesn't get to decide your worth, Aang said, gripping his friend's shoulder. The other Zuko took a long time to learn that, but in the end he restored his own honor. Zuko smiled. Thanks for telling me that. But I didn't mean to make this about me. You should take your own advice, too. My father is different from the man you faced in the past. He's kind of intimidating, but you shouldn't have anything to worry about. Aang glanced back to the prisoner tent. He's not the only person on my mind right now. Well, whatever you decide to do with her, I'll support you, Zuko said, following his gaze. And if you do decide to let her go, I made sure to let my father know that everyone here should listen to what you have to say. And one of the guards, Meng, is really kind. She'd do it without question, if you told her to. Thanks, Zuko, he said, offering a smile. He turned back to the prisoner tent, nodded again to the guards, and stepped inside. As soon as he opened the tent flaps he felt like he had walked into a wall of heat. The inside of the tent was small, cramped, and uncomfortably hot with an open flame that made it feel dense and smoky. There was an opening at the top of the tent to provide some ventilation, but mainly the purpose was to prevent Katara from drawing moisture out of the air. She had been shackled to the tent post in the center, her arms bound behind her while she sat on the ground. The dry lumber crackled as it burned and most of the cloth inside was red and black, which made it seem even darker than it was. Even with all of these precautions, imprisoning a waterbender on a beach just seems pretty stupid, don't you think? Katara asked him, looking up once he entered. The firelight reflected a sheen of sweat on her forehead. You can't waterbend if you can't move your arms or legs, Aang said. She shrugged. How sure are you about that? You have no idea what my bending is capable of. He kept his face impassive. I know that even your blood bending has limits. Does it? What if I learned to do it with my mind? That's impossible. She smirked at him through half-lidded eyes. Only because I haven't done it yet. He sat down across from her. You won't intimidate me, he said. You can't. Not anymore. Oh, so I used to. I'm not arrogant enough to deny it. She chuckled. I didn't think air nomads were capable of arrogance at all. Aren't you a monk? I used to be, he said. You know, I've always wondered, she said. Could you monks have girlfriends? In my culture the water sages are all women but they're forbidden from taking husbands. Even free from certain customs the men still put restrictions on them. He stared into her eyes, wondering if he could pick out any of his Katara in there. If they chose to, yeah, he said. Do you have a girlfriend, Avatar? No. He thought of his Katara when she asked him that, but forced down the lump in his throat. She leaned forward as far as her shackles would allow. Did you ever want one? It can be a secret just between us. For the first time since he entered the tent, he frowned. Where are you going with this? I see the way you look at me sometimes, she said, looking anywhere in the tent but in his direction, as if being coy. With love in your eyes. And hurt. It's okay if you have a little crush. I'm not going to lie and say I haven't thought about it myself. But I'd let you down easy. He shook his head and moved to stand. This was a mistake. She smiled. I do still intimidate you, don't I? I just had to figure out how. He didn't know how she had seen through him so easily and he hated it, hated how she managed to wrangle an advantage out of him. I don't have any feelings for you, he said, and he meant it. I came here to tell you that I'm letting you go. Literally or metaphorically. You're going to have to be a little clearer. You'd be free to go back home or wherever it is you want to go. Just don't fight us, he said. Now why would I do that? She asked. You're going to the South Pole, right? Take me with you. He blinked in surprise. What? You want to come with us? She shrugged as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Well, yeah. Use my friend too. You've got some plan to rescue her, don't you? I want in. She jingled the shackles. And you can even keep me chained up. I'd understand. Aang shook his head. No way. We could never trust you to help. So what's your plan, then? Just head south until you hit the South Pole? Sure, Sokka could probably guide you there, but that'd take you right through Aniaktu, where my father lives. And you'd never make it, going that route. Do you have a map on you? No, he said. But I can get one. Ugh, okay, she said, and she closed her eyes as if to envision it. There are 40 or 50 clans that make up the water tribes, split between north and south. Almost all of them would cause issues as you pass through their lands. But if we go down there from the Water Nation's eastern peninsula we'd pass through lands belonging to clans that aren't allied with my father. She opened her eyes again. And I know that peninsula better than Sokka does. I've been there, but he hasn't been home at all in 2 or 3 years and clan relations have changed since then. I'd be able to guide you. He considered her words and tried to envision a map of the southern continent himself, but the only time he had ever been there was when he first met Sokka and Katara after he came out of the iceberg, and a brief visit after the comet, so he'd only seen their village. Say we do let you come along, he said. What's to prevent you from betraying us? How naive do you think I am? I don't know if you're aware, but it's a pretty inhospitable land, she said. If I betrayed you, I'd basically leave myself at the mercy of the landscape. We'd be passing through perilous mountain passes. Below freezing temperatures. Vicious beasts and clans hungry for war. There's even a rumor of a clan that lives in those mountains that's made up of cannibals. If I betrayed you, it'd be suicide. Winter is coming and I'm sure your bison wouldn't be able to handle the intense cold in those skies the whole journey, so we'd be forced to do some of it on foot. And you'd go through all of that just to help your friend you. She pouted. And to watch out for my dear big brother. I'd worry about him. Somehow I doubt that, he said, narrowing his eyes at her. I've been disgraced, anyway, she said, her brow casting a shadow over her face. The only woman in our tribe's history to lead a campaign against Ba Sing Se, or anywhere, for that matter, and I failed. I'm nothing but an embarrassment to my father now. So it's not like I can just go home and everything would be sunshine and daisies. Aang let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The others wouldn't like this. Absolutely not. How foolish can you be? After his conversation with Katara, he gathered together all of his friends, Sokka, the freedom fighters, and Ty Lee included. He'd told them his plan and Katara's idea to take the Eastern Peninsula route to the South Pole, delaying their departure just a little bit longer. Luckily, while he had been in the prisoner tent, Oze had arrived and retreated into his command tent to administer orders to his soldiers. But as Aang predicted, Azula raised the most objections about bringing Katara along. Azula, he's clearly put some thought into this, Zuko said, handing out bowls of noodles to everyone around their circle in the sand. Could have fooled me, she said, rolling her eyes. We can't trust her. Honestly, I barely even trust Sokka yet. Right back at you, said Sokka, slurping his noodles loudly. I don't really like it either, but she has a point. I don't know the Eastern Peninsula well, or any of the clans that live there. Azula frowned at him. If you don't know your own lands, what's the point of us bringing you in the first place? For my good looks, he said, winking at her. She blanched at him in return. Jet and Mai both shot glares at him. Shut up, said Jet, his voice deep. The only reason I haven't cut you down yet is because I'm respecting Aang's decision long enough for him to save Bandit. We need them, Aang said. Sokka's going to teach me waterbending. Katara knows the best way to the portal and Sokka can use bloodbending to keep her in line. And prevent her from bloodbending us. Sokka lowered his noodle bowl to his lap. Wait, I didn't sign up for that. Yeah, so stop antagonizing everyone, Aang said. Ty Lee tilted her head. I missed a lot, huh? There's no way I'm going along with you if those two are the ones guiding us, Jet said, crossing his arms. I'm not putting my life in the hands of pond scum. Smellerbee and Longshot sat at his side without a word. Aang glared at him over the rim of his bowl. I never invited you along. Sokka's done more for me to trust him than you have. Jet leaned back. Whatever. There's 2 portals, right? I'm gonna head to the North Pole and save Bandit my way. That's suicide, Azula said. At least we'll be able to rendezvous with the invasion force in the south. It's going to be our distraction and escape method once we pull Toph and the others out. There's no invasion planned for the north. Why not? Jet asked. This war has 2 fronts. Both of them need to go down. Ty Lee looked back and forth between Jet and Azula, a single noodle hanging from her mouth. Our forces aren't strong enough, Zuko said. The Golden City is going to be too occupied with defending the Fire Nation. We'll need all of Ba Sing Se's strength to attack the south. We won't need an invasion, said Mai, speaking up suddenly and with conviction. She hugged her fur-lined shawl closer around her shoulders. We'll sneak in and assassinate High Chief Arnook ourselves while you fight the war in the south. What? Zuko asked, turning to Mai as if she'd struck him. What do you mean? Aang frowned. He didn't realize how much he had come to rely on Mai in the past few weeks. You're not going to come with us. She scowled at him. How can you ask me that? She pointed at Sokka with all the sharpness she used to throw her knives. How can you ask me to travel with him and Katara? Seeing him here has been hard enough. Their men killed my warriors. It'd dishonor their memory if I worked alongside the water tribe. Aang hung his head, feeling his chest tighten. You're right. I'm sorry. But I can't ask you to go to the North Pole. It's too dangerous. I understand what this means to you, Mai said, her stoic mask returning. But I can't follow. And I can't just sit here and wait for the invasion. I'm going. She turned her head to Jet. And before you ask, it doesn't mean I'm joining your stupid gang. Hey, it's all good, said Jet, shrugging. I'll be glad to have you. They finished their meals and discarded their ceramic bowls to the side. Aang wondered if vengeance was at the core of Mai's motivation. It made him ache, and part of him felt compelled to stop her from going, but the other part of him knew that motivation well. Saving Toph probably had little to do with her and Jet's reasons for going north. Mai. Zuko tried reaching for her, but she turned away from him. Don't you all need to get going? She asked. You're wasting precious time. Toph needs you. You're right, Aang said, standing. Everyone, go say your goodbyes. Aang stayed far away from the center of the encampment, preparing some last-minute things with Appa and the lemurs for their journey. Bumi had given them water tribe money and Ozay's soldiers had given them supplies. Aang attached a set of monocles to Appa's saddle, at least for the beginning of their journey. He wasn't going to take any chances with Katara. He owed that much to Zuko and Azula. After he did that, he sat down to meditate while he waited. Avatar Aang, here you are, said a voice coming from the shore behind him. Chills went up and down his whole body with so much force that it made him quiver and his breath caught in his throat. I was afraid I had somehow done something to disrespect you, that you would not announce yourself at my camp or come to visit me. He forced himself to turn and face Ozai. The face of his greatest enemy looked exactly the same with his piercing gold eyes, thin beard, and distinguished air of the Phoenix King. But that was where the similarities ended. Instead of regal robes or imposing armor, he wore the same scaled armor pieces as the soldiers down at camp with a curved broadsword like Zuko's sheathed at his hip and a second straighter blade that Aang never thought looked so out of place. In contrast to Zhao's crimson cape, Ozai's was black. His hair had been pinned up in a partial topknot, but he had no formal headpiece to signify his status. But from everything he knew of this Ozai, this was not a humble man by any means. Aang gulped down his fear and stood at attention. Ah, no, sorry. I thought you were away on patrol. Ozai folded his hands behind his back, his posture perfectly straight. Even without an evil gloat coming out he still intimidated Aang. I see. I had not meant to interrupt your meditation, but there was a matter on which I hoped to speak with you. Aang forced himself to stay in place. Every part of his fight or flight response flared, a visceral need to do something, anything, to remedy the wrongness of this situation. Of talking calmly with Phoenix King Ozai. No, it's fine. What is it? He hated how he stammered over his words, he wanted to appear strong for this unexpected interaction. Ozai lowered to his knees at the edge of where the sandy beach met grass and gestured for Aang to sit next to him. His voice came out gravelly and it occurred to Aang that on the few occasions he heard Ozai speak in his world, it was always shouting or taunting or threatening. But Ozai actually gave him a hint of a smirk. After I learned Zhao had met you and somehow offended you, I expected you to regard me the same way, as his superior. Aang scratched the back of his head and hesitantly lowered into a seated position, tense and ready to spring up at any moment if he had to. Thinking back, he supposed he had been overly confrontational to Zhao when they had first met. But now he exercised all of his restraint not to do worse to Ozai. The thought of Zuko and Azula, untouched by his cruelty, helped to calm him. Oh, sorry. It was a strange feeling to sit with the man who was the source of all his pain and misery and to have him worry about Aang's opinion. Ozai looked to the sea and inhaled the salty air, the perfect picture of composure. But that was not what I had intended to speak with you about. As the Avatar, you have more knowledge than most about spiritual matters, correct? Aang pursed his lips into a frown, curious about this turn in conversation. He expected talk of war, or the recent tragedy at Ba Sing Se, or even the fact that he had been reunited with his children. Kind of. Ozai peered at him with something like amusement. You are a man of few words. I respect that. Azula gave me a different impression, though. He gave a low chuckle and continued. In recent weeks, something strange has happened to me and I have told no one else. But you, the most powerful being in the world, ought to know the reason for why this is happening. Becoming Ozay's confidant was the last thing he expected. What's happening? Ozay held out his hand, palm up, and took a deep breath. When he exhaled, a fire sparked to life in his grip, a dancing orange flame that Ozay stared into as if transfixed before clenching his hand and extinguishing it. I never used to be a firebender. And I know everything about this camp. I know the business of every man and woman who passes through it. It has happened to no one else. Aang furrowed his brow and his heart pounded with the implications of what he had just seen. It was just like what had happened to Zuko. Ever since Aang had learned that Princess Azula whispered into this Azula's ear, he asked Zuko if the same happened to him, and if he could somehow contact the Zuko that Aang knew. But the connection did not seem to work at will. If the same was happening to Ozay. The thought gave him chills again. Have you had any visions or anything? Ozay tilted his head and it was as if a mask had been lifted away and Aang could see the exhaustion in his eyes. I've been visited by a spirit. A dark thing that wears my face and tries to make me partake of his power. Aang stood and backed away from him, his fists clenched and feet digging into the earth. Don't listen to it, he said, the harshness of his voice surprising even Aang. Knowing that both of his greatest enemies could see him, that they could try to influence things in this world to harm Aang or the people he cared about terrified him. It's evil. Pure evil. Ozay scarcely reacted to his words and just looked out to the sea again. Evil, is it? What makes it so? If it is giving me power, shouldn't I use it? With all the power that you have, all the power in the world, what use is good or evil to you? It's how you use that power that makes you good or evil, Aang said, narrowing his eyes. I've met people who think firebending is evil just because of what it is, but I know that isn't true. So you, who stands above us all, think I could use this power, this spirit, for good. I don't stand above anybody. And I don't think you should use that power at all. That isn't what I understand of the Avatar. This isn't what I understood of you, Aang said, surprised at himself for letting those words out. But even in this world, he didn't expect an Ozay who could be like this, who elevated the Avatar to such an extent. But did he ever understand Ozay? What have Zuko and Azula told you of me, I wonder? Ozay asked, folding his hands in his lap. Aang realized that Ozay had misunderstood his words, but that was probably for the better. Did they tell you that I am cold? Harsh in my way of cultivating their unique strengths. And I understand that you have met my brother as well, did he tell you that I stole away his son to the war? Aang frowned and finally allowed his shoulders to relax. Gulls cut as they flew over the bay. They didn't really tell me much about you at all. The man actually laughed out loud. I see. That makes sense. They've been nothing but distant to me since we reunited. It's for the better. Ozay's outburst of laughter, of all things, made Aang see the similarity to the Phoenix King the most. Oddly enough, it gave him the courage to sit down alongside him again. Is that really better? For them. He looked Aang squarely in the eyes, all mirth gone from his face. I would sacrifice any relationship with my children if it means saving them from the pain of loss again. To make them strong enough to stand on their own. Just in case something were to happen to me. I don't agree, Aang said, frowning again. He thought of the burn scar over his old friend's eye and the thought that this Zuko could have what the other lacked made him ache. You should treasure the time you have together. I'm sure they want their father to show he loves them. Ozay shook his head. It's too late for that. Besides, they have their uncle. He scoffed. You know, it isn't often that a man is courageous enough to disagree with me. The Avatar really is something. It's not because I'm the Avatar, Aang said. I've seen worse than you. He chuckled again and Aang thought that this was perhaps the most unexpected conversation he ever had since coming to this world. I see. Well, I should be glad that I have you to protect my son and daughter. Zuko tells me that you've trained in the way of the sword but you gave yours to that water tribe whelp. He unbuckled the thinner, straighter sword from his belt and handed it off to Aang. Take this. It's been handed down my wife's family for generations and supposedly once belonged to the wife of Avatar Roku. Aang blinked and took the sheathed blade, gaping. Oze gifting him a weapon from Avatar Roku was the only fitting capstone to a conversation like this one. The sheath was black and depicted a serpentine dragon threaded with gold. The hilt, covered in gold plate, had been inlaid with a ruby at the pommel. What? Really? Zuko prefers broadswords, like me. And Azula never had a taste for martial weapons. Aang unsheathed it, revealing a blade the color of pearl that reflected the orange sunlight when he held it up and cast an iridescent ray of color onto the ground. I don't know what to say. Use it as you must, he said with a wry smile. Not for good or for evil. But for something above those petty notions. Aang sheathed the sword again, and for the first time, he set his face into a grim smile for Oze. I'll try my best. Aang, Zuko, Azula, Sokka, and Katara left later that evening, leaving Mai to make her own preparations for her journey. With no Sky Bison, it would be much slower, but she'd manage. Jet and his freedom fighters had fire within them, and they'd help to get her to Agna Kalay, the Northern Water Tribe city, but once she was there she planned to leave them. None of them were trained in stealth or assassination like she was. They would presumably go on to the Northern Portal. But her only intent was revenge with fear as her weapon, honed to a sharp and deadly point. She knew fear intimately, and fear would help to end this war. The fear of her enemies and the fear of losing anyone else important to her would drive her further than any inner fire. The sun set beyond the mountains to the west, but the sound of bells ringing echoed across the bay. Mai turned her gaze out to the water, spotting a plume of black smoke coming from the mouth of the river leading to East Lake and the Serpent's Pass. Coal-burning engines from a Fire Nation ship, she realized. Troops lined up along the shoreline to receive them. As they came closer, Mai recognized the insignia of a volcano on their flag, the burning earth of Jiduan. The ship anchored out in the bay and a smaller rowboat lowered and paddled to shore. From this distance, Mai could see only a trio of men on board, and as they neared Oze stepped forward to welcome them. She made her way closer to watch and listen. An older man, partially balding, stepped onto the beach and saluted Oze. We are part of Jiduan's coalition, he said, and he gestured to a younger man who stood at his side. My name is Tyro and this is my son, Haru. We've managed to escape the Water Navy blockade and come here for solace. Oze introduced himself in turn, but looked past the father and son to the third occupant of the rowboat. I can't believe it, he said. Is that you, brother? The third man bore a torch in his hands, but when he stood Mai got a better look at him. Wearing a red cloak with pointed shoulders and a lowered gold-trimmed hood, he joined the other men on the beach and stuck the torch into the sand. It has been a long time, Oze, he said. He folded his hands over his pot-belly and stretched his legs. Let me tell you, it's been so long since I've used my seafaring legs. I didn't expect to see you here, Iroh. I hope you are well. Father. A voice called out from the crowd. Lu Ten pushed his way to the front, his face lighting up in a huge grin. What are you doing here? Iroh paused his stretching and froze when he saw his son, tears brimming in his eyes until he rushed forward and wrapped his arms around the younger man in a tight embrace. He wept openly, his shoulders shuddering as he squeezed Lu Ten with seemingly no intention to let go. Lu Ten smiled and laughed and awkwardly patted the old man's back. Father, what's wrong? I'm happy to see you too, but you're embarrassing me. I've missed you, Lu Ten, Iroh spoke through his tears. My brave soldier boy. Chapter 2, The Last Kyoshi Warrior. The nuns are saying I'll be ready for fire bending soon. Sangmu fumbled with her slice of fruit pie and almost dropped it. What? Already? But it feels like you only just got here. The temple's tree roots coiled around one of the ledges overlooking the foggy ravine, creating a sort of shelf for giving the airbenders a great view of the rest of the temple. Sangmu had shown Aang this spot after his first day at the Western Air Temple and it had become his favorite place, especially because it became their typical meeting point before they started the day's adventures. But even the thought of a fun day ahead with Sangmu did little to lift his spirits. Morose and slumped over, with his legs dangling over the tree roots, Aang frowned as he watched the herd of bison fly by them. I know. I mean, I already have my airbending tattoos, but I thought they'd be teaching me more about what it means to be the Avatar, you know. Sangmu shared his frown but then nudged him and gave a hopeful smile. Hey, what if Kyuzan becomes your firebending master? Then we'd all still get to have fun together all the time. Aang looked at Sangmu with his own sad smile, but couldn't look directly at her face without blushing, so he focused on her beaded circlet centered at her forehead instead. The beads had been arranged in a circle and were meant to display the light blues of a midday sky. I wish, but Kyuzan's not really a master yet. The nuns would never allow it. Don't be such a pessimist, she said. We'll find you a great firebending master, not some stuffy old fire sage. And then we'll do the same for your earthbending and waterbending masters. You're gonna come and help me find all my masters. She swung her feet back and forth as they dangled over the ravine. Well, an avatar needs companions, right? A family. Euphoria filled his lungs and for a moment he thought he'd float away from the temple. Really? I'd love that. But then he really considered her words and Aang tilted his head. But don't you want to stay here and become a nun? Sangmu blanched. What gave you that idea? I want to see the world. She looked down into the swirling fog in the ravine and Aang had an inkling there was something else she wasn't telling him, but he didn't want to press it. Whatever was on her mind, it made her look sad. Wistful. He decided that he didn't want her to look that way and a devious idea came to mind that gave him an impish grin. Hey, do you want to do something with me that Gyatso always suggested for cheering me up? It involves fruit pies. Aang knew why his dreams now consisted of his other self's memories instead of his own. He figured it had to do with the connection they now shared, but it didn't mean he had to like it. Memories of airbenders long dead induced a sense of melancholy far worse than his own memories of home. Dreaming of his world and his friends helped solidify his sense of purpose and gave him the comfort of familiarity, even if it was a reminder of his failures. It was personal. But he'd never met this Sangmu. To him, she was just another face among thousands that he'd failed by running away in his world. Why was his other self dreaming of her so much? Did he just miss her? It was almost embarrassing, in a way. It made Aang realize he was even worse about pining over Katara. Sitting at the back of the saddle, he felt his gaze slide over to Katara, who was still shackled and spent most of her time looking at the ground far below them as they passed over the southern Earth Kingdom. He wondered if, like his Katara, she simply enjoyed the scenery. Appa's saddle never felt so cold. Anytime Sokka or even Zuko tried to make conversation, Azula shot it down, too focused on monitoring Katara. Seeing the waterbender like this, Aang himself wanted nothing to do with her. Even looking at her gave him the sensation of something slimy sinking into his stomach, as wrong and uncomfortable as having a peaceful conversation with Jose the other day. But just thinking of Katara in that way made his stomach twist into knots, guilty that he even thought that of her. Sabi also gave her a wide berth, but Momo occasionally tried slinking up to Katara's side only to be shooed off, yet again giving Aang an inkling that this might have been the Momo from his world. Is it just me, or are we flying west? Katara asked suddenly, looking at Aang, Azula, and Sokka, who sat in the saddle with her. The Southern Water Tribe's eastern peninsula should be directly south of us. I get that your big, gross, smelly furball probably needs to rest, but we could stop at Koken Island on the way. Said, big, gross, smelly furball groaned at her words, as if taking offense. Zuko, at the reins, patted his head in sympathy. Sokka paused his boomerang sharpening. And give those stupidly dangerous samurai who live there the opportunity to capture us? No thanks. We are flying west, Aang confirmed. We're going to stop and rest at Kyoshi Island first, and then continue onward from there. It's a more roundabout route, but it gives you less of an opportunity to use wherever we land to your advantage. It was Azula's idea. Besides, he was familiar with Kyoshi Island. Koken Island was closer, but he'd never been there and had enough disadvantages to begin with. Thank you for the credit, Aang, Azula said, sitting back with a satisfied look on her face. Katara made a show of shrugging. I get it, you don't trust me. I'm hurt. That said, Kyoshi Island has its own dangers, Sokka said to Aang and Azula. Just, be ready for anything. Azula crossed her arms. I always am. Her body hurtled through the abyss, ripped between the currents that dragged her deeper and deeper or further upward and out or within or around or all at once. She lost any sense of time or direction, her movements sluggish and swift in equal measure. She should have drowned long ago and had long since stopped struggling, stopped fighting it, stopped floundering in the current in a feeble attempt to swim to safety. She felt things brush against her occasionally. Things that felt wet even underwater and things with long, sweeping tendrils and things that made horrible squelching noises that made her realize she still had ears and wished she didn't. Things that felt prickly and things that felt rough and things that felt like coarse, grainy sand but couldn't be because she was still blind and she had no eyes or nose or mouth. She wondered if everything avoided her because she was already dead. The water or whatever it was rushed and pulled her along with it and the darkness hurled her up and then she felt a splash of something cold and weightless that she remembered to be air, and her stomach flipped as she met no resistance. She became reacquainted with hunger and fear and a dizzy sensation and felt her momentum decrease as she reached her apex and started to fall again. On her way down, because she felt fairly certain it was down, she crashed through something that felt like paper and something else that felt like SPID earthly webs that slowed her fall until she stopped in midair and felt herself change direction in a disorienting swerve. A canopy of what might have been giant leaves slapped her and she got caught in a tangle of vines that finally made her stop, but she managed to wiggle free, afraid of what awaited her if she didn't, and then she fell again. She landed face down. Could she say that? No, she couldn't say anything, on something hard and flat. Awareness rippled through her body and through the earth beneath her and she pressed her palms flat against the soil. She would have cried if she could have, she would have choked in lungfuls of air, would have reveled in the confirmation that she still lived. For a long time, she didn't move, and instead pressed herself into the earth as if she meant to become part of it. It was her anchor. A voice that sounded like her own, a distant memory, something impossible, rang out somewhere above her. Come on, dirt for brains. You're not gonna give up here on my watch. Toph Beifong clenched the soil in her fists and lifted her head. She could still bend. She didn't have eyes to see, but that never stopped her before. Apple landed as far from Kyoshi village as Aang could manage, but even under Sokka's cloud cover he felt exposed. This time of year, the spruce and pine trees around the island were the only ones that weren't bare, offering them little natural camouflage. But even many of those had been cut down, their stumps the only indication that there had been other trees here. When Aang asked Sokka about it, he suggested it was due to the need for lumber used in shipbuilding. We're not gonna stay here long, Aang told the others as they dismounted. I just want to get some water tribe clothing so we don't stick out so much for the rest of our journey. Azula put her hands on her hips and scowled. I don't want to wear a big, gross, smelly parka. She had the same tone that Katara used to describe Appa earlier and Aang guessed that Azula probably didn't even realize it. Sokka pulled his hair back and tied it up into his signature warrior's wolf tail. We'll be sure to find you something nice and fashionable. And maybe we'll even get you some perfume. Aang frowned at him. Sokka, don't start with the sarcasm. Whatever. What do you mean, anyway? Azula asked. I'm coming. Aang made sure the sword that Ozai had given him was fixed to his belt before answering. I'm trusting you to stay here and keep an eye on Katara, he said. You're strong enough to handle her if things go bad. Katara looked over the edge of the saddle at everyone down on the ground, pouting. Hey, I don't need a babysitter. They all ignored her. Well, fine, when you put it that way, said Azula, who shrugged and began unpacking. I'll stay here, too, said Zuko, picking up an armful of their cooking implements. Someone's got to make sure they don't kill each other. Aang resorted to theft so he could wear something to town, but he and Sokka planned to avoid trouble by purchasing everyone else's clothing at the markets. He'd managed to snag a tunic not unlike Sokka's, but instead of a plain white trim it had a border with a white and purple geometric design. His pants felt thick and heavy, made of a darker fabric than the tunic and tucked into sealskin boots. To hide his arrows, he found a dyed blue leather fur-lined hat shaped roughly like a curved funnel, curling to a point at the top of his head with flaps that covered his ears. He had to keep brushing the brown and gray dappled fur out of his eyes. Fingerless gloves concealed the arrows on the backs of his hands, since he chose not to wear mittens for ease of bending. He didn't want to think about how his ancestors probably frowned upon him for how many animals he wore, wherever they were. The village itself was almost unrecognizable, and many of them that had previously dotted the island in unconnected hubs had now expanded and connected to each other, uniting them under Water Tribe rule. Aang chose the one he was most familiar with, Suki's old village, as his destination, situated close to the bay where he had once ridden the elephant koi. The main thoroughfare still meandered up a slope to the top of the village, but the previously gabled roofs had now been rounded and elongated in a Water Tribe style. One longhouse had Sokka nearly drooling for the smell of smoked meats emanating from it, while another had a much fouler smell that Sokka said was for harvesting whale and seal oil to make lamps. At the village square, where the statue of Avatar Kyoshi used to be, Aang instead saw fishery stalls set up on beds of ice to preserve the day's catch. Several fishmongers carved into the carcass of a golden elephant koi that had been dragged all the way up from the bay. Its blank gaze felt like it stared at Aang, and it made his stomach churn. "I used to ride those," Aang said to Sokka under his breath. "They were once considered sacred." "Well, now they're just meat," he said. His eye darted up and down the street, constantly on watch, and seeing that made a thought occur to Aang. "Won't anyone recognize you?" Aang asked. "You know, because of your eye." Sokka twisted his mouth into a thoughtful frown. "Not really. It's pretty common back home, a symbol of weakness, or failure as a man. The spirit Sedna had one eye, so they say, so it's meant to be a comparison to how she was inferior to Seiryu, her husband. It's done to men who lose duels, or who can't provide for their families." He tapped his chin. "Well, it's common for pirates too, but that's unrelated." "Seiryu? The old emperor?" "No, the sea dragon spirit." Aang had never heard of Seiryu the sea dragon. "Wow, you guys really like to hammer home the idea that men are stronger than women, huh? I'm not one to say bad things about other cultures, but..." Sokka's eye closed for a moment before he gathered himself, and Aang wondered what circumstances led to the removal of his left eye. But now was not the time to ask. "I personally think all that spirit stuff is the stupid part, but either way, it happened to me. I don't care about the why." Even back home, Sokka never cared for spiritual matters, so his familiar skepticism was comforting. "Do you still think that spirit stuff is stupid?" Aang asked him. "I didn't put much stock in them before," he said. "I knew spirits were always real, but it never affected our lives before. But I'm also not someone to deny the evidence of it right in front of my face. If I was, I wouldn't be here now." Aang tugged his new hat lower. He wanted to ask if Sokka had visions of his other self, but the warrior still knew too little about Aang's circumstances. Now was not the time to tell him the truth. "For what it's worth, I'm glad you are." Sokka made a grunting sound that sounded like a scoff, and they arrived at the market stalls, their boots crunching over the light dusting of snow that coated the ground from earlier in the morning. Villagers from the Water Tribe and the Earth Kingdom crowded the markets, arguing over wares like fruits imported from northern shores and jewelry from Aniaktu. The two of them stocked up on parkas and underclothes sold by a mother-son pair, paid with the money that Bumi had given them, and kept their heads down. Sokka convinced Aang that any self-respecting Water Tribe warrior had a shark tooth necklace of some kind, but Aang settled for an amulet made from a circular polished blue shell with a fang curled around it like a crescent moon. Aang saw warriors everywhere. Unlike the Fire Nation soldiers he knew, who would be stationed in cities with rigid guard and patrol duties and wouldn't do much else, these fighters doubled as fishermen or merchants, shipbuilders and loggers, hunters, and spiritualists. Every able-bodied man held a weapon or wore face paint of some sort, waterbender or not, and all would be ready for war at a moment's notice. Aang forced himself to keep a level head, to stifle the fear that someone may recognize their prince. That much for a handful of golden elephant koi scales. "You must be mad." "Sorry, though, this was the only catch today. Next you'll be telling me that I can't have its eyes." "Well, actually. Do you realize what kinds of properties these scales have? I can grind it into a powder and melt it down with quicksilver to make a mixture that strengthens your waterbending. It's also a necessary component in the endeavor to change base metals into gold." Aang's eyes were drawn to the commotion brewing between the elderly Water Tribe man and the fisherman. The elder, though, had an air of importance about him, accompanied as he was by a trio of men in blue robes and black silk hats that looked vaguely familiar. Thode, despite his advanced age and missing teeth, yelled at the fisherman without stopping for breath. The fisherman, apparently, had enough, and brandished his cleaver at Thode. "Kinnit, you old coot. I can sell these eyes for much more than you'd offer me. What use could someone else have for those eyes? This isn't the same as regular old elephant koi. Do you even know who I truly am? Do you, lad?" Thode drew himself up to his full height, the top of his bald head gleaming in the sunlight while he stroked his long white beard. "I am head seeker of the Aniaktu Alchemical Institute. And I insist on buying those eyes as they are used in many different kinds of purification rituals." "Head seeker? Pah!" An old woman, ancient, even, stomped her way over to the two arguing men. Much smaller than either of them, she squinted at them through heavy wrinkles as she stomped over in her green kimono. With how short and slight she looked, the weakest breeze looked as if it could knock her over. She waved her bony fingers at the two men, but something held in them reflected golden light. Her voice came out as coarse as a porcupine pelt. "Do you think that makes you sound important, boy?" Thode bristled so much that Aang thought the braids in his long hair and beard quivered. "You dare to call me boy? Do you know to whom you are speaking?" Yeah, I heard you the first time." "Thud? Claude? Those sound like earthbender names to me. And you're much younger than I am, so respect your seniors." Hunched over a gnarled wooden cane, her wispy gray hair fell in a plait over her shoulder. "It's people like you who are driving the sacred golden elephant koi to extinction. They used to be respected and sometimes even worshipped, but now any old coot like you thinks they're a delicacy or some precious commodity." The old man spit on the ground in front of her. "Will anyone collect this senile old woman?" The crowd that had formed around them watched and did nothing, made up of both Water Tribe and Kyoshi Islanders, but Aang had a hard time telling the two apart. "I know her," Sokka hissed under his breath to Aang. "That's Mizuka, she used to live at the palace in Aniaktu. I didn't know she moved back here. Should we step in?" Aang asked, noticing that no one came to the old woman's aid. As if in answer to his question, Thode raised a hand to strike Mizuka, but her hand snapped to his wrist and diverted his attack away. She otherwise didn't move. "Who do you think you are?" he shouted at her, voice hoarse. "The last Kyoshi warrior," Mizuka said, jutting her chin out proudly. "Which is a title much grander than yours." A pair of warriors shoved themselves between the two as if to prevent a street brawl from breaking out between the seniors. Mizuka limped away without another word while Thode stormed off after one last glare at the ancient woman's back. Sokka crossed his arms. "The last? What did she mean by that? Come on, keep walking. If you give up you'll never get out of here." Toph dragged her feet forward, spreading her awareness out further with every step. She could bend the earth in the spirit world perfectly fine, but even with both feet firmly planted on the ground she couldn't muster the energy to do more than walk. Something about the ground beneath her felt softer than normal earth, less dense. It also changed. She could sometimes feel things moving around deep underground, like fossils that had come to life or great tunneling worms and other things she wished would never surface. Sometimes the earth she walked on felt suspended over nothing. Sometimes great chunks of stone would float away or disappear. Her companion was the only person she trusted to guide her through this, her other self, the one from Aang's world. But the other Toph was not truly there. She did not know if her doppelganger even had a physical form, because the voice shifted often and sometimes came from above and sometimes from her side. Wherever or whatever she was, the other Toph did not walk upon the earth and she wondered if the voice was a spirit. Spirit Toph. How did she see, then? It wasn't like Toph could ask. "You're slowing down again. Pick up the pace, weakling." Toph didn't know where they were going and suspected that Spirit Toph had no idea, either. But her other self knew the right words to spur her into action, and that was enough. She walked through a forest with trees bigger than anything she had ever come across. Wide enough to comfortably hold several houses in their trunks and so tall that Toph couldn't sense the tops even after pounding the earth and the bark. They made her feel smaller than she had ever felt before. She only knew that they were trees to begin with and not enormous wooden monoliths because she felt their roots tangling together underground for as far as she could sense, holding entire ecosystems in their depths. It made her glad that she wasn't alone anymore, even if her only companion was her own disembodied voice. Maybe if she wasn't dead, she had gone crazy. The trees stood far enough apart that she could conceivably walk in any direction with no underbrush to block her way. No part of the ground was trodden upon more than the others, which would have indicated a path for her. But they had no guidance, no aim except continuing forward. The only time her pace changed at all was when she came across a screaming bird of some sort and ran away from it. The edge of the forest came up without warning. First it continued on into an endless void and then it just stopped. She could sense nothing ahead at all. "You have to jump forward," said Spirit Toph from above. "It's just a little gap. Honestly, you could probably even just take one really big step." But she didn't move. She couldn't sense anything beyond the forest. Even the ground below her felt shallow and empty, as if it had eroded away. How could her other self see when she couldn't? She hated how everything here shifted and changed with none of the stability that real Earth had. "I know, you can't see ahead. But you're gonna have to trust me on this. I can't see, either. I can't even bend like this. I just know. I guess it comes with the territory." She wanted to hit something. Wanted to punch her other self. Wanted to shout all of her problems away, as she always did. But she felt so exhausted, so helpless. So hungry, yet she couldn't eat. Couldn't shout. "Come on, Toph. You got this. You can trust me." Toph braced her legs and reminded herself who she was, the blind bandit, the greatest earthbender in the world. Aang's earthbending master. Azula and Zuko's friend. The ground, as flimsy and unfamiliar as it was here, was a part of her. With those feelings in her heart, she stomped the earth with just enough force to propel herself over, and then she felt nothing. With waterbending, you've got to be adaptable. Resourceful. Sokka paced in front of Aang with his hands folded behind his back, occasionally gesturing to the snow melt that dripped off of the fir trees. Water is everywhere. Water is life, but a flood or a tsunami are also more dangerous than most other natural disasters. It changes, you know? We draw our power from the moon, its push and pull on the tides, even if we're not currently in the ocean right now. He scratched his head. The tides have nothing to do with the snow melting all around us into water. That's because of the heat of the sun. Which, speaking of, a bunch of water tribe astronomers theorize that moonlight doesn't actually exist at all. It's just reflected off of the sun. Crazy, right? So does that mean we're like firebenders? Oh. Yeah, water's adaptable, because it changes between water and ice and snow, so you've got to be prepared to use it for any of those things. But sometimes it's just fun to clobber your enemies with a club, too. Aang straightened from the stance that Sokka had told him to take. Both of them had been unprepared for the impromptu first waterbending lesson, but Zuko had the idea of foraging for as much as they could before they ventured to the South Pole where resources would be scarce. Aang figured Appa could use the extra rest anyway. But Sokka, I don't have a club. Sokka shrugged. Oh. Yeah. Whatever. Feel the tides, feel the flow, feel the push and pull. That's how my father and Gran taught me. Your father taught you waterbending? Yeah, he said, getting a distant look in his eye. When I was really young. Aang shuffled his feet. His voice came out low even though they had picked a secluded spot in the forest far from Kemp and away from Katara. You do realize? Yeah, teaching you waterbending will indirectly contribute to you trying to take him down, he said, waving his hand at Aang dismissively. I know. But this will also help you prevent the spirit world from blowing up this world, right? Aang had been curious to learn what kind of bending teacher Sokka would be, but so far all he seemed to do was ramble on about the theory behind it and demonstrate a move, and then repeat himself. If Aang didn't know any better, he might have said Sokka was nervous. Maybe this Sokka had more in common with the one from home than he thought. He focused on the snow at his feet and tried to feel the water, the back and forth of the tides, like Sokka said. He didn't understand why he had trouble grasping it now when waterbending came easiest to him back when he first learned with Katara. Maybe I should focus on actual water first instead of snow. Sokka's shoulders fell. Yeah, maybe. I dunno, I'm not used to this whole teaching thing. They found a frozen pond that Sokka melted and Aang tried practicing the push and pull on that, but it didn't bend to his will and both of them started getting frustrated. Why am I not getting this? Waterbending should come easy to me. I first learned the basics from Pakku ages ago and I could at least freeze and melt ice a little bit. Not to mention the fact that he took to it like a fish when Katara first taught him back home. Sokka shrugged. Maybe if you ask Katara really nicely she could teach you instead. Aang shook his head. He knew that wouldn't go anything like the way Katara originally taught him in his world. No, he said. It has to be you. I want it to be you, you can do this. Anytime the Sokka he knew felt down about something he just needed some encouragement. He just hoped this Sokka would respond to it the same way. Sokka lifted a stream of water and coiled it around himself and across his shoulders. Well, if you're sure. Your movements are too fast-paced and aggressive, though. And when you're rooted to the ground, which isn't often enough, you know, you're too rigid about it. Like an airbender, firebender, and earthbender, Aang said. So I wouldn't have had this problem if I mastered the elements the other way around. Since coming to this world, he didn't put much thought into the natural order of the elements and how it had been reversed from what he knew. He just accepted it as a normal fact of life here. What made the order of the elements wrong or right? Up until now, he hadn't had any issues learning them in the opposite order from what he originally learned. Beats me, Sokka said with another shrug. But come on, let's keep practicing. Zuko stepped into the saddle where they kept Katara even while at camp, holding a flat plate that he handed off to her. Her lunch consisted of steamed meat buns and pine nuts, which he foraged from the island. Here, he said. She no longer made comments about how difficult it was to eat with her hands shackled together, which he found to be a relief. How kind of you. He sat across from her while Azula attended to the cook fire. Before Aang and Sokka went off to begin their waterbending, they had stopped at camp and dropped off everyone's new clothes. Zuko found the tough leather uncomfortable, and the heavy parka still too hot for Kyoshi Island, so he wore a simple warrior's tunic wrapped tight around his torso with a leather thong slung across his back for his broadswords. 3 short ermine tails hung from both of his shoulders. He tried to avoid tugging at the bone choker around his neck too much, which felt too tight and stiff. Sokka tried to convince him to shave the sides of his head and put his hair up in a warrior's wolf tail, but Zuko flatly refused. Katara glanced up at him after she plopped the meat buns into her mouth. So are you just gonna sit there and watch me eat, or? Zuko shook his head. I already ate. And I wanted to ask you something. Ugh, here we go. When we spoke to each other in the catacombs under Ba Sing Se, I mentioned a voice. Something inside your head, like a conscience. He rubbed his shoulders, remembering how the last time he mentioned that she had gripped his entire body with her bloodbending. She glared at him and Zuko had no doubts that she wanted to react the same way she did the last time. It's not just a voice in my head. It's something else, isn't it? And you have it too, don't you? Kind of, he said. He watched as Appa rolled over and rubbed his back against the needles of a pine tree, his thoughts wandering. He knew now, without a doubt, that she had the Katara from Aang's world latched onto her somehow, just like Prince Zuko was to him. And if she was as kind as Aang always said, then he hoped that they could bring that aspect of her out. It's a spirit or something, right? Because of everything that's happening with the Avatar. She sat up straight again after finishing her food. I want it out. It's distracting. Or is it something the Avatar did to me in an indirect, cowardly attempt to defeat me? Well, it isn't so simple, said Azula from outside the saddle, shooting a glare at them. She leaned back from the fire and her voice came out in clipped tones as she crossed her legs at the ankle. She still wore her regular boots and had not yet changed into the clothes Aang had bought. You think you have it tough? Just because you hear a voice that occasionally speaks up to get you to do something good for once in your life? You don't know how easy you have it. Katara pulled against her shackles as if to remind them that they were there. Good? You don't know me, so don't pretend like you do. You're the ones who are traveling to my home to defeat my father and uproot the ways of our tribe. Our way of life. And you say that you're the good guys. Azula snapped to her feet. Oh, pardon us for trying to end a 100-year-long war that your people started. My people have suffered for hundreds of years, confined to the unforgiving tundra of the North and South Poles, she said, and when she spoke it felt as if a cold breeze passed through their campsite. My great-great-grandfather united all of the clans for the first time ever in order to give us the combined strength to be on the same level as the rest of the world. To take what we deserve, what has been denied to us for all these years. Zuko crossed his arms and furrowed his brow. But even you've pointed out that you don't like the ways of your tribe. The way you treat your women. I can be proud of my lineage and question some of its ways, she said, huffing. I'm not going to blindly accept the way it is. Because of my love for my tribe I want to make it better. Azula bristled. And we're fighting to make the world better. The water tribes have the rest of the world living in fear. Even in Ba Sing Se, your warriors brutalized the city before Wan Shi Tong arrived. It's a show of strength, Katara retorted. But once we conquer, we do our part to improve it. Do you? Aang entered the clearing with Sokka at his heels, frowning at Katara. Even when you ruin the environment with waterbending. And what about all the Kyoshi warriors your people wiped out? And Omashu? It's a necessary part of war, said Sokka. Aang, Zuko, and Azula whirled on him. What? Did you forget I'm water tribe too? It's an unfortunate consequence, obviously, but it can't be avoided. And you just saw a village conquered by us. Did the people seem hungry? Afraid? Did anyone rush to Mizuka's defense when she spoke out against the water tribes? No, because they're content. They live in fear, Aang said, setting his jaw. I know fear. I know what people are like when they live through it. Your people crushed a rebellion here not long ago, didn't they? Because people are unable to swallow their pride, their connection to their home nation, said Katara, who looked up at him with a quirked eyebrow. Wait, Sokka, did you say Mizuka? Sokka nodded. I did. And you haven't seen Aniakta yet, or any other towns in the South Pole. It's the center for science and learning. We've got inventors and seafarers and explorers, seekers who practice alchemy with knowledge derived from all the nations. He counted off his fingers. And the North Pole has the best healers in the world, Katara continued for him. Not to mention scholars and sages who study the spirit world and all of its mysteries. The whole world thinks we're senseless barbarians, but it couldn't be further from the truth. Azula rolled her eyes. Well, in either case, I'm glad to see you two getting along again. Oh, no, I'm still holding a grudge against Sokka, Katara said offhandedly. Zuko felt his face get hot with anger as he pictured his mother's face, and he slammed his hand down on the side of the saddle. I can't believe you two would justify everything your nation has done all these years. When you've been in a position to spread peace and all you do is continue to wage war. He noticed Aang, who sat down on the earth and stared down at his clenched fists. Aang. It made him wonder if Aang had ever had this same kind of conversation with people from the Fire Nation in his world. Perhaps even with Zuko himself. Or maybe Prince Zuko and Princess Azula had never even tried to justify their evil deeds, and that could be why Zuko had redeemed himself. He couldn't reconcile with what he had done anymore. As they were now, Zuko wondered if that was even possible for Katara or even Sokka. Aang shook his head. Let's stop this. I don't want to talk about this anymore. We should get going, we've already wasted enough time. Mizuka is someone who lived under the rule of my nation all her life. Even in the palace at Aniaktu, Sokka said, putting a hand on his hip. Maybe we can ask her what it was like and put your worries to rest. And besides, I want to ask her what she meant before. Good luck, Katara said, leaning back against the saddle now that the arguing had passed. I think she's a few sea prunes short of a stew nowadays. Aang and Sokka's walk back to the village was done in an uneasy silence, punctuated only by Sabi's occasional chattering as she poked in and out of Aang's tunic. His thoughts centered on the conversation they'd all just had at the campsite. At Oze's camp, he had thought briefly that maybe Sokka would be able to get along with Zuko and Azula. But the fact that he still believed in his nation's imperial rule, and not only believed, but justified and defended it, kind of put a damper on that. He wondered what would happen after they saved Toph and Yu. Would they go their separate ways? Become enemies again? Do you ever hear any voices? Aang asked, stepping around the muddy path to the village. He had to ask Sokka while they still had time alone. Like, in your head? Telling you what to do? Or any weird dreams? Sokka peered at him with the eyebrow over his good eye raised. Voices? That's crazy talk. Just more Avatar stuff, he replied, shrugging. He wasn't sure if that was Sokka's signature skepticism, denial, or just the truth. But if even Phoenix King Ozai had tried to interfere in this world, why wouldn't Sokka? Forget I asked. Sokka raised a finger. And I do have weird dreams all the time, but I have an overactive imagination and a natural curiosity about things. After asking around, they managed to pinpoint Mizuka's residence up the mountain trail on the outskirts of the village after receiving directions from woodcarvers who worked on a canoe made out of a single tree. Based on the villagers' reactions to her and the size of her residence, Aang had been able to surmise that Mizuka was a highly respected figure in the village, if considered a bit of an eccentric. But she lived alone, and the only company she kept were her neighbors who occasionally went to check up on her. As soon as Sokka knocked on her door, Aang's eyes widened when a thought occurred to him. Hey, Sokka, he said. If you knew her, isn't there a chance that she would know you, too? What if she recognizes you? Sokka glanced at him through the corner of his eye and tensed his shoulders. Good point. But it's not like we knew each other well. Maybe she forgot. Aang was about to remind him that he was a prince, but they heard a voice shouting something to them from behind the door. The tiny old woman opened it from inside and peered up at them. Up close, Aang had to guess that she was nearly a century old, with missing teeth and barely any vision. What did I forget? Now that Aang knew who she was, he recognized her green kimono as part of the Kyoshi warrior uniform, just without the armored portion. Wait a minute. I know you, boy. Aang and Sokka exchanged nervous glances. You do? Sokka asked. Yes. I've lived at that dreadful palace in Aniakta for most of my life, and I don't forget a face. She pointed a bony, shaking finger at Sokka's chin. You're that servant boy. The one who always forgot to retrieve my dirty plates. Sokka blew air between his cheeks. Yup, that's me. Forgetful servant boy. Sorry about that. Can we come in? Aang asked. There are some things we wanted to ask you. Mizuka turned away without closing the door or opening it wider for them, hobbling across the wooden floor with her cane. Yeah, I guess so. Aang entered into a wide entry hall that took up most of her house. One of the few buildings that still looked traditionally Kyoshian, it was wider than it was deep, with mostly empty space on the inside. To his left, he saw a stand atop a slightly raised platform that held a Kyoshi warrior uniform on full display in a seated position. The golden headdress rested on a rack above it and the fans lay extended across its lap. A sheathed blade and retractable shield hung on the wall behind it, making Aang think it was a ghostly warrior who sat and prepared for a battle that would never come. He didn't see a speck of dust on her. On the opposite side of the hall, he saw a shrine to Avatar Kyoshi. Her wooden head rested at the center, a brand new paint job giving her a fierce glare. The Avatar's boots, bigger than any other Avatar, rested next to the head, while a wall scroll depicting Kyoshi forming the island hung behind it. Other than the shrine and the armor, the entrance hall held only a tea table, while sliding paper doors only hinted at the rest of the residence. The hall had the vaguely sweet smell of rice wine and ink, the latter of which he saw coating a brush on the tea table, still wet from use. Admiring Avatar Kyoshi's boots, Mizuka asked Aang, coming up to his elbow without him even noticing. Quite impressive, wasn't she? You were allowed to keep all this? Aang asked, gesturing to it all. Mizuka gave him a wily smile. Not officially. Besides, all this was already here, this used to be the dojo. But what are they gonna do, raid a 95-year-old lady's house? Her cane tapped on the floor as she walked over to the tea table and lowered herself to one of the cushions. That's not a battle any warrior wants to face, No matter how brave they think they are. Anyway, what did you boys want to ask me? We're, interviewing former residents of the palace at Aniaktu, Sokka said, rubbing the back of his neck. After I quit being a servant I decided to become, a detective. Aang had been moving to sit at the tea table when Sokka's words made him slip and bang his elbow on the wood. Mizuka tapped her chin. A detective? What are you investigating? Sokka stroked his chin and leaned in close to the old woman. A murder, that took place at the palace itself just the other day. Well, I had nothing to do with it, she said, crossing her arms and neatly shutting down his flair for the dramatic. I've been here for nearly 5 years now. Are you sure someone didn't just slip on the ice? Yes, of course, Sokka said. But a lady like you who's been all around the palace for so long, you're bound to have picked up on things that no one else did. All I'm trying to do is discern a motive. So, Lady Mizuka, tell me about your time spent as the representative for Kyoshi Island. Mizuka scoffed. Representative? How about prisoner? Or hostage? Ever since I was a little girl and the island first started getting raided by the United Southern Tribes, I fought until my people finally bent the knee. High Chief Aniak, or was he calling himself Emperor Seiryu, by that point, personally picked me to come live at the Southern Water Tribe as leverage to hold over my people. A trophy, more or less. They allowed me to sail home once a year, if only to prove to the villagers that I yet lived in captivity. Sokka frowned. But you lived there in comfort, didn't you? They gave you servants. Your own chamber. Food and warmth and anything you needed. It was a gilded cage, she said. And I expected to live out my days there, when I should have been a warrior at the height of my life. But they took that all away from me. I had one friend there, Lady Kunna, but she could not stop the massacre of my people when Hakuda put down the rebellion. Her shoulders fell. And now I'm the only one left. Sokka shook his head. But you're not. There's at least one more, Suki. You trained her yourself. For the first time, Mizuka relaxed her face into a gentle smile. Ah, the girl. I do miss Suki, she was my one last light there. But she is no true Kyoshi warrior. She did not live and grow up among our people, never got to fully become part of our culture and learn our ways. And I could not teach her too much, or else she would not have survived as a woman raised by the water tribes. Sokka finally joined them at the table and hung on to every word. Why do you say that? Emperor Kvichak called them dance lessons. That was the only way her training was permitted. Emperor Hakuda knew the truth, sure, but he turned a blind eye to it as long as it wasn't flaunted or spread further. A woman, learning to fight? Learning our traditions? If she learned our true purpose, the reason why we were founded in the first place, she would have fought back and she never would have endured life in that palace. Not without the rest of the sisterhood. Despite her tiny, frail form, the old woman looked stronger than Aang had even imagined. Suki became water tribe to survive. But she was part of our family, Sokka said, almost to himself. Right. You're the only one left to keep your culture alive, Aang said to Mizuka, his voice low. I can relate. He stared at Sokka, who met his gaze with his mouth slightly ajar. He didn't know what thoughts passed through Sokka's head, but now that the waterbender had been confronted with the evidence, Aang hoped it actually got through to him. Sokka collected himself with a deep breath. You're the last successor to a proud warrior tradition, he said. I get that. But it can't die with you. Not after all of that. Mizuka put a hand over her chest. If Suki made it out of that horrible place, I would like to see her again before I'm gone. I don't know where Suki is now, Sokka admitted. He put his hands on his knees, his gaze resolute. But what if you taught me? And then I passed it on to her. The old woman scoffed. No man has ever been admitted to our order. Much less an outsider, and one of our oppressors, to boot. Don't make me laugh. Why not? If you don't, your traditions will all die, he said. I'm already a great warrior. It's not like you have to start from scratch. She rapped him on the forehead with her knuckle. But I do, you oaf. You know absolutely nothing. You're too direct, too bullheaded to be a Kyoshi warrior. Our style is all about redirecting and using our opponent's force against them, not unlike waterbending, actually. Ironic, eh? Ain couldn't bear to look at Mizuka anymore, who had stood firm by her culture and her traditions as the last practitioner of them when Ain couldn't do the same for his own people. How long ago did he start eating meat? When was the last time he shaved his head? It made him ashamed to even think to compare with her. She's not going to give in, Sokka, he said. Not like I did. Sokka rubbed his head where Mizuka had struck him and scowled. What if I spar with him? He asked her, gesturing at Ain. What if I showed you how serious I am about becoming your student? Spar with him? He has none of the grace of a Kyoshi warrior either. Oh, no, my dear, I'd expect you to spar with me. A stick of something gold came out of her sleeve and she flicked her wrist, opening up a golden fan. Sokka leaned back, surprised. What? No, I. Mizuka snapped her fan shut again. Just as I expected. Too cowardly to fight an old master, or too proud to fight a woman. Either way, it proves that you could never be my student. Ain moved to stand. Come on, we should get going, he said. He furrowed his brow. Why are you so intent on becoming her student, anyway? Because I don't want my people, my father, to wipe out the last part of this culture, he said, standing alongside Ain with clenched fists. I want to make up for what we've done. It's sad, okay? I don't want to admit that maybe, just maybe, you and your friends were right about this. My dad talks about incorporating the cultures of the people we've conquered into our own nation, but, it's wrong. The way it's done is wrong. And, well, I care about Suki. This hits close to home, okay? Ain looked at Mizuka again, who remained seated, and hoped that she didn't piece together what Sokka said about his father. She crossed her arms and squinted up at Sokka. Fine, you want to help. She croaked. Bring the Unagi back to our waters. It had been scared away many years ago by the water tribe ships, because things that are bigger than the Unagi are the only things it's scared of. That's the only way to prove to me that you're serious. The Unagi will keep all those fishermen away from the golden elephant koi and it will prevent overfishing so they don't all get wiped out. Doesn't the Unagi eat elephant koi? Ain asked, scratching his head. Mizuka smirked. Not the golden ones. Never knew why, but it leaves those alone. How do we do it? Sokka asked. She flicked open her fan again and looked at him over its blade, hiding most of her face behind it. Oh, I don't know, but now it swims among the Chui Islands, perhaps near Koken. Good luck. And I hope you solve that murder case. How are we supposed to get a whole giant sea monster from one island to another? Ain asked Sokka as they made their way back to camp. It's an unreasonable request. That was the point, I think, Sokka said, rubbing his chin. How big can it really be, anyway? Maybe Appa could carry it. Have you ever met the serpent of the Serpent's Pass? Oh. Aang stepped over a fallen tree branch in the path and his eyes followed Sabi as she found Momo and both lemurs swooped through the air above them. Maybe we could get a giant fishing rod? Or, oh. You could waterbend a big wave that'll carry it all the way here. I dunno, my waterbending isn't that good, Sokka said. He hummed to himself and then chopped his hand into his other open palm. I've got it. You kind of had the right idea, but it was a little too direct. We're gonna lure the Unagi back here with some of its favorite food. They beamed at each other as the plan came together, and Aang couldn't help but think it felt just like old times. After the giant forest, Toph found herself wandering into an open steppe. The plains rolled and carried a faint breeze that tickled her skin, and for the most part it almost felt like she'd found her way back to the real world. But the air still felt warm, almost electric. Unnatural, like each breeze was a breath that pulled parts of her away with it. Spirit Toph warned her whenever a spirit flew by above them, so she ducked low to avoid notice. It wasn't hard, she didn't feel like anything about her was noticeable right now anyway. She felt the ground stirring far ahead of her, vibrations that indicated rapid, heavy movement. At the epicenter, she focused her senses, trying to grasp its meaning through the shifting earth of the spirit world. But it felt like trying to talk with someone underwater or through a wall, the ground's language garbled by distance and unfamiliarity. "There are people over there," Spirit Toph exclaimed. "They're being attacked by spirits. Come on, Lily Liver, you've got to go show 'em what you've got." Her words energized Toph, gave her purpose, and she summoned the earth underneath her to hurry to the rescue. As she neared, she recognized the familiar movements of another earthbender, a young woman who had physically entered the spirit world just like Toph. A swarm of insectoid spirits circled around them, beings with 6 legs and pincers that snapped at the two fighting from the center. The second fighter sliced at them with a long katana. Toph knew them. She couldn't place their names even though she tried her hardest to grasp at them, but she felt certain she had met them before. She jumped off of her earth wave and let it ride ahead of her to bowl over the spirits. The insectoids shifted their attention to the newcomer, hissing out a challenge, but Toph raised a fist and slapped one away with a slab of earth. As they all swarmed toward Toph, they burrowed under the ground and came at her from below, so she raised her hands and pinpointed all of their locations. She pressed down, sinking them deeper and deeper until they fell out the bottom of the ground into the void below. She supposed the weirdness of the spirit world did have some benefits, after all. "It's you," the other earthbender exclaimed, pointing a finger at Toph. "A sandbender," Toph remembered vaguely. Two of you? You're okay." Well, if they could see Spirit Toph, she supposed that proved she wasn't going crazy yet. "Toph, right?" the one with the katana asked. She curled her fingers under her chin and tilted her head. "How fascinating. Did your spirit get separated from your body somehow when KOH stole your face?" "Sure, let's go with that," Spirit Toph said. "What happened? How do we get out of here?" The sandbender looked to her companion. "I'm not sure. I know you's technically the enemy, but, right now we have to work together. She is very knowledgeable about spiritual matters. It is the only way." "You." Toph remembered her now. She was one of the water tribe friends of Sokka and Katara. Spirit Toph's voice drifted in a circle around them. "I don't really care what side anyone's on. I am just glad we all found each other. I don't think I could have done this alone. So thank you, Nagi." You clasped her hands together. "I remember being dragged here by the Face Stealer, but something happened to the connection between the two worlds, I think. It caused us all to lose each other. I don't think Suki or Zuko or that other boy you were protecting got taken, so I hope they are all right." Jet, Toph remembered. She had been protecting Jet. "Nah, none of them are here," said Spirit Toph. "But we should get moving before KOH finds us again. Is it possible to get me my face back?" "I don't know," you admitted, and Toph could hear the sympathy in her voice. It made her feel something like anger, dim and distant as it was. "I'll try my best to remember all the stories about KOH. There might be a clue in them." "Well, whatever happened to the connection between worlds, it made us lose KOH and Wan Shi Tong, so I am thankful for that," Nagi said. "And we are already one step ahead of them because we found each other again, if they even deign to continue hunting us down. But those insect spirit monsters reminded me a little too much of the Face Stealer to my liking, so I would rather not take any chances. The first step is just to survive," Spirit Toph said. Toph got the feeling that she lived by those words in another world. Take one step at a time and everything else after that will fall into place. A few hours later, Aang and Sokka set out for Koken Island on Appa's back with 3 smelly chum buckets, purchased from town and filled with bait for the Unagi. They didn't tell Azula, Zuko, and Katara about their plan or about their meeting with Mizuka, knowing that they'd get told off for being reckless and getting sidetracked even further. "So we are technically gonna go fishing," Sokka explained to him as the snowy island came into view. "We'll lure the Unagi with chum and fly just a little bit ahead back to Kyoshi Island, but you're gonna use waterbending to push and pull the chum in the water so that the Unagi keeps following us." "Me?" Aang asked. "But I can barely waterbend anymore." "What about you?" "I've got to maintain our fog cover," Sokka said. "If someone sees us, the whole plan could be ruined. You just have to be careful not to let the Unagi eat all the chum or we'll run out before we reach Kyoshi Island, but let it get close enough to still be tempted." Aang sighed. All while we avoid being eaten ourselves. Great. Sokka slapped the bottom of the saddle. Well, I hope your big smelly bison friend can at least do that part on his own, since we'll both be occupied. It's not a perfect plan, but it's the best we can manage. And I think you can do it. At his words, Appa let out a low moan as if to tell him that yes, of course he could handle that. Sokka pulled up a veil of fog that covered Appa and much more besides. All right, Avatar, chum us up. He dumped one of the buckets into the water, careful not to get any of the mixture of fish parts, bones, and blood on him. The rotten smell stung his nose. Okay, so, push and pull? Yeah, said Sokka. Let it churn a little bit so the Unagi can smell it. Now we're gonna play the waiting game. Aang remembered how dangerous the Unagi was from his first encounter with it. This is crazy, he said, but settled down at the edge of the saddle to wait. He concentrated on the feel of the tides under his grip, the push and pull. He remembered this. Mizuka had said he had no grace, but for waterbending he needed that, needed to hold his roots like an earthbender but bend with the tides instead of meeting them head-on. In his world, he always thought Katara was the epitome of grace. Was Sokka right, in that he had lost that connection to water in his training to master firebending and earthbending? Pakku tried to teach him waterbending first, like the way it was in Aang's world. Again, he wondered if the order of the elements truly mattered or if it was all just a matter of the bender's mindset and tradition. Water was healing and life, too. He had to remind himself of that. He had forgotten that all of the elements were capable of the same thing, in one form or another, in his years of war and fighting. He needed to reconnect with who he used to be, not with who Katara was, or who Sokka was, but with the boy who mastered waterbending under Katara's tutelage all those years ago. The bending arts were not simply weapons to wield. Roughly a half hour later, a shadow rippled under the water's surface. Sokka shouted out a warning and Aang pulled the chum away just as the Unagi's jaws breached and snapped at empty air. Appa roared and flew higher as the Unagi screeched its own challenge in return, pursuing them as Aang tried his hardest to hold onto the chum in the water. He thought, stupidly, in hindsight, that it would be an easy drift back and forth, push and pull, but right now it was all pull. The Unagi pursued what it thought was an easy meal, but this was not like when he was one airbender alone in the sea anymore. He had his bison and a master waterbender with him, his two best friends. The fog followed them, nearly enough to obscure his vision of the Unagi, but Aang persisted. At one point, the Unagi drew back and Aang was reminded of a similar incident in the past. It's gonna shoot water at us. He shouted to Sokka. What? He shouted back. It can do that? That other serpent couldn't. The Unagi opened its maw to unleash a jet of water and Sokka stood to help Aang. Redirect it to the side. Don't block it head-on. Aang leapt off of Appa's back to cut the jet stream in half with his staff while Sokka spread it to either side of Appa in his wake. Aang unfurled his glider and circled around back to the saddle, but the Unagi dove toward the water and devoured the chum that Aang had been pulling along. It got the chum! Aang exclaimed. Sokka went back to Appa's head, where he gathered the fog back to cover them. Even over open ocean, they couldn't take the chance that a water tribe patrol would spot them. Next bucket. Mizuka tottered down to the bay in full Kyoshi warrior regalia, proudly displaying her golden head-dress, makeup, and armor for all to see. Whispers followed her and water tribe warriors discussed her as she passed, too stunned over her brazen display of disobedience to stop her directly. Let us revive the tradition of leaving offerings for the Unagi, she told a few villagers she recognized as she made her way through town. For the great eel will make its return. And we will do what we must to make it stay this time. Many of them dismissed her words as the inane ramblings of an old woman well past her prime. But she knew it to be true, as certain as she was that the boys who visited her earlier today would succeed in bringing the Unagi back. They were the Avatar and the Prince, after all. The gait of a master airbender, firebender, and earthbender was unmistakable, and she had never forgotten the Prince's face. If the Prince had thrown his lot in with the Avatar, then perhaps things would finally change. The bay looked nothing like it did in her youth, with the docks that had been erected to turn the conquered Kyoshi Island into a port town. A pair of warships hewn from wood and ice and leather and whalebone bobbed near the shore, empty of occupants except for 2 warriors standing guard at the docks. Marines patrolled the shore, but by the time she arrived they scurried back and forth with such haste that they did not pay her any mind. Our patrols spotted a giant sea monster swimming toward the island. They barely noticed it in time because of the fog rolling in. It's the Unagi. It's returned. Warriors, to your stations. We'll have to scare it off. By that point, Mizuka had planted herself on the dock on the way to the warships, her fans unfurled and cane dropped to the ground. With the 2 guards behind her and a whole troop of warriors rushing to the ships at her front, she faced them down without flinching. One of the warriors stepped forward, brandishing his spear. "Move it, old crone." She took a stance, 1 fan at her front and 1 ready at her side. "I will not," she said. "I am here to keep you from preventing the Unagi's return. If it sees your ships sailing out toward it, it may just turn around and never come back, and I will not let that happen." Laughter rippled among the crowd in front of her and the first warrior lowered his spear. "Come on, Grandma, don't make us force you." In answer, she leapt backward, spun around, and struck both of the first 2 guards with each of her fans, knocking them both into the water in one fluid movement. "Maybe some of you will be the first offering to the Unagi," she told them, her war paint stretching into a ferocious smile. The warrior who spoke first rushed at her with his spear, but she danced around the point and disarmed him, sweeping his balance out from under him with a kick to push him off the dock. After that, they began their attack in earnest, rushing her 2 or 3 at a time but never more than that, as the dock was not wide enough to accommodate that many. She wove between their spears and kept moving, spinning, and slicing with her fans to deflect and disarm and push them into the bay. All this, for the Unagi. One of the warriors shouted, attempting to throw himself at her in a tackle. "Have you completely lost your mind, Mizuka?" "Far from it," she said, twirling around his lunge. "The Unagi protects our waters and the golden koi from you brutes." The waterbenders came next. Waves rose up on either side of her, but she rolled between the legs of a warrior and dodged to safety just as the waves crashed down on the docks, the wood snapping and splintering. Now on solid ground, she had lost her advantage of a narrow battleground but did not let it stop her. With the dock destroyed, it took many warriors with it, but she felt confident even that would delay them from reaching their ships. Because of the water tribes, she had not been able to fight alongside her sisters when they rose in rebellion 8 years ago. Now, she fought with their spirits alongside her, guiding her fans and her blade. They lost her in the scuffle, unable to keep track of the green and gold blur with the demon's face that disarmed and defeated warriors and waterbenders by the score. One had managed a lucky shot with his sling, shooting a bola that tangled around her ankles and made her fall. But she slid on the ground and cut herself free with her sword, pushing herself to her feet and panting with the exertion. Her chest felt like fire and her knees and hips and wrists screamed in protest, but she persisted. If this was to be her final stand as the last Kyoshi warrior, so be it. When she stood, her head dress askew and a mad grin on her face, a few warriors actually turned tail and fled back to town. Despite the pain, she stood and continued to face them, daring any of them to be the next to fall to her onslaught. One of them pointed past her, into the bay. "It's the Unagi. It has returned." She did not look as she heard the great eel roar behind her, far out in the water, but as it came closer more of her opponents ran away in a panic. She let them go, instilling the fear of the Unagi and hoping they would remember her with the monster at her back to the end of their days. When the last waterbenders and warriors gave up the battle, Mizuka at last turned to the bay and grasped at her chest. Every part of her body ached, but as she watched the shadow swimming through the bay and an oddly shaped cloud flying toward the island, she could only cry tears of joy. By the time Aang and Sokka made it back to Mizuka's residence, they found a small crowd that had gathered on her front steps and inside the entry hall. Their triumphant grins faltered as they picked up on the mood of the islanders who looked as if they were attending a funeral. A middle-aged man stopped them as soon as they entered Mizuka's house. An islander, Aang guessed, by the style of his clothing. "Who are you boys?" Aang feared the worst. "We came here to see Mizuka." "What happened?" "We only just saw her a few hours ago and she was fine." "Let them through." It was Mizuka's hoarse voice from behind a cluster of people, which parted to reveal the old woman in full Kyoshi warrior armor and face paint. She lay on a sleeping mat below the shrine to Avatar Kyoshi, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths while her eyelids fluttered. I know these boys. By all accounts of the Water Tribe, she fought some warriors down at the docks, the man said. We found her walking through town after it all happened, and she collapsed. Some warriors, they say, one woman said. It looked like a whole platoon of them from what I saw. Sokka lowered to his knees at Mizuka's side. Why did you do that? The Unagi's back. I know, she said, breaths wheezing. But now it needs to stay. And it will, Mizuka, said another woman, who held her hand on Mizuka's other side. We will leave offerings to the Unagi in secret, like you said. So you're just gonna let yourself die because of the Unagi? Sokka asked, brow furrowed. Not just for the Unagi, said Mizuka. For something greater. Let me tell you, what you must pass on to Suki. Sokka leaned closer and she continued. You will never be one of us. Do not mistake my words as an invitation. But even so, you must know this. Avatar Kyoshi formed our sisterhood when she saw rowdy men mistreating the women of her village. She wanted them to learn to fight for themselves, because she could not protect all the women of her village alone. From the beginning, that was all it was, a form of self-defense, a symbol of women protecting women. But in the Water Tribes, men can protect women just fine, Sokka said, frowning. It's expected of us. Mizuka drew in another rattling breath. And sometimes we just need to protect ourselves, or even the men of our own village, such as when the waterbenders came. She lifted her arm and pointed at her face. Symbolism is important to our order. The white symbolizes treachery, suspicion, and the willingness to visit evil deeds upon those who deserve it. This is what I have already taught Suki, the face we show to outsiders. But she does not know that the red symbolizes our honor, heroism, and loyalty. His gaze fell. I never knew any of that. She held up her arm toward Sokka and spoke as if reciting a sacred oath. The golden insignia on my sleeve represents the honor of a warrior's heart. And the silk thread is the brave blood that flows through our veins. But I still don't get it, Aang said, feeling the weight of melancholy all around him. Why all of this, just to bring the Unagi back? To protect the Golden Koi? The Water Tribe is still here. They still occupy your island. Mizuka smiled at him. The Unagi keeps the dream of a free Kyoshi alive, she said. My golden headdress, it is forged from the scales of the Golden Koi. We used to dive deep to the base floor and pick them from the sand. Her gaze turned to the wall scroll of Avatar Kyoshi and she let out a sigh. The painted scene told of a happier time, when the Avatar taught her first disciples. I still remember, when I first swam for my golden scales. I will now entrust our legacy to you, Suki. With those words, the last Kyoshi warrior let out her final breath, leaving this world with triumph in her heart. Hours later, Appa flew from Kyoshi Island with Sokka at the reins for the first time because he wanted to be alone. Both Aang and Sokka returned to camp without a word to their companions, leaving Azula, Zuko, and Katara confused as to what had transpired on the island. Katara stayed chained to the saddle as always, staring off into the horizon. Once again, Aang had to wonder if she had a plan for them, and if he would regret consenting to bring her along. But that would be a worry for another time. How would she have reacted to Mizuka's sacrifice? Would it have changed anything, like it seemed to with Sokka? He took the Kyoshi warrior's words to heart, ready to deliver to Suki in case they ever saw her again. He worried for what awaited them ahead in the South Pole. He worried for Mai and Jet in the north. He worried for Toph and Yu most of all, and he felt no closer to coming up with a way to rescue them or get Toph her face back. You're having doubts again, Azula told him, sliding over to sit at his side. Don't let them eat you up from the inside. He forced a smile for her. I won't. He hadn't noticed until now, but she had changed into her new clothes. She wore dark blue leather on her torso, lined with white fur around her collar, shoulders, and sleeve cuffs, the last of which ended right before her elbows. She wore fingerless elbow gloves underneath to cover the rest of her arms. Around her waist, she wore a white polar bear pelt, cut asymmetrically, over her heavy slacks and brown leather boots. He tugged at his own collar, feeling heat rise to his face. You look great, Azula. He almost expected to see a betrothal necklace around her neck, and a distant part of him thought it would have looked nice. I didn't think this look suited me, she said, rolling her eyes and turning away from him. But thank you. Most of all, he noticed how she had done her hair. Instead of her usual topknot, she had a bun that held some of her hair and let the rest of it fall free, with beaded strands hanging from the bun. He had thought she would tie her hair up in lupus, especially if Katara suggested it, but he found that he liked this look better on her. What are you staring at? She asked him, biting her lip. Aang hugged his knees and shrugged. Oh, nothing. Both of them looked away from each other while Katara coughed. He ignored Katara and looked straight ahead at Sokka, wondering again how much his encounter with the last Kyoshi warrior would change him, and where Suki could be now. The walls of Agna Kalay gleamed in the sunlight, formed of pure ice and carved with the Water Nation insignia. After escaping from Ba Sing Se, days of traveling on foot to find a tribe outpost and weeks of sailing, Suki and Gashiun had finally made it to the North Pole. Her companion had mostly stayed silent the whole journey, which suited Suki just fine. He only came along with her anyway because she had an idea of who to ask to save you and Nagi, his sister. She just hoped High Chief Arnook, said to be the most knowledgeable man in the world regarding the spirits and the spiritual leader of the water tribes as a whole, would accept an audience with her. She had never met the man, but it was well known that he loved his only daughter, and you only ever spoke of him favorably. Suki looked at her reflection in one of her golden fans. With Sokka betraying them and Katara captured by the Avatar, it fell to her and Gashiun to save you from her fate. Check the description for the links to the author.